situation?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have heard rumors of Ukrainian incursion in the direction of Savatov, and I was thinking about directing people's focus that way and finding out what else has been released we can talk about. And then there's related to that because it affects the entire front from Bakhmut north. Um, whether the current breakthroughs, whether or not people think that the Ukrainians' chances of getting to, say, Papnosa could have a detrimental impact on the forces that they've got concentrated around Kremenina. And so I'll just leave that question there and let people talk.
So just to help people orient themselves on the map, Svatove is up towards Kremna. Is that right, Jeff?
Yes, you are correct, sir. It is. It's probably near Troitsky. Well, it's south of Troitsky, but it's in that direction, and it's key to the Russians being able to get supply down to the force concentration that they have at Kremenina. And in particular,
Right.
if they break through at Savatove, that makes things uncomfortable. But that Savatove is on the way to Starobilsk, and if they can cut the rail lines at Starobilsk, it creates an almost untenable supply situation for most of the Russian forces in defense.
I don't think Chuck has put up a map of Kremna today, but I will take a look. I have seen his maps of Bakhmut, but Chuck has always spoken of the Russian forces around Kremna as outnumbering Ukrainian forces by 5 to 7 to 8 to 1. I have not seen any verified reports of a breakthrough there. I have only seen reports about intense fighting around Bakhmut, and Chuck has Popsna, which is to the east of Bakhmut, pretty far behind in Bakhmut. And you are correct; there are both rail and highway supply routes down through Svatove and Kremna, and this is the primary supply route right out of Russia into this axis of operations.
So, but I'm hearing we don't have any more recent OSN stuff about things beyond what was talked about earlier on Bakhmut. I did catch that.
No, listen, we're going to struggle for the next week, 2 weeks, even longer about because there were quite a few Ukrainian troops, but that was just one tweet, right? So the one tweet doesn't make a doesn't doesn't show the truth necessarily. So it's just again one of these things. Contact, wait out. We're waiting for information.
Sounds like I need to go shuffling through Telegram with my translator again.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. So, and if you do, you come up with something nice, let us know.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
David, I'm sure you and Axel spoke earlier this afternoon about every day next week. Thomas Tyner will be here. Mick Ryan will be here late Tuesday afternoon Eastern time, along with Chuck. And of course, Nuno Felix and Chuck will be together, I think, on Thursday. So every single day next week, updates and analysis as available will first be heard here, I think, on MriyaReport. And Thomas Tyner is here every day at the same time. Do you know what time that is?
6 p.m. UK time, 8 p.m. Kiev time, 6 p.m. That would be 1 p.m. Eastern time, right?
That's right. I mean, I know where I will be every day at 1 p.m.
Yeah, in the garden.
No, I'll be right here. Although I did take pictures in the garden today, David, and I'll send you some.
Well, you should, right? I need to know what your garden looks like. I can go. Then I can arrange your garden from afar. No, you don't do it like that. Do it like this.
Well, I like cottage gardens, and that's what I've tried to create in my small space: roses, peonies, Caesar's brother, my favorite, iris,
Did you see,
some nice flowering
Alan?
azaleas.
Did you just say peonies?
He did. I know. I was going. Which peonies? Which ones have you
Oh,
got?
they're not tree peonies. I think you're growing tree peonies,
Oh, no,
David.
no. Oh, Alan. Right? No. I have tree peonies. I've got herbaceous peonies, and I also have Ito peonies. I have the whole gamut. Anyway, I can make you feel jealous, but listen, Alan. I think what you're going to say is you don't know, but some are yellow, some aren't, some are white. What color are they?
No, some are old-fashioned peonies. Here we call them Sarah Bernhardt's. They
Oh,
are
I like the Sarah Bernhardt. It's a beautiful, beautiful peanut.
others are white. I only actually have white and red peonies. I'll send you a photo, David. But you know what? I am also planting sunflowers. Do you know why?
Ukraine.
Exactly. So every day we have blue skies here. It's been raining for the last 2 weeks, but that's not bad for the garden. The sun came out today. But those yellow sunflowers and the blue sky above, every day I can go to my garden and think about Ukraine.
Wonderful. Well, listen, send me the pictures. I'm very, very interested. I like the Sarah Bernhardt's. I don't have any, but I'll put them on the list. Right, but we do have hands. But I do notice that someone came up and that hand was up and then they've gone. But Kerry has her hand up as well. Kerry.
So, first of all, Alan, David is trying to get me to put beer in my garden for the slugs, which
It's
tried
absolutely.
yet. Does it work well?
No, it's very simple. We're going to do a gardening 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Very simple. Get yourself a jar, right? A couple of jars. Put some beer in it. Dig them in a little bit, so there's about 1 inch or 2 inches above the ground. Put a little umbrella over the top so they don't fill with water, and they will fill with slugs, right? But I warn you now. The smell of dead slugs is pretty detestable. Get yourself some surgical gloves.
Do you know how
Yes,
I do it? Sorry, Alan, go on.
It does work, Harry. I recommend a pie plate because it's so shallow with a little beer in it. The slugs will climb into the pie plate, get drunk. They'll be there in the morning for you. And what you do with dead slugs is you dispose of them in your neighbor's yard.
I like my neighbours.
I don't like mine. There we are. Well done, Alan. But they get live slugs and snails from me as well. So there you are.
I tell you what I do with slugs, but it does require a bit more work, but it works quite well. And then I will go to my actual point. Sounds so
This
cruel.
is a very sluggish segment.
It is very sluggish, isn't it? I'm only bringing it up because it is sluggish. I'm bringing the sluggishness up because to avoid the sluggishness. So I take a pair of scissors out, and if I'm feeling really vicious, I do it at night with a head torch on, with a mosquito net over the top, pair of scissors, because I have loads of. I know, Alan, I have loads of frogs. So I take my scissors.
You cut up frogs?
No, I cut the slugs. I take my scissors and I put a nice little slice in the slug, and then it gives a nice meal to the frogs.
But you don't need to kill them. The frogs will just hunt slugs. Don't even do that, right? But anyway, let's move on.
Question.
Go on.
I've forgotten the bloody thing now. What was my real question? Oh, that was it. I remember now. I'm doing a David. Sorry.
This is Dementia Hour. I would like to announce it now.
I'm trying to mark at the same time. So I was going to say earlier, but I was having real Twitter problems. I thought Nick's thing that he did of that question, that sort of all inclusive question that brought so much information out and so many great stories that were all still obviously very much connected to Ukraine. I thought that was wonderful. And I know you were just saying again about how, you know, we are going to be getting this drip feed at the moment, but I just thought it would be a lovely thing to do, to come up with other similar ideas, other similar questions that can sort of flesh out or flush out.
It was a great.
It was
Yes,
really
I'm
good.
interrupting you. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
just
yeah, it was
it was just so lovely, and I wondered if we could do something like that again at the moment, because obviously the information isn't going to be pouring out. We're going to be trying to, you know, find out what we can, but I thought it worked really, really well. So I just wanted to sort of give my vote to it and say, get Nick to put his thinking cap on for similar ideas, similar questions that elicit such great responses.
I think Nick's limited to one good idea every week. I think then he has other ideas, and they're okay as well, right? But you've reminded me, Nick.
And it
No,
did
you're actually
another bit of Nick out, which was really lovely because Nick talks, you know, God love him. I would love to employ him. I would have him in my business, but he's very, very, very particular. And it was so nice to see another side of him, to hear and see another side of him when he was doing that. I thought it was wonderful. So more of that, please, Nick.
Well, thank you very much for that. If I was going to go, I nearly said, "Can you let me a word in edgeways?" But that would have been wrong. So I'm going to read out, because you've mentioned it. A story from it was Mark Cassidy, who's on here, the Scotsman, who comes in, ex-RAF, who comes in and gives us information on stuff. The RAF engineer. So I'm going to read this out to everyone, so you're going to get it, and you can blame Kerry afterwards. So I'll read it out in its entirety. It's from Mark. He says, "Mate," he's obviously knows me, and he's English. Well, he's British, right? "Mate, I don't know if it's too late or if I fit the bill." He does fit the bill, as being someone the report never hears from, but I thought I would share my journey to you. And for anyone who's on here, let me explain. No, put your hand down, Nick. You don't get to talk now. Nick, the wonderful Nick Brown, came up with a question and said, who was really like, no, I didn't mean that, Nick, sorry. He was like, what is your journey from throughout this whole period of time with Ukraine, right? I don't know the exact words, Nick can remind us, but I thought it was a incredibly thoughtful question, right? Because most of us have gone through numerous emotions, every single emotion, you know, fear, you know, anyway, fear and loathing in Ukraine, I guess, or Russia, or whatever it is. Anyway, loads of emotions. So anyway, I'm going to carry on reading. If I fit the bill as being someone the report never hears from, but I thought I would share my journey to you. I can remember when I thought war was inevitable. It was December the 21st when Russia gave their 10 demands in a letter to the United States. I was convinced then Russia would invade, but weirdly, another part of me thought they won't, will they? And I knew Ukraine would fight when I saw a grandmother doing weapons drills in a park in Kyiv. But I thought it would quickly end, just like Syria. Rather than a conventional fight, I didn't use Twitter. I read defense blogs, and I realized quickly that they were basing their articles on tweets. So I clicked the link and downloaded the app. So yeah, so he really wasn't on Twitter. Downloaded the app and logged in. I didn't start off tweeting. I wasn't confident enough for that, but then I started trying to explain things, how harms work, etc. Then I moved on to challenging vatniks. One day, something popped up and said, "John, MriyaReport Spaces." And that's when I discovered you guys. I listened for a long time, and then I remember that first time I came up and spoke about the Sea Kings. I was so nervous, LOL, but I shouldn't have been. It was such a lovely environment you guys created. I love learning and I love helping people learn as well, and you guys provide that venue. I've learned so much that I can even teach someone. I've learned how to spell Kiev, right? I've learned about this bonkers place called Transnistria. That exists but didn't really. I learned about a place called Circassida and how the Russians slaughtered it by being able to reach out to people with vast amounts of knowledge. I know they understand, and why checkers, right, hang on, sorry, vast amounts of knowledge. I now understand why checkers fight for Russia. I can't even list everything listening to MriyaReport has taught me. I understand better Romania now because I heard someone on the space and sent them a DM. That's how Ukraine and MriyaReport has affected my life. Oh, and here's a bit, because this is typing. I'm reading as he's typing, and he says, "Chechens, not checkers." There you are. That explains everything. What a wonderful message that was, Alan.
It is a wonderful message, David. David, you haven't looked up in the nest lately. Look up and see what the first tweet says now. I'll tell you, David, because the nest.
John Spencer.
No, Chuck Farrer will be here in 1 hour, 7 p.m. tonight, and I'll get Chuck's maps up in the nest as quickly as possible. But this will help all of us understand better what is happening on the battlefield, how fast the Ukrainian advance is moving and where it's moving, and how quickly Russians are moving in the opposite direction and where that might be happening.
Thank you very much. Yes, and so I will. Obviously, I'm dropping down then, but I will listen in. I do love listening to Chuck. Anyway, so we've got some hands here, though. I'm going to move away from tradition. I would like to hear from Nick. Then we go to Maddie, Lexicon, and then Peter. So, Nick, if you would like to tell us about your brilliant idea, and it was brilliant, that would be wonderful. Then it's Maddie, then Lexicon, then Peter.
I know we just talked. I mean, the question I said to people was, "How is your life different to before February the 24th, 2022?" And on a couple of earlier occasions, we've talked about what does MriyaReport mean to you. So I kind of basically said, apart from MriyaReport, although I wasn't terribly strict about that. And the nice thing was that as well as people coming up, I got lots and lots of reactions by DM, which I read out to intersperse them. So sometimes when there isn't a lot of military information, the late European afternoon can be a little bit of a quiet time. So I just thought I'd see if people wanted to talk, and it turns out a lot of people do. This evening, those of you who remember Jim Cohn, my psychologist friend who was here 6-7 weeks ago, I've asked him if he would like to come back and do another session. I think some proper psychology would be interesting as we deal with notably what with the aftermath of the damn thing. So Kerry, thank you for your kind words. I was going to make the next thing about cocktail recipes. Actually, if people want to come up and suggest their favourite cocktail recipes,
one with alcohol in it, Nick. One with alcohol.
Alcohol will probably figure, yeah. And I'm not actually looking for employment at the moment, Kerry. But thank you for thinking of it.
I love you, Nick. You crack me up.
But Nick, are you good? Are you good at any gardening?
I'm not very good at gardening, I'm afraid. I grow mean chilies, but I'm not very good at gardening. No.
I think then the HR panel made up by Alan and David will have to reconsider this offer.
We're gonna have to sort that out, and you're gonna have to start sending pictures of peonies, Nick. By the way, to anyone who sent me the pictures of their peonies, thank you very much. They are beautiful. But we have Maddie.
You want? Sorry, my hearing is a little. My hearing is. You did say pictures of my peonies, right?
I did, right.
Okay.
But I mean, if you want to send another picture, that's fine. I am desperate for any blackmail material.
Last time I've just been I've been inundated by pictures of people playing a keyboard. Yeah, okay.
Trombone.
Did Alan miss earlier? Can you remember? Somebody said they had some new. What was it? They said they had some new sex bombs or something like that. Can you remember, Nick? What was it? They had some new. Oh my God, what was it? You know when you said what's changed in the last year, and they said.
Anyway, Kerry, let's go to Maddie. Right.
Somebody said she'd got a whole load of
Maddie.
She said she got a whole load of new sex symbols, which she sent to me, and she listed the sex symbols as M, Domen, and I wasn't the third one, so I added David and me and Axel to the list.
Good. Now let's go to Maddie, who's been waiting. Maddie, I actually want to hear what you've got to say. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, David. I was just wondering.
Good evening to you.
I was just wondering if I was on the right channel or not after that last little bit. Anyway, just one festival ish. The other evening, I think it was yesterday, I heard about the dicing knife. That was a bit scary, but I give full permission for only you or and Yehuda to wield this knife if I'm guilty of talking any nonsense. No one else, please. So, so just I see that Kiev is going to be having some visitors this week. It's going to be our president, Ramaphosa, and 5 other heads of state are coming to Kiev, and then they're also going to go to Moscow. They're going to be trying to broker peace talks between Ukraine and Moscow. And so that's why they're there. Apparently, there's been some of our ministers already on the ground there since the 2nd of this month, and preparing us all. And Ramaphosa, and so it will be African heads from Senegal, Uganda, Zambia, Congo, Brazzaville, and Egypt will be arriving. And they're coming to broker peace.
That's a very, very good to seek advice. A good group to seek advice from, don't you think?
Yes, very much so. So they've been on
utterly impressive.
Yes, exactly. So they want to come step up peace talks between Russia and Ukraine to pressure Russia and Ukraine to cease hostilities. These are headlines from different news articles. Within articles, propose that Ukraine accept opening peace talks with Russia, to broker peace talks between them, and to persuade Russia and Ukraine to cease hostilities. So, and to propose that they accept open peace talks. Yes. So they will be here, and so they will go to Kiev separately, and then to Moscow. So there's some interesting aspects I see to all of this. Then also it says Putin and Zelensky have agreed to meet this group separately, and other people in the world have also, I think, have also agreed to this. So very interestingly, that South Africa has repeatedly abstained from condemning the invasion of Ukraine at the United Nations, and unprovoked invasion, and they haven't, and of course a genocide. But the thing is that we actually need peace in South Africa first and foremost. Not, I mean, Ramaphosa actually needs to see to us as well, because we've got, we had 27,000 murders alone, April 22 to March 2023, and from January the 1st to 31st of March, we've had 6,289 murders. And that's just the murders, that's not the other crime and violence. So what I'm saying is in South Africa, we have got the most incredible crime and violence ever. In fact, we are rated 3rd in the world for in violence, Venezuela, Papua New Guinea, then South Africa. We would really like him to also be doing something here as well. So the reasons for the peace talks, as they say, is the continent has been affected by war, has affected food insecurity, soaring prices of grain and fertilizers. Those are the reasons for the peace talks, not the genocide, not the unprovoked invasion. So this all is a bit, yeah. So I don't know what. So I'm just wondering if there's going to be sort of a, let's say, a welcoming committee, a welcoming crowd or people to actually, give him some information about what is actually happening in Ukraine. Seeing it's never mentioned by ANC, the genocide or anything here, and just to let them know exactly what's going on. And I hope that there are people in Kiev that are able to speak to him at some kind of gathering of some kind and tell their stories, and that he and his team are actually taken to some of the sites that they need to see, that they don't seem to be bringing, that they are just not even where they're just abstaining from voting against this. So this is what's happening this week or next week. Yeah, I don't know how the people in Kiev will receive them and see them, and if there will be opportunity to actually inform them from the public of what's happening. Then some other things here that is still ongoing with Russia and with South Africa is that in last December, the Lady R, which is a Russian ship, a vessel, docked, a sanctioned Russian vessel, which docked in Simon's Town, Cape Town, and there was unloading and offloading of all sorts of things, and we're not quite sure, but this arms has been mentioned, but then we were told that there wasn't. But Ramaphosa has now appointed a retired judge to look into this. I mean, he could have phoned his defense minister and asked her, or sent her a note or something. So he's asked a retired judge to look into this, but apparently we hear that the results won't be made public, it appears. Yeah. The other thing is that BRICS might be moved to China. When the news articles I saw the other day, Ramaphosa on Friday actually phoned China president, and they apparently discussed something in this line. And I think that South Africa has finally realized that we can't get around the ICC and what we would have to do in arresting Putin if he does come here. So they've through all sorts of means tried to obfuscate this, but they've finally realized that that maybe change plans. So that appears to be could be happening, and but all these. Yeah, so, and then South Africa risks losing about 600 billion rand on Russia's on South African stance on Russia. Standard Bank here. That's an 8th of June, News 24. That's it. That news paper.
Okay, let me slow
so
you down
that's
there a little bit, Maddie. So let me explain a couple of things, because there'll be a lot of people here who
yeah.
won't know, right? So there's a couple of things for everyone here. So South Africa is in BRICS. BRICS is due to have a meeting, and it was going to be in South Africa. There has been, for anyone who didn't know, the suggestion was that Putin was going to go to that meeting in South Africa, but South Africa is a member of the
ICC.
that's it, the International Criminal Court. I was going Criminal Court. What's the bit that starts anyway? So the International Criminal Court, right? And if they hadn't have arrested Putin, then they would have been in a dreadful state, right? And how Ramaphosa, how he would think that he could get away with it. There's an interesting question, right? The South Africa, Shawa Zuma, for instance, and all his antics, he's managed to get away with it. But South Africa's in a difficult position. He's trying to toe the BRICS path, isn't he? But I don't know whether you think this or not, Maddie, but I think there's a lot of people who might be thinking that there's an awful lot of Russian money being spread in certain areas of South Africa. But it's a big problem, isn't it?
Well, yes. In fact, I'll send you a link to an article if you want to share that further. But yes, and there have been 3 linked donations to the ANC. The last one was in February this year to help fund ANC electoral conference. Yep.
And there's the point, right? So, and the thing is that if Putin had have been there, right? Imagine the world, right, where Putin's shaking hands with all the leaders. It probably would have been the death of South Africa. And having escaped one form of nastiness, and then going into the we're condoning genocide, because essentially that's what he's doing, right? That would have been, that is not something to lay to rest at the headstone of Mandela, is it?
And especially that we've got our constitution, which holds up the rights, so many rights of, just our constitution and our human rights. It's just unbelievable how the stance has been taken now like this. We've got our constitution and we try to keep to our constitution.
Yeah, you do. I can't help but think, though, Maddie, is that his visit to Ukraine, maybe he's worked out that he's very much on the wrong side, right? And maybe his visits to come along and say, Zelensky, I've screwed up, right? Maybe that's what he's going to do. I would hope so, because South Africa is a beautiful country, and it deserves a lot better than what it's had for a very long time. Anyway, sorry.
So I'm just hoping that there will be a lot of opportunities for the ordinary people in Kiev to be able to speak to him, to be able to show him places and really tell their stories, because they need to hear them, because I don't think they're hearing the stories that they need to hear.
That would be the way forward, and maybe we can put some tweets out to that. We can do it together and get some tweets out asking people to make sure that they're there when he arrives, right, and let him know. Anyway, thank you very much, Maddie. So Lexicon, you had your hand up, but I can't see you now. You've gone. Okay, well, Peter, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, only a small thing, but I was asked out for a meal 2 weeks ago now, and went into a chain of restaurants called Loch Fyne in the UK, who are fish specialists. And I thought, I quite fancy a nice piece of cod. And the manager said, I'm very sorry, sir, we've taken cod off the menu. And I said, why is that? And he said, because we're not getting cod into the country anymore now that the Russian factory ships are not selling to Europe anymore. And so I just had a quick look a little bit earlier on, and Russia have lost 99% of their fish sales into Europe. So they have been completely shut down, and Norwegian sales have gone up, but I don't think it's a bad thing, because cod were getting overfished, and it might give them a chance to recover. But as I said, it's just a small thing, but it's obviously hitting the Russian fishing industry as well.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? So what Russia is doing is finding out what happens when, I mean, if we think about, maybe here's an analogy to give to people, right? Think of Europe as the middle classes, right? And Russia is now finding out what happens when you piss off the middle classes, right? Because they find ever so many ways of just trying to do, to screw you, really. So they're going, here we are, we're not taking your product, we're not buying your products, right? And this is the stupidity of these things, and is why I know you mentioned it with China and the rest of it, and why they should be thinking, right? The EU, and just the EU, not just, we could go to Europe, which is more countries, right? Is made up of 500 million people who are pretty affluent, right? And they're Russia's, well, on this side anyway, closest neighbor, right? We're not so price dictating as China would be in the other places, right? Because we're an affluent area. So this is their problem. Suddenly we go, we don't want your stuff. And there's a lesson to us with Brexit, right? It's not a sensible thing to say to your nearest neighbor, right? Do something, and they go, we're not buying your stuff from now on. Then they've got themselves an extraordinary problem. Yeah, whether cod stocks will change as a result, Peter, that will be, I suspect, we need to solve a problem with Japan and other places, and China, that are overfishing incredibly all around the world.
Yeah, I agree.
The good news that Russia is suffering again there as well. They start people getting hungry in that country. They might start thinking about what they're doing. But I mean, here's the thing. It doesn't mean that they're not unthinking. We have had the occasional person feeding a shark or two, haven't we? Nick, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm absolutely astonished to discover that apparently Russian trawlers were actually fishing. I didn't think Russian trawlers caught any fish at all. I thought their only purpose was to spy on other countries and the North Sea, and quite amazing to discover that they actually catch fish. It was a revelation to me. I remember in the 70s, and it was Soviet trawlers that were spying on people, and I'm going to have to go and lie down, I think, at this revelation that they actually catch fish.
Well, they did two things, Nick. Doing the spying and getting paid for it. They were also
so there was a decent amount of engineering going into building a boat that could both catch fish and spy on people. Maybe their radars aren't as maybe their radios aren't as big and clunky as we thought. I think this definitely deserves investigation.
Yeah, Nick, Google it. There's plenty of stuff on. I think they've lost 99% of.
I was trying to be ironic, Peter. Although if somebody had told me that in fact Russian trawlers were only landing like 3 cod per year or something, sort of the Potemkin cod catch, I don't think I would have been entirely surprised. I mean, I was joking, but only a little bit. Yeah.
Nick, the other thing, when you bring your psychologist guy in, can we have a feature on the mentality and what is causing the Russian people to act and behave the way they are.
I'm glad you asked that, because I actually wrote down earlier, we had a slightly more specific question from a listener saying, why do Russian expats who live in the West support Putin? So this will just broaden it. This will just broaden it to the whole of the Russian population, and we can possibly subdivide them into groups. So you're pushing it an extremely open door there, Peter.
Yeah, I think we should do. It is something which puzzles me completely, that the Russian people can behave to other human beings the way they're doing, and the question is why.
Well, the other thing is, a psychologist's opinion would be very valuable, but I recommend Hannah Arendt on this.
Right. Okay. Can you expand on that?
The banality of evil. Perhaps she didn't go into the mechanisms, but she certainly pointed up the fact that, to a first approximation, there weren't many actual Nazis. There were just an awful lot of people who went along with it quite happily. And or the age-old saying about, well, it isn't age-old, is it? I'm sure it's probably quite recent, but it feels age-old about, in order for evil to triumph, the only thing needed is for good men to do nothing, or something. But Hannah Arendt, Banality of Evil. Very long time since I read it. I don't. In fact, was it the name of the book? I remember the slogan. Was that the name of one of her books? I remember Eichmann in Jerusalem was one. I think The Banality of Evil was one of her books. It was certainly one of her concepts. I haven't read it in 30 years.
I'd love it if you put something together on that, because I think a lot of people are really puzzled and would like to know. I mean, I think there's also the prisoner effect, isn't there, where people.
Well, I don't get Nick onto that subject. Otherwise, we'll be talking about that for a very long time, won't we, Nick?
What's the prisoner effect?
It's where people are so controlled that.
No. Let's not discuss this. Let's not discuss this. We'll do another time. You know it as the guards, I think.
Well, no, it could have been one or two things. It could have been the Stanford prison experiment, which is thoroughly discredited.
Yes, exactly. Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it.
One sec, Nick. Let's no.
It could have been. It could have been.
Which bit about this subject's over?
He could have been referred to Stockholm syndrome, which is
Nick,
also
don't make me mic you. Don't
debunked.
make me mute you. Right? I'm just going. Let's stop. Right. Okay. This is me saying we're changing the subject. Right. I really shouldn't have to say it 5 times. Anyway,
can we go back to Fisher or something
else? No, Nick. No, Peter. I'm changing the subject completely. Right. Let's move on. Right. So there's sometimes we have good news, sometimes we have bad news. So there is a tweet that's come out. Some people may have seen it. It's by as Axel describes it as our depressed Finn, who's tweeted out a picture that's seeing them to go. Finland donated 6 mine clearing tanks. It looks like they may have taken a bit of a hit. At least 3 might have them taken a bit of a kicking. But the thing to do is remember yes. Well, Axel's just saying he's completely wrong. He's not surprised, but anyway, it doesn't matter. You may be seeing it. It may be true. It may not. But the thing to remember, and this is important, right? Stuff happens in war, and some of the stuff that we see isn't going to be great. And when I look at the image, it does look a little bit like it's been doctored as well. So if you see it, have a look at it, and then we can move on.
Have a look.
It doesn't really
have a look at Gunny decomposing it. It's really fantastic.
What
I sent
why
you a
isn't
link.
Gunny up here talking about?
I don't know, because Gunny is probably currently doing other stuff. Have a look at the tweet. I sent you
So,
a copy.
so I'm looking, yes, I know, but there's only so much I can do whilst I'm talking and all the other things, right? So I'm looking, why don't you talk me through it, Axel? There you are. That would be the best way.
Because I was about to go to bed, but okay, fine, fair enough, no problem. Okay, I sent you all a link of Gunny taking the photos apart. And he highlighted, I think Alan will put this up in the nest in a second, if I'm lucky, who knows. Gunny did already. Good man.
It's already there,
Good
Axel.
man, good man. Thank you very much. So for those who like to follow this argument, Gunny took a little look-see at what has happened. And he looked at the ARVs. There's an important feature in this. The mine disposal vehicles, the specific versions of the Leopard, are built to withstand significant explosive capacity. So that means that if and when they hit a minefield, and a proper one at that, they may well actually take damage, but they can be easily recovered and repaired because the front shielding sections take damage. The front arms, the, so to say, if you so like, you can describe them as sensors. It doesn't matter. The hooks, they take damage. They need to be repaired. They can be repaired. However, if you look at just the images of this Russian video and their stills, you can also see that somehow the routes don't make much sense. And Gunny says there were two Leopards, which went from single transit to double, and then there was a big AMRAP. That doesn't really look typical. You would not normally have that. You would actually have, if you do minefield work in this phase, you would have different kind of components there. Then there is a complete and utter mine vehicle recovery segment, which somehow stops right in the blue without anything there, no tank, no nothing. There's lots of civilian cars in the image, in the background, another civilian car hidden deep in the background. The lines are not attached. The soil color transits and changes. And then there is a mine recovery vehicle, which somewhat suddenly in the image seems to have stopped, fully functional still, and then reverses. None of this makes, none of these movements make any sense. Even, I mean, I'm not an army guy, but my brother was and had to deal with this kind of stuff. And I can definitely attest to you, none of this fits within to anything I've ever seen. And somehow the image doesn't fit at all. So I'm thinking,
but it doesn't.
Maybe
So,
Gunny is
so
right.
well, it's not maybe years. I'm looking at the image and I started laughing. Right there we go. Yeah. So how did it look? Right. So, and you got to look at the angles they're in. Right. This is so the thing to do is, I mean, how would anyone? He's an analyst, right? He's clearly on something when he's posted this. I've no idea what it is, but it's certainly mind altering. So I'm looking at it. It looks like this. If we removed Gunny's fine circles, because he's clearly an artist, the way he's drew. It just looks like an artist impression, doesn't it, Axel? When you look at that and you just zoom out and you go, this looks like an artist impression. This looks like someone who's going, a Hollywood movie. This looks like catastrophe movie.
You know what it looks like to me, David? Are you familiar? You'll be familiar with the British satirical artist called Cold War Steve.
Yes,
he publishes under the name Cold War Steve. And what he does, his trademark is really rather crappy images, and he does the equivalent of a political cartoon by placing people who are in the news into slightly weird and bizarre collections of pictures. He explained once how he got started, and he started with literally an app on his phone, which is why the sort of, it looked fairly crap, because he was taking, this isn't like kind of pixel level Photoshop. And to me, the way that those vehicles are kind of I don't know, with those with the little fangs at the front. I don't know if there's some sort of flail.
They are they're not
Yeah.
flails. They're things that
Yeah.
help guide it. They're supposed to be there, but the way that the angle they're in, right?
Yeah,
That's what you're talking
and what looks like a truck off at the right that seems to be on fire at the back. It kind of looks like a long flatbed truck or something that's driven into a trench. It looks It looks as like if you gave Cold War Steve the mandate to. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, just have a look on Twitter for Cold War Steve, Steve, and you'll see first of all some very funny political satire, but the ways in which those vehicles are just too well rendered for the distant shot. You see what I mean? It looks like they've dropped shrunken close-up pictures of the vehicles into the picture.
It's called layering, Nick. That's what you do in Photoshop.
I have no idea about anything like that. But it just looked, that's the first thing I thought of is Cold War Steve. Does that make sense, David?
Yeah, it makes complete sense to me because I know the stuff he did. But when I looked at it, my immediate thought was this is a artist impression. The reason why it looks like an artist impression, you've only got to look at the way things are, the way they're dozed in. This looks like someone who's gone, this is what I think these things should look like, which is the same as, remember the image from Belgorod with a Humvee in it?
Yes.
Yep, looks like that, right? Little bit of a vehicle on its side because that's what you think, right? But here's the thing, right? These vehicles are immensely heavy. So why would it be a little bit on its side because it's hit a mine, right? So it's going to feel a little bit upset, right? Because it's taken damage and the rest of it, and maybe you might lose it, but it's not going to suddenly move to its side a little bit. And all the other bits and pieces. None of it makes any sense because if you were clearing a minefield, this is not how you would clear a minefield. You can see they've got the one track. Why have they got the one track? Why is one?
Why are they driving so many recovery vehicles? How important is this minefield that they've used 3 of their 6 Finnish mine clearing vehicles in one operation? That doesn't seem to make any sense. Why would you need 3?
Why did they take a meandering route, right?
Yeah.
Why would you meander? You don't need to meander. It's just a straight line.
And what's with the
ghost
route? What's with the ghost route?
The one that just sort of the one that neither starts nor ends. Well, it sort of comes out from the side, but it's just it doesn't seem like it's possible. It just and then the little car hiding in the back, like Cold War Steve is named after Steve McFadden, the actor from the soap EastEnders, who usually appears hidden in the background, either him or Cilla Black. And there's a civilian car in one of these pictures that looks like it's sort of peeking over the. If you're sending 6 armored clearance vehicles, you don't have a what is it? Toyota Saloon or something going down the side. It's just no.
It's the other one, the deep channel towards the right.
Yeah.
Well, if that's a channel that's been used, there's nothing blown up. It means it's free of mine. So why have you bothered, right? So
that looks like a monster truck's been down it, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
It's like a foot and a half deep.
Well, it looks like about 30 tanks have gone over it when it was wet, right? But these.
Well, except it's still got grass in the middle. So there's some vehicle with really high clearance.
But it would do, Nick, because contrary to popular belief, tanks are quite high. When you look at them, you look at the front, they're a bit off the ground, and everything digs through. Right? It's just wrong. Every detail about it is wrong, and none of it smacks of mine clearance.
And we're being asked to believe something based on a photo on the internet. Which even, frankly, even, when Zelensky meets Biden, it's nice to have something more than just a photo on the internet. It's nice to have, TV news or at least some footage. A still photo these days, 2023, a still photo on Telegram. please.
Oh, thank you very much for that. Oh, I've just been sent a couple more peony photographs. There's a lot of we got the peony club here. Anyway, listen, that Axel, thank you very much for sending that. That's really, really quite useful. I'll read Gunny's analysis, but the fact that he said it was wrong is just tells him it was spot on. So anyway, you should look at it. It doesn't smack of anything like you might think of as mine clearance. Why would you even take that route anyway? That doesn't make sense. Right, but we do have a hand. Whose hand do we have, Alan? I'm testing you.
Looks like Duke, David.
I think accurately, that's the Duke, isn't it? Right, but I won't pick you up on that.
You can call me Duke, David. It's no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, just a little bit about the picture. That's one of my fields of expertise. And if I look to it, I think Nick is right, and David, it's layered. And especially on the picture right, in the curve, you have to look at the tracks. You see it's all curled up, the dirt. But the shadows don't match up. It's you think I'm missing something, but there is no shadow of the line between the hard and the soft soil. That's you can make an outline of it, so it's altered. And the little dark one that suddenly stops, there's just a layer put over it. And when you see the three mining machines, the left one is all on a strange angle, halfway in the mud or soil, and that's just to disguise that it is put in by another layer. So I think it's completely correct that it's altered from A to Z and by Z, and I think that's it.
And let me say, oh, sorry, Duke,
no,
sorry,
go
I
ahead.
was interrupting you. I'm going to tell everyone the other reason why this is utter bollocks, right? So when you look at the track as you look at the photo on the left, right, you can see that looks like tire tracks, isn't it? Right.
Right.
Yeah, so I want you to say yes at that point. You say yes, but these are these things. They're a plough, right? These things work as a plough, and by the way, they've got them with their ploughs and they've blown up, right? But so by the fact that these are basically you can see in the track, that's the sort of thing that tires do, because tires compress the ground, right? That's not what tank tracks do. They rip it up, as you can see on the picture on the right. That's what would happen if all your tanks went over a certain place. That's what it would look like, right? So all of that, the start of that, all the track, that looks like tires, and then suddenly the mine clearance things are just blown up, and they've started at this point to try and clear something, and you've got the other piece that's broken.
Yes,
it's just, as I said, utter. It's a UK word. It's perfectly acceptable. You could say it to the Queen. Bollocks. That's what it is. Utter bollocks.
What I want to say is I saw a video that's very true, and I don't know if you see it. Oh, my app is going down.
If it does come back, we'll bring
am
you
I still
back
here?
up. You are. Do you
Yes,
think you're
I
here?
think I'm guessing. But you saw a dog trying to get ashore because it was in the water, and it was saved by two other dogs, and that was amazing. Today I saw one of the latest videos by Zelensky, and his last remarks was that even the animals had more humanity than the Russian terrorist state. I thought that was a great statement. Thanks.
No, thank you. Right, we've run out of hands now. That's unfortunate. We need super hands.
That's unusual too, David.
Oh,
No, but Maddie's come
No.
back. Oh, there you are. Wonderful, Maddie.
Hi, David. Sorry, just a very quick one. I must just correct something that I did say, that that last donation was actually in December 2022, not February this year. That was the date of the article that it was in. And the reason why we know these amounts is that political parties now have to expose the donations that they received. So that's why we know that. And there was one of 10 million, and then 5 million, and then this one was 15 million. So there we are. So it was December that the 15 million was donated.
And Maddie, do you want to tell everyone just how much money that is in South Africa?
Oh
So
no,
they get an idea.
that's 15 million rand.
Oh, okay.
15
I thought
million
you were talking about dollars, right? Okay.
No,
Right. Okay.
it's 15 million. Yeah. So there we are. But that all helped because the ANC is actually just about bankrupt at the moment. So they
Desperate for money, right? There's a reason.
10 million rand is about $500,000 US, I think, right?
Yeah, it's about 20
to
to
the
the
dollar.
rand. Yeah,
Yeah,
20 to the dollar.
20 rand to the dollar. Yep.
Something like that, yeah. So it's 15 million rand that they were given in December.
And the rand value it will also explain, as Maddie sent me that information, for which, by the way, I meant to say thank you much, explains why some of the wealthier, not the massive oligarchs, but wealthier Russians are buying up property in South Africa.
Yes. Yeah. And also the latest latest article was, it's on the best place in South Africa. It's on the Atlantic seaboard, just around from Cape Town. Devil's, Signal Hill, Sea Point, all that area. Very, 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 very expensive. Very nice to live there. Yeah.
I think a friend of mine's got a place on, is it Simon's Island? And no, I'll DM you where she's got a place on. But anyway, right. So now we have run out of hands, Alan.
But David, I need your help to prepare for Chuck. He'll be here in 15 minutes. It is of the news you've seen today.
So that's very interesting. So there was a little bit, right, that got me, and it was one of these little tidbits that you sort of, I go, oh, that's interesting. So it wasn't anything dramatic. It was more that then let me go to my map so I can make sure I've got it right. So there's a little place up on the Dnipro, which is cool. I'm trying to find it. I'm struggling to find it at the moment, Alan. 1 second. It's not Satovi. It's like what's My Love? It's something like My Love. But anyway, I will find out the name. But it was interesting because yesterday we had a report that the Ukrainians were there, and then what was very interesting is we heard about things going off much closer to Tokmak, right? And it would be if you were on your way to Tokmak, that's where you would be going. You would be going via that direction. I remember going, oh, that's very, very interesting. And I'm desperately putting Tokmak into this so I can go to the bit. There we are. Zoom back out and find it. What's the name of the place?
Well, apparently Tokmak is very hot tonight.
And it's taken a bit of a kicking, as I described it. And yes, it's had big booms, as mockers would describe it. So they've had some hits I'm hoping that there will be the things they're targeting are their ammo dumps, etc. And oh yes, Stepovi, right, is the place that I heard at, right? Stepov, and that was the place I was thinking of. So in between those and Top Mac,
Sounds just like my love.
yes, almost. But it was what I meant is a name we've come across a lot, right? That was the bit I was trying to say. But obviously didn't say it very well. Yeah. So Stepovi, and then there's a little place in between it that has taken a bit of hit. So which means that they're getting very close to Top Mac. What we don't know is whether they'll try and go round Top Mac or go into it. That I suspect. I get the feeling that Ukrainians don't want to go into cities in that way.
So the Russians blew a few more dams today.
Several.
And specifically to try and slow Ukrainian advances, especially this advance south of Velika Novosilka, which is aimed straight at Tokmak, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I mean, yes, and they blew another dam that's further north and east as well, haven't they? Basically, I think they've gone into dam blowing mode, haven't they? Anything that's infrastructure or anything like that, anything that they think that's going to cause a problem. So that if you start blowing dams up this regularly, right? That I think really what that really says is desperation. We're in the shit mode, right? Because right, these are last minute things, and they're only temporary. Because once you've blown it, and if, let's just say you have a little bit of good weather, 2 days later it dries out in this sort of weather. So these are really, really temporary solutions. So at the point where they're doing it, you're going, yep, they're really very, very desperate, because what they're doing is they're only buying themselves a couple of days of time. And these rivers here, these are the sort of size of the inhulets, not the size of the Dnipro, which is a different kettle of fish. These things are all eminently crossable, doing many, many different methods.
The other thing that struck me today, David, is the amount of video evidence coming out about Ukrainian forces, Ukrainian advances. We've seen very little of that in the past few days, but today we've seen a lot of it. Ukrainian forces clearing Russian trenches, Ukrainian forces advancing, and what I always love to see, Ukrainian forces smiling.
Yeah, we like seeing them smiling, isn't it? That's good. Which do you want to describe the one of them clearing the trench that you've seen today?
Yes, I don't think it was action today. It was with 3 Humvees.
Oh yes, it's from yesterday. Okay, yep.
Yeah, that's the only one I've seen.
Yeah, so the one they've seen there, they've got the 3 Humvees, and they've got a Humvee with a chain gun and or machine gun, and they're just shooting down the length of the trench, right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yep. Well, I mean, look, everything's a learning experience, isn't it? When you hopefully during the after action report or whatever they've got, someone goes, "Here you are," because they'll have the video and they go, "Yeah, here you are. I could have done it this way. This way might have been a little bit safer." The Humvee, why did it move on, right, and all those things when it could have just carried on shooting into the entrance of that trench or into the dugout part, right? And they could have just been putting some explosives, grenades into it as well. But there's stuff starting to come out, and we know that the thing for us to remember is all of this stuff will be highly curated. It's not accidentally getting out to us, is it?
No, no battlefield footage is ever accidental. when you come right down to it. David, we have a couple of hands before
do.
Chuck arrives in 10 minutes time. Let's go to Chris and then to Lexicon. Chris. Chris, you may have an audio problem, or you may be speaking into a muted mic. Well, while Chris gets things sorted out, we will go to Lexicon.
Well,
Sorry,
hi.
just Lexicon,
Oh.
very briefly, just because I'm going to be silent now. But David, I just spoke to Chuck. It would be extremely helpful if you could stick around for a few minutes, and also with him together dissect what we just saw.
Oh,
in the
I'm
images.
delighted to stick around for Chuck. I will get myself another bit. I will not be going anywhere. There we are.
Thanks so much, and apologies, Lexicon. Sorry.
No worries. I'm just feeling kind of upset about this blowing of dams all over the place. You know, it's one of the things I often talk about is how special this entire steppe agricultural land of Ukraine is, even as compared to every other steppe country in the world. And even if you just take particularly, well, here in Ukraine compared with Russia and Mongolia, or compared with Canada, the prairies. So Ukraine, if you just Google it, riverine map or map of Ukrainian river networks, Ukraine is just laced like a crochet doily. It's laced with rivers and little rivers. You know, we don't see them on most of the maps we're using, but they not only have this beautiful steppe in a temperate climate and extremely rich soil, but they also have a natural network of rivers and creeks, and then they use dams uh, for irrigation to control that water, both to for drainage in the spring, to get to move the water out of the fields once plowing, to get the machinery on the land. I've said before, I used to listen to my mom when I was a kid, and I'd hear my mom talking to the family in Saskatchewan and them saying, can't get on the land, because in Saskatchewan, Manitoba and Alberta, you got to wait till all that winter soaked in snow melt, which is so valuable. It has to sink far enough down so the tractors will be held on top of it firmly, and they're not as heavy as tanks. But in Ukraine, I think that much of it is handled through all these networks. So it just I'm just grieving about the loss not only of this season, but how much destruction it means for so many planting and harvesting seasons to come. So there really is a wickedness upon wickedness by Russia.
Yep, wickedness squared. I think that is a way to think about it. Chris, did you solve your audio problems?
Certainly hoping so. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Stuff. This is a bit left field, but sorry, I was tuning in early on to Twitter, and I've been following lots of accounts about Ukraine and stuff, and obviously about the dam and about the bursting of the dam. One of the things that's come up as a result of that is bodies of German soldiers who had obviously been killed in the rivers, Dnieper or whatever, now suddenly coming to the surface because the water level has gone down. And it just makes it stopped me up, I've got to say, quite effectively. It makes you think about the terrible waste of war. And I'm not going to say much more than that, because whatever side you're on, it's people, families, they lose their sons, their brothers, their husbands, it's awful. And it just brought me up short. I don't know if anybody has anything to say on the matter. But
well, I already talked about it. The video is extraordinary. If it was a photograph with a high definition camera, I'm sure it would have been something that might be on Time magazine or something like that as part of a feature about the futileness of war and how things 80 years coming up. It's a very moving shot, and it reminding us of this is what happens, right? People, 80 years ago, 82 or 83 years ago, lost their lives fighting a war in the same country, right? And just the genuine futility of it. There we are. Finally, they were going to put them to rest. As an ex-soldier, I was quite moved by it, because I was going, let's have him put to rest.
Yes, that was a remarkable video. I also saw it. These are Nazi soldiers from the Second World War, and now their remains are visible. Randy, welcome, and go ahead, please.
Yeah, did any of you guys see the pictures from Russia of people flying the flag upside down?
No, we've not seen this. And Randy, do you want to tell us?
Yeah, I'll try to put it up. Yeah, it was has there been some holiday or something recently in Russia? And everybody they showed, somebody drove down the street and all the Russian flags are upside down, which is a distress signal. So it was like a silent protest. I don't know if it was faked or not. It looked like real pictures, and I can't remember the source. But
Jason J. Smart.
Yes.
There's a video of driving down the street, and the video looks, I mean, it's fairly shaky, but there's a building, or it looks like a building site, or perhaps a demolition site, building site, and a selection of flags apparently flying upside down. I find this interesting. I have a little Twitter side account called Upside Down Flags, where I occasionally tweet out mostly British or European flags upside down. But this would be quite something if the people on this, I mean, the people responsible for the flagpoles on this site decided to go and do that. Interesting.
Yeah, and I started following Jason Smart after Chuck mentioned him a couple of days ago. Very, very good stuff from him. Anyway, I'll get off. That's a kind of a quiet way. I assume somebody in Russia might notice that, but we'll see how they do with their.
While I was looking for that, I found a video from late 2021 where Ukraine football fans at a match Ukraine were playing Bosnia. Ukraine fans turned a Russian flag upside down to insult Russia. However, the Bosnia fans thought the Ukraine fans were showing a Serbian flag and attacked them. So you've got to be careful with your Slav tricolor flags, because they're all anagrams of each other.
In Europe, yes. Okay, I'll get off. I'm looking forward to Chuck. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Randy. And David, I'm pleased to know that you will be with us at least for the first act of Chuck Farrer tonight.
I was going to say, I'm not leaving. I'm sticking here, Alan. You have to ask me. I'm not going, even if you ask me to leave. In fact, there you are.
Chuck is on his way up, and it's going to be really up to you, David and Chuck, as to where we begin tonight. Welcome, Chuck, and especially thanks for a special Sunday night edition of Bullet Points. We're joined by David Brookfield, military background, and a frogman like you. Welcome.
Alan, hello, David. I looks like I finally caught your train, brother, and I'm glad to be here tonight.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be here.
I knew we'd do it eventually, and this was a really amazing day to try to cover the Ukraine war, folks. This was one of those days when every time I put a map up, I got new information, and many thanks to the sources that I have. Many of them prefer to remain nameless, and I respect your privacy very much. And I thank you for the timely and breaking information. And for once or twice, I found myself a couple hours ahead of the information curve. And thank you to those anonymous folks that bring us the news.
Chuck, so much has been happening. I leave it to you to say, where do we want to start? Where maybe the best way to ask is, where is the Ukrainian advance moving fastest and most with most certainty and strength?
Wow, I think we might want to start in the western portions, in the Kamiansky City axis. And that is the town that lies south of Zaporizhzhia, folks, on the Dnipro Reservoir. It is along the M18 highway, which gloriously one day we'll see Ukrainian troops marching into Melitopol, and hopefully that'll be happening more sooner than later. And if we have that map up, development that has come in within the last couple hours, just west of the M18 highway, not much more than 2.5 kilometers, and maybe 3 kilometers south of Kamiansky, is the little town of Lhove. It is along a secondary route called the T0812, and that has it has been liberated by Ukrainian troops. The map went up earlier this morning. At that time, I reported that Ukrainian troops were in contact in the village, and that now has been taken. And if you're looking at the map, you can see that the two roads now converge at the intersection there. What is interesting about that is, as the Ukrainian forces can now advance to the west on the T0812, you can see that that's going to compel the Russian forces that are occupying the south bank there of the little bay that goes into Kamiansky. That is how you compel your enemy to leave. So I send out my sympathies and condolences to the Russian commander south of Kamiansky. I know that the Kremlin is telling you to stay. I invite you to stay so you can be safely in a prisoner of war camp in the next 48 hours. But if they do not move, they will be encircled, pinned against the coast, and militarily and expeditiously, they'll be out of the fight. Whether they choose to run away and fight another day or die in place, frankly, doesn't matter very much to me. But these are the sort of slow, incremental developments in the battle space that resonate tactically. So splendid job there. If we move to the west, to Novodanvilivka, there you can see a broad area of blue stripes. I got conflicting reports all day, but I understand that Ukrainian troops are in contact. A little village there, Nestoryanika, that opens the road to Merne. And again, you have developments there, and given the topography, this will also not provide any pleasant sleeping nights for the local Russian commander. So there's some good news here, and principally maneuvering against the M18 highway. That is the major road into Melitopol. So a splendid day for the Ukrainian armed forces out west.
So a carefully selected point of approach here by the Ukrainians, wouldn't you say, Chuck?
Yeah, absolutely. And choosing to develop, we talked about Ukraine's ability. They've adopted the Western ethos, and that is to devolve tactical authority down to your leading elements and your on-scene commanders. You can see we've got the 3 arrows spanning the whole map there. With the points of those arrows, each one of those local commanders having authority to push his operation forward and to develop any favorable conditions that evolve in front of him. And when you're now, I am a hidebound Russian commander on the other side of the 0 line. I cannot do anything unless I'm told to do it. If something develops in front of me that is favorable, I have to communicate that to higher command, get them to think it over, scratch their butts, and get back to me as to whether or not I can do it. So you can see, if you are fighting an enemy that can adapt his plan on the fly as quickly as possible and be allowed to develop favorable circumstances, we're going to see these advances continue. And this was all good news on this map, folks. But when we're going to move east, we're going to see that the news gets even better.
And by the way, this map is the second tweet in the nest. So, according to Thomas Tyner, Ukraine has been very conservative in the forces committed to these attacks. What do you see about that, Chuck? I mean, in other words, these are not 30 brigades driving down the throats of Russians. These are a few brigades.
Yeah, absolutely. If Russia were expecting the major blow to fall, it hasn't fallen yet anywhere on the battlefield. But when we get to Bakhmut, there's a little bit of information out there. But what we see again with Ukraine carefully developing the battle space, and they have not committed large maneuver elements yet to the fight. But what they are doing is engaging. We hear a lot about the Russian lines of defense. In many places, their developed forwardmost positions have been overwhelmed already. And you can have the perfectly laid defensive position with interlocking fields of fire, with appropriate overhead cover, with covered approaches for reinforcements and resupply of your forward deployed defensive elements. You can have all of that. It could have been laid out by Robert E. Lee. It could be as perfect as military science can make it. But if your soldiers are fed up, tired, hungry, and have been fed a diet of constant defeat for the last 8 months, they're not going to fight. They're just not going to do it, folks. And we're seeing it. And it is going to get worse when Russian forces are forced out of these defensive lines and they are out in open country. Things are going to get very difficult for them.
David, when you are looking at this map, as I say, the second tweet up in the nest, what stands out to you? What questions do you have for Chuck?
Well, I can't give you a question because guess what, Alan?
You can't see the nest.
I can't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly drop down and come back, and then I'll be able to see the nest. Oh,
David, I was also going to say I can DM you these maps.
Well, that would be wonderful, and you're such an amazing person, Alan. Thank you very much.
Me too, David. I was even thinking that, but Alan can. I don't want to DM you my personal photographs, David. Because remember what happened last time I did.
I know I published them.
Nobody wants to see what David saw, folks. Believe me, nobody wants to see that.
So, just on this map, Chuck, what developments would you expect overnight? Can Russia withdraw to a new defensive line, or do they have to fall way back?
There are some river valleys. Going down the M18 highway, there's a little town called Lizne. And between the coast, Lizne, and a town called Hrozove and Vesely. And folks, there must be 20 towns named Vesely in Ukraine. God bless them. But there is a water course there going almost perfectly west to east. And that would seem to me to be a likely place for Russia should it need to fall back. That would seem to be a likely place. I'd also point out that that is almost 6 kilometers to the rear of Lhove, which has fallen. I would expect Ukraine to actually press the attacks tonight. Certainly, nighttime is the time to move forces from the rear to the zero line. There are things you don't really want to do in daylight if you can help it. But interestingly enough, we are in the middle of what's supposed to be a week of overcast and rain. I like to operate in the rain, but mechanized forces don't. But infantrymen, again, we talk about that dark and stormy night, and those are good conditions to approach the enemy.
So should we continue to move east in the theater of operations? And that would, I believe, take us not to the third tweet, but to the fourth tweet, Velika Novosilka. So this is moving towards Vuhledar.
Absolutely. So, folks, this is moving west, maybe 15 or 20 kilometers, a little farther. I'm sorry, to the east of what we just talked about. Looking at this battle map, just off to the right, to the east, is Vuhledar. So we've got it's kind of a large town, maybe not a city. Veliki Novosilka. We can see the river course running to the south. Over the last 24 hours, Ukrainian forces have pushed down the TO-518 highway on either side of the river valley there. They have liberated the town of Blahodante, Makarivka, Starnomyansky. They are in contact at Urboziane, and there is fighting ongoing on the TO-518, pressing down to Zavatne Bazanya. Forward edge of the battle area is a little hard to determine, but this is a pretty good punch. Going back a little north, you can see the town. You can see the salient that sticks out up the water course to the northwest. There is one little town all by its lonesome there, Rivinopoli. It is literally at the end of a dead-end road. It is extremely likely that this position will fall, certainly within the next 48 hours. But I wouldn't be surprised if Russian commanders chose to evacuate it tonight. You can see that that Russian salient is surrounded on 3 sides. I would expect tonight, or by dawn tomorrow morning, should these Russian forces not evacuate their position tonight, they're going to get gobbled up. So their choices are right now flight or annihilation. And again, you can see that maneuvering positions, success to the east of Rivinopol, it uncovers that place. So maneuvering around a target will have a big effect. There is no place for those Russian troops to go. In fact, it might be too late already for them to do anything about, about holding that position. Again, you have a top-down Russian command and ridiculous orders like not one step backwards. And that you want to fight an enemy like that. You want to fight someone who is so hidebound, so dogmatic, so political in their orders that it absolutely interferes with the tactical conduct of the war. Any Western commander looking at this military situation on this map would be on the radio and telling the people in Rivnopol to evacuate immediately.
So this looks pretty complicated to me. The Ukrainian forces are moving parallel to one another on both banks of this small river. And David, I think you mentioned to me that this is the river where Russians also blew a small dam. It's nothing like the Dnipro, obviously. I mean, this is it's a small winding river. Ukrainian forces on both banks of it. Doesn't that complicate advancing for the Ukrainian force?
Oh, me, right. So, well, all depends, right? So I'm struggling to find the map at the moment, Alan. But all depends on what they're trying to do. If we're talking about the one that I previously looked at, which is going sort of the river is generally going north to south, but in a meandering way, is that the one?
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah. And so you've got Russian troops on the east or the right hand side, on the left hand side as you look at it, it's going down. So but on the east side, and then you've got Ukrainians on the west, right? And so by blowing that dam, all they've done is close themselves off from being able to do something. Hang on, Alan, give me a moment. Let me look at that picture. 1 second.
Okay,
Yeah.
I DM'd you all those maps, but Chuck, is this a pretty complicated maneuver?
Yeah, the dam is just off the south of the map, folks. Again, what I mean by a fast-moving map day is I have to hit a source that has topographic maps, and I zoom in and get them, and I actually have to mosaic them all together. And by the time I got this map up, I got information that the Russians had blown a dam at the very bottom of the map there at the TO518, Klyuchove. The Russians had blown a dam there with a smallish sort of reservoir, but they had deliberately blown the dikes there. What's interesting about that move to me is there are still Russian forces to the north of the inundated area. So that either tells me that the dam was blown in the rear of the Russian forces to encourage them to greater efforts against their Ukrainian foes, or that Russia has planned and perhaps is likely to retreat off the bottom of the map tonight. So it's one of those two facts. And if you can imagine how idiotic it would be to blow a dam in the rear of your own forces. So not only do you close off their maneuver options, but you have closed off your own ability to reinforce or resupply those forces. You know what? Besides walking up and down the squad and shooting everybody in the foot, I don't know how much more self-defeating you could possibly be. But there it is. It happened.
And so Russian military bloggers have concentrated on the town just north of Klyuchove, Staromilonivka, I'll call it. They claim if this town falls, then this part of the Russian defense also falls. What makes that town so important?
Well, it is you can see the TO518, of course, going down from the north, and the local east-west road, of course, above it, the TO509. That's out of play for the Russians because the Ukrainians control that. But the O series road that goes in there, the 0532. So, you know, we often talk about how Bakhmut had no tactical validity because of the disposition of the roads. Here we can see a road junction. Staro Mlina Vika. Thank you, Alan. That's why I didn't laugh while you were mispronouncing it, because I was just going to do that. But that road intersection there, folks, is vital. I'm not sure that the Russians will, in fact, evacuate if that town falls. They should, however, because there is no way to resupply anything to the north of it, and it would likely unhinge that portion of Russia's defenses. So going back up to the poor Russians tonight that are occupying Rivnopil, you can see what a ridiculous situation they are in. There is literally one road out of town, and the Ukrainians are across it. And they are also across the river that you would have to, they're in possession of the river valley that you presumably would have to utilize to get back to your own forces. So this is an example of Ukraine really pushing hard on a very important axis. So this attack vector south from Vilka, Novosilka, this was a punch that they have obviously been considering for a long time, because this leapfrogging capture of these towns, starting at Blahodante and all the way down, they tripped and good on them. And should Staromola Livinka fall tonight, we'll see what the Russians do. They, as in the Battle of Liman, they always overplay their hand. And by failing, to do the right thing, when intersections are taken, they often cling to unsupportable positions that are now uncovered, and they stay there. And as a result, they lose the vehicles, the men, the material, the weapons, the artillery, everything that they could have saved if they simply faced the facts and maneuvered in a retrograde fashion, retreated, withdrawn when they could, but they continually fail to do so.
Do you think that Ukraine has identified specific objectives here on this axis, moving south from Velika, Novosilka? Once achieving those objectives, maybe it is taking all the towns south to Kliuchove. Will Ukraine pause, see what has been accomplished and what the Russian response has been?
I'm not giving any pending maneuvers away, but I think if I were a Russian in the town of Volodine, I would expect tonight, boys, you're going to get your ass kicked tonight. There will likely be a major Ukrainian thrust at that town, which would, whether or not Starno-Melnivinka falls or not, an attack on Volodine, you can see, Alan, how that would pinch off that entire salient. And again, the Russians do these stupid things. So going back to poor, lonely Rivnopil, just like Liman, the Russians will seemingly and chaotically hold on to these isolated, cut off positions. But in this case, were I a Ukrainian commander, I would just bypass them. That just bypass them. They're surrounded on three sides. You can see they're surrounded by open fields. Those grid square-like sections, those are farm plots, and they are bordered by little bands of trees as windbreaks. So there's no place out of there. If you want out of that town, you're going to have to travel in the open, and that's lethal. But two places to watch tonight: Volodanye and Starvo Milivinka. And I think we're going to have a good result in the morning.
So David is having a little trouble opening the maps. While he continues to figure that out, let's go to Lexicon. Lexicon?
Yep, I'm here. Yes, thanks so much. So then I'm trying to understand from what you've told us in the past how to see this. Maybe on your map here, we're looking at the work of 24 hours or something, Chuck. And
yeah, this is maybe 36 because
okay. And then are we to understand that these broad arrows are like these combat assault battalions or groups that are coming down here, able to punch through, and that there is at least a second group, like is it incorporated in them, or is this additional forces that kind of along their two sides, either side, are coming to be able to clean up what's left, to say seize the guys if they surrender in what's his place below, what's his place there that we were just talking about, Rivnopil tonight. There are these next groups that come in and do that work, to ultimately be followed by the third groups of the volunteer, whatever. Anyway, the ones that take over and hold and assure logistics. Is that what I'm understanding, or is it some other? How would you explain those three groupings that you told us about, who do this work of advancing?
Yeah, it's whenever you've got an armed force and you're conducting maneuver warfare, I use this example all the time, but think of an electric lawnmower, right? You got the lawnmower and it's out front cutting the grass, but it can't cut the grass unless that power cord is plugged in. So what this means is 36 hours ago, because I don't think Ukraine has been reporting quickly. In fact, they have their operational security. We honor that as much as possible. They took Blahodante. The Russian forces started to fall back down the TO518 highway. I am certain that this is the way it went. Tactical commander who had just taken Blahodante gets on the radio, says, "Boss, they're running like hell," and the boss says, "Press them." So when you get an army, when you get an enemy and he's falling back, that's how you get annihilated. When you are trying to deal with both movement and maintaining contact with the enemy, or trying to break contact with the enemy and he won't cooperate, that's how you get in big trouble. So because this unfolded over the course of, I think Blahodante probably fell or was in contact 36 hours ago. Basically throughout the day, about every 5 hours, I was getting reports that we're in Marikavinka, we're in Starvion Vanaski. So you can see the leapfrogs in those, as this moved forward.
Right.
As the forward elements were communicating to higher command, the Russians are retreating. Commanding general, in this course, probably lieutenant colonel, battalion level command, he's committing more forces, right? So it's prisoners and equipment to the rear, but he's telling his forward elements, maintain contact with the enemy, keep pressing. So I expect somewhere between Staromlevika on near the bottom of the map, the Russians probably then started to turn themselves around. But that means they retreated almost 10 kilometers, 6 miles in the course of a day. That's a pretty good day's work for an infantryman. And, you know, this hypothesis of mine is reinforced by the fact that, you know, we've got multiple reports that say the Russians then blew the dam at Klayuchove. And that makes total sense. That the Russians were, you know, hoping to stop the Ukrainian armed forces somewhere at the bottom of this map. So, you know, this coming morning, about 5 o'clock in the morning, I'll get back on the topo maps and I'll add 6 more kilometers to the bottom of this map. But should the Ukrainians take the junction of the O series 0532 and the TO518, I think there's this entire everything to the west side of this map is likely going to fall into Ukrainian hands. And that would be this would probably be the most important gain that Ukraine has made in the course of the offensive to date. So should that happen, and this all might develop tomorrow, maybe by tomorrow morning, but we'll see. This would be their most important gain, I think, thus far.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Lexicon. On to Gregory for another question here. Gregory, are you with us?
You know, they always get you when you go into the kitchen to get something to eat and you got your hand up.
Oh boy, yeah, no. I am not eating, everybody. I'm drinking crystal clear pure water, alcohol free this weekend. You know, trying to cut back from my 100 kilo. I sort of crossed the 100 kilo line, so that's where my defensive forces come into play. And speaking of which, actually, Chuck, I had a question, and I kind of put it. If you refresh your map, I've kind of put it on Twitter. Your map tweet, if you have that up. But basically, there's this wonderful person who's, you know, claims to use some open source intel and has mapped out Russian heavy fortifications that are, you know, available from satellite imagery. And what I was going to ask you, Chuck, and this is a tactical question. I've got other questions too, but just, you know, why would the Russians, given that there are so few roads that go from east to west across this whole region, you know, so that's why if this Staromilnivka falls, that, you know, they lose a major east-west route. Everybody in the west is only a couple more big roads that are left. I mean, there's little ones too, but it makes it very hard to supply across east to west there. So, given its importance, why do they build their heavy fortifications south of Staromilnivka?
Wow. I had an intel guy I used to work with, and he used to say, I can tell you what, but why is unattainable.
All right.
You know what? I don't know, because, you know, we talked about that though before, that it wasn't, in some places the Russians built beautifully crafted and beautifully laid out defensive works. But I looked in the rear, and it was just like you were saying. They would build these perfect defensive positions where there were no north and south roads, or they'd build 3 or 4 strong points where there were no east and west roads to connect them. So your observation is right on.
Oh, all right, Chuck. That's you know, interesting. We'll see what happens if and when the Staromilnivka is liberated. Yeah, another question I had for you, and is related to sort of this overall, you know, situation, and you know, I basically have been wondering what happens to armies in retreat? I actually looked at this great army website. It had a wonderful history of all kinds of different battles of people retreating. But this is not something that is, that doesn't seem like it's as widely studied as how to win. It seems like there's all different types of things can happen as military collapses. So, where does Russia go from here? What happens? Are they going to all run to Crimea quickly? Is it time to surrender? What is this Russian military likely to do? Will commanders surrender on the ground rather, or are they going to stand and fight? Any thoughts on that? I know you can't predict the future, obviously, but just curious what you think.
You know, there is the concept of defense in depth, and that is where you will have defensive lines, and and those are ideally where you would hope that you can plan to fight the enemy. But if you are a ground force commander, you've always got a plan for the worst case contingency. So for example, the Russians, they wanted to fight south of Blahodante. That that's well, they wanted to fight in Blahodante. But what they should be doing, what they should have done, and what every local company level commander on the Russian zero line should have been thinking, as any competent platoon or company commander in the West would think, here's the area I'm assigned. What am I going to do when I get overrun? And that's the sort of planning that should have been carried out basically in 100-meter increments. If I get dislodged here, where's the next place that I can make a stand? Where's the next place? And not just identifying them on the map, but in the months before this, this Ukrainian offensive happened, you've got some spare time. You put guys on that hill 100 yards behind you, and they dig rifle pits, and then repeat the process 100 yards back from that, and 100 yards back from that. And you look at the communications in your rear, and the day you got to that new assignment, you should look around and you should say, something, Sergeant Major, there are no roads leading east and west from here. How are we going to be supported, by our next door neighbors? Furthermore, how are we going to go to their aid if they're attacked? And it just doesn't seem like this is what the Russians have done. And that is just fundamental, basic military malpractice. Absolutely malpractice. And the gains we saw today down the TO5-18, they shouldn't have happened. Those villages should not have dominoed. And sometimes it really comes back down to this. You've got a unit in flight in front of you. Somebody roars down the TO-18 highway, gets to an intersection, stands on the hood of their Jeep and says, stop, turn around and face the enemy. But again, panic, retreat, and we've talked a long time about Russian forces being brittle, meaning you hit them and they break. And this is the classic example of what a brittle force would do. 1, 2, 3, 4 villages in the course of 24 hours.
Really interesting, because this is Hanna Malar doesn't say much from the Ukraine Ministry of Defense, but she came out today and talked specifically about what you were talking about, the Blagodatne and the Makarivka, that both of those were liberated today.
Yeah, and they are, what everybody sees on the maps, I usually have got 1 or 2 cooking, and because it takes a lot to get these out, and I have to sort of plan ahead. And I've been honoring as much as I can their operational, their OPSEC requirements. So I look very quickly for any confirmation from the Ukrainian forces. I get it from my sources. I kind of triangulate it, and I've been holding back until I hear some acknowledgement from official sources. But let's watch everybody Volodanye tonight. And the city, I'm going to learn how to, the town, I'm going to learn how to pronounce Staromelinkava there at the bottom.
Chuck, I think you're getting closer every time you try that.
I like the little phony Ukrainian accent I throw in there too.
It's very, very nice. We have seen some small groups of Russian soldiers taken prisoner today. It looks like maybe even a larger group in Rivnopol, Rivnopil will be at risk of that tonight. And if I have my Ukrainian map solidly in my brain here, Chuck, just off this map to the east, so to the east going down the TO509 highway, we would come to Vuhledar, right?
Absolutely. This is cartographic malpractice, folks. If I had just changed the scale here a little bit, but it's funny when I go one more click out, we start to lose the topographic details. But Alan is right. Just off to the east, off to the right of this map is Vuhledar.
So it's interesting. I mean, these first two maps we've looked at are about the farthest west on the line of engagement we've looked at. And we've been concentrating on Bakhmut, of course. Does what is happening here make Bakhmut less important now? And the next two maps in the nest, by the way, are Bakhmut.
Yeah, and this is the beauty. Again, we talk about this all the time, and our listeners know Ukraine has the interior lines of communication. So they are standing inside the circle. Russians who, it is Russia that continues and chooses and for some political reason needs to fight in Bakhmut. So that is still the center of gravity of Russian effort in this war. They have to rob Peter to pay Paul. So there are probably troops, well, actually, when we get to Bakhmut and talk about it, maybe not Bakhmut, but they're being withdrawn from other places, and they have to go all the way around the clock, right? They have to go from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, all the way around the clock face to get into this Western, this Western effort. And we talked about defense in depth, and we talked about this triumph, today down the TO518 highway. What's the big game here? The big game is between the TO518 and the major highway, the M18 down to Melitopol. I want to look at what's 100 yards behind me, 200, 300, 400 yards. Those Russian defensive lines they're inadequate. They're 3 defensive lines. They're too close together. They've taken very limited defensive precautions south of that area. And what is inevitably going to happen is that Ukraine is right now, they are penetrating the first lines of defense. They are operating against the second lines of defense. Per force, their third lines of defense are not going to be as well thought out as they're going to be more expedient. They're going to be more slapdash. And once those 3 lines are engaged, it's going to be catch as catch can south of there. And that kind of fighting is always going to favor the Ukrainians, who don't have to wait for orders, who are tactically authorized to pursue advantageous circumstances in their front. Basically, never ask permission, just ask forgiveness. and they are going to press the Russians. And we're going to see more things like we saw today.
So I think we should move to Bakhmut. It's not less important to answer my own question, but what strikes me as really important in Bakhmut is it looks like Ukraine is across the M03, and this is the primary supply route into Bakhmut from the north, so from Kremna. What, I mean, my God, the map in Bakhmut, Chuck, has changed dramatically.
It has, and principally in the north. And so, folks, you see those areas of blue stripes. Now, we can't say that those are in the hands of under Ukrainian control. But what we can say is there are numerous contact reports in those striped areas, right? So we know that Ukraine has pressed forward in those areas. You know, why are they making more progress in the north than the south? Well, this was previously held by Wagner, and you remember the conveyor belt of cannon fodder that went towards the Ukrainian lines every morning. That was how Wagner fought. You know, I get 200 convicts every morning, and I send them forward. Ukraine marks their own targets, then I shell them. So with Wagner forces pulled out, MOD forces now assuming those Wagner positions, they don't have 200 convicts to throw forward. They have to do the fighting themselves. And, you know, Alan and I talked about this at the time, that we would see a change in how the war was fought up there, that these MOD units couldn't do what Wagner did. And we're seeing the advances up there. You know, if this were a conventional army and there had been a turnover, I would expect, you know, the new soldiers, the new commanders, you can't know every detail of the terrain. You don't know the operating. You just don't know it as well. But, you know, the effects of learning the ropes have been made even worse because they couldn't fight the way Wagner fought. So what is really going to be interesting here, Soledar now becomes an important target. The Russians have moved a lot of their logistics and ammunition storage into the mine complexes there in Soledar. And they've done that because it's probably the safest place in Ukraine, right? Every other ammunition, fuel storage area, command node they have in the country is vulnerable to HIMARS strikes, vulnerable to long-range precision munitions, JDAMs, small diameter bombs, you name it. The only place you're going to be safe from that are in mine galleries in Soledar. So what was interesting before, and when Soledar was falling, you know, I meant every word when I said, you know, Soledar was not important. It was not important to taking Bakhmut, and it was not important to Russian forces attempting to advance to the west. You know, things don't always work in reverse. You would think that I would now say, well, Soledar isn't really that important, but it is important if you're going east. So there's a lot of call-outs on the map. It makes it a little hard to see. But Soledar itself is sort of in a valley. And the Ukrainian forces that are advancing to the north are now in position to occupy some of the higher ground overlooking Soledar. They're in a position right now that threatens Soledar. Interestingly, that's exactly how the Russians took Soledar several months ago. They were able to attack north of Soledar. When they took the high ground there, above Soledar, the writing was on the wall that Soledar is going to fall. Okay, looking to the east of Soledar, you can see the it's a T series highway, T1302, Yakovlivka, and then south of it, Bakhmutsky. And Bakhmutsky is the key to Soledar. And when Bakhmutsky is taken, and it will be, the Russian forces in Soledar, their days are numbered. And again, I expect them to hold out. Holdout's not the right word. Holdout somehow implies that something heroic and brave and important is going on. Let's call it what it is. They'll be stranded there because the bosses will not give them permission to do the militarily viable thing. But when Bakhmutsky falls, you can see that that will threaten the logistical supply of Bakhmut. So what was not important or tactically important for the Russians when they were going west, for Ukrainian forces going east, these gains would be extremely important. And everything that brings Ukraine closer to the H-32, everything that allows them to get to the east of Bakhmut, including attacks on Krasnohora, including getting across the Bakhmutka River to the north of Bakhmut. These are important gains. And especially they are important because Russia is determined to stay in Bakhmut.
Chuck, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
So we know that between 7,000 and 5,000 have left Kherson, right? Call it 5. So you would normally think that it would make sense that they would have pushed those troops through to Melitopol. Do you think that because they are stealing from Peter to pay Paul, do you think they've pushed them, carried on all the way up to northeast and putting them into Bakhmut as well?
Wow, they might. Russia expended so much to take Bakhmut, and it's their only victory. I never understood why Russia couldn't see through that. They've expended 40,000 men to take Bakhmut, and it never was going to do them any good. I expect them to just keep pumping people into Bakhmut. And I said this before, what would really scare me is if Russia pulled out of Bakhmut and established a new defensive line, say somewhere around Popsna. And that would scare me for a couple of reasons. That would realign their defensive lines. It would make them easier for them to hold, and it would free up more troops for them to deploy to the west, and more troops to fight the battles around Melitopol. But I think Ukraine is doing this masterful sort of balancing act here, and they're fighting what Muhammad Ali called the rope-a-dope, right? I think they're going to put just enough effort into Bakhmut to make sure that Russia remains committed to this feudal area of operation. That's all I can guess, because David, I cannot for the life of me understand why Russia is battling so hard for Bakhmut. I've never understood it.
Doesn't make sense. It's all sunk cost, isn't it? It's like the gambler who's continually throwing and hoping that things are going to change, and they're not. And as you said, if they went back to Popasna, they bring all those troops and they bring the material back, and suddenly there's I mean, if they did it, a sensible defensive position, isn't there, right? And those troops that are all over Bakhmut would be providing a lot of cover, right? But they're just spread over a much bigger area. It doesn't make much sense at all.
No,
But
and it, you might even argue that, it would be a masterstroke for Russia to sort of plan Severodonetsk in reverse. Feign a retreat from Bakhmut, lure the Ukrainian forces forward, and then hit them. But I know they won't do that. And I know they're getting these ridiculous orders from the Kremlin. Things like not one step backwards, not, every crazy military dictator order we've ever heard in the last bloody 100 years of human conflict. That's the way Putin's fighting this war. And that's why he's going to lose it, folks.
Yeah, apparently Putin is speaking with Stalin every single night. Chuck, what do we know about Russian airstrikes anywhere along the line of engagement? Increasing, about the same? Because this is the Russian air power, and whether or not they throw the Air Force into this battle, that is one of the gravest risks of Ukrainian advancing.
Yeah, they over the last, the official reporting is about 24 to 36 hours old, but they conducted missile and drone strikes all over the country yesterday and today. So, combination of Shaheeds, cruise missiles, and apparently at least one Iskander short-range ballistic missile. On the 9th, they fired 6 KH-101s. That's also the KH-55 cruise missiles, another ballistic missile, cruise missiles, drones, another 8. So what is that? 32 cruise missiles. They've increased their tactical air strikes, aviation strike missions, close air support, especially in the West. They have flown a number of I don't know. I think is about upwards of 40 aviation strike missions. And during this same period, what is the number? I think it's on the Bakhmut slide. And that was 15 aviation strike missions for Ukraine. And that has traditionally been the ratio, with Russia flying about 4 times as many close air and aviation strike missions than Ukraine. But it's David versus Goliath, and even at 4-1, I'm still astounded and impressed with the Ukrainian Air Force. So it's not just that they fly one mission for every 4 Russian missions. I would also say this: given the air defense and tactical and electronic warfare situation, it is literally 4 times as hard for Ukraine to launch an aviation strike mission as it is for Russia, but they're still doing it. And what's also extremely impressive to me, at least 20% of every daily sortie package for the Ukrainian Air Force, 1 mission in 4 is still suppression of enemy air defense, where you've got a Mega or Sukhoi fighter, and they're slinging a high-speed anti-radiation missile, which is targeting Russian air defense. And within the last 36 hours, they've hit 3 Russian air defense systems, and at least one of those was a short to intermediate range Buk launcher. So they are hitting quality air defense targets, and that, good on them. Good on them.
We've also seen some reports of increased Ukrainian partisan sabotage. Rail lines in Crimea and in the Zaporizhia Oblast were attacked. I understand the rail line in Crimea has already been repaired, but have you seen increased partisan activity behind the lines here?
Yeah, we are. We are still. I'm glad you brought that up. The rail line south of Melitopol was struck today, and also, as you mentioned, a target in Crimea. Here's the interesting thing to me. We don't know exactly where on the rail line the partisans struck. And if you just blow a section of rail line, it can often be repaired in a matter of hours. And if you're special operations forces and I get an order to interdict a rail line, to hit it, the question I always ask who's ever given me those orders, you always ask, how long do you want the rail line to be inoperable? Because that will determine where I'm going to hit it. So, for example, if they say, I need the rail line out for 24 hours. Okay, well, I'm going to probably have to hit some switching equipment or a culvert. So these can be pretty, not necessarily gigantic demolition jobs. But if you tell me, look, I need it out for 3 or 4 days, or I need it out for a week, or I need it out for a month, well, obviously I'm going to have to blow a larger sort of bridge or whatever, which requires not only more demolition on the target, requires more planning. Because what I want to do is show up on a target. I want to absolutely limit my time on target. So if I'm hitting, for example, a culvert, I've got to get a really good look at how big the span is. We're talking a culvert, so this is maybe just track that goes over a little creek. But I've got to do the charge calculations for what we call the bridge piers. Those are the up and down supports, and of course the spans. And what we do is we build the charges before we go. So ideally, I'd get a partisan unit and I task them to go take pictures of this span. Every picture they could possibly take. Those are done with a scale. Then I can build the charges to go on these things, so that when I send my unit in, we can get there, slap the charges on, and we're talking minutes, and get off the target and detonate it and blow it up. So given that the Crimean target was, apparently already fixed up, so that it tells me it was probably just an expedient kind of attack. I won't go into it, but if you're just blowing railroad sections, all you need's enough plastic explosive to put in a couple of lunch boxes. That's not very much, and you can blow that section of track. That's also easy to repair. But what is important is, in the Crimean attack, is the fact that it occurred in Crimea. And, an attack like that means that hundreds of Russian soldiers are going to be diverted from mainland Ukraine, and they're going to be kept in Crimea to secure those lines of communication and supply. So that attack, although tactically sort of, insignificant, the second order effect of that is that now Russian forces are going to be diverted to secure the lines of communication and supply. And in war, railroads are the most important, because it's the only means of transportation, other than amphibious landing ships, which aren't in play here. But you can put battalions on a train, and they can go from point A to point B, arrive completely intact, and get to work. Okay, so we get up to the attack that was south of Melitopol. Again, I don't know what they hit. I'm assuming you're looking for switching yards, you're looking for culverts, etc. But regardless, that attack has the same second order effect, that Russia is now going to be forced to divert troops to secure its lines of communication and supply. They must do that because you can, these partisans, if I just keep popping 100-yard sections of the track constantly, if I do that 3 or 4 times a night over the course of 100 miles of track, it paralyzes the rail system. The only thing that'll stop that is patrolling the lines of communication. So these attacks are so important, but around Melitopol, it is bandit country for the Russians. And that is because special operations forces and partisans have been operating there for months. And that's important.
So, if I may, I'll add to this a little bit, Chuck. So, in my times in the province, right? So, when we would spend, I mean, it would be days going up and down the routes between places like Crossmaglen, Armagh, and the rest of it to make sure you got a safe route. So, this is what they're using in Crimea. They have their logistics routes, and as you said, culverts. Well, they'll be, because we know that Ukraine is littered with these small little bridges, culverts. So you'll have people who are just going up and down that road, desperately trying to find something. Oh, and guess what? Right? If you are, because this is real partisan stuff. So you don't just, you might put a culvert bomb in, but you know what I would be doing I'd be putting in AP mines around the areas where they may be finding those culverts. I'd be looking to take out those troops at the same time, right? And there we are. Suddenly, as you said, you've tied up a huge number of people, and these things, when you're trying to ensure that your logistics chain is safe, it just takes so many people, because you've got infantry looking after the people who are doing the search people who are doing along, and you can't do this at running speed. This is all really, really slow stuff, right? You might do 10 miles in a day if you were lucky, and that's if you knew what the route was, right? Because you have to look for everything. And worse still, back in my day, right, most of the remote control, and by the way, everyone here, not always is remote control a radio or something. It just might be 2 cables. Back in the 1980s, it was most likely to be cables, but now you've got so many other things. It could be a mobile phone, it could be anything, it could be an app, whatever it is, and you're looking for something that's what? Right, yeah. No, it's extraordinary amount of effort, and they'll be really worried because they're desperate to get these supplies through. And that's the really important thing. When you're desperate to get supplies through, and you've got your commanding officer pushing you to say, you have to get these supplies through, guess what? What do people do when they're under pressure, Chuck?
They pretend they're getting the supplies.
What they do is they're under pressure, they make mistakes, and one of those mistakes, because they're Russians, is probably they just may find a little hole for themselves and drink themselves silly and tell everyone they did it when they hadn't.
Absolutely. And this is when you were talking about Armagh, I can absolutely imagine the pressure you were under there. And this is going to sound astounding, but when I was a college student, I was in Ireland and I was in Armagh, and it just never lost me that I was being treated well, but the hills had eyes for the British soldiers, and it was an extraordinarily tense situation, and that is exactly what's going on for the Russians in Melitopol.
So, Chuck, do we know if Ukraine has overrun some of these notorious fortifications that Russia built? And secondly, what about getting across minefields? You, David, and I are going to take a look at the very first tweet in the nest because there are a lot of questions about uh, this photographic sequence, and it's a sequence of stills that supposedly shows the destruction of mine clearing vehicles. But what reports do we have of Ukraine encountering these Russian fortifications?
You know, I I am not as much up on that. I'm just trying to find out where they were. But Axel had indicated to me that you guys had worked a little bit on this earlier. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Well, yes. I looked at the first image, which is in the picture is the top left, and so when I looked at it, I immediately laughed, right? Because I'm going, well, I'm seeing all these vehicles in there that are all at odd angles. That and the first bit I thought was, this is, if anything, it's staged, right? And they just really odd, because we know that these these mine clearance things, they're really heavy stuff, right? But all of them seem to be at odd angles, right? The sort of angle that maybe a graphic artist might think that they should be at if they've hit a mine, right? But half the time, a tank hits a mine, if you haven't had a turret toss, all you do is you've lost a bit of a track, but they don't look as if they're sideways. And then so there's a whole list of things. Firstly, right, why are they even there? Tanks. So why are you even clearing this other part? I mean, it's just, there's so many pieces. But when you look at the tracks where the mine clearance vehicles have gone, so if you look at that mud is compacted. That's the sort of thing you get from wheeled vehicles, not track vehicles. What you get from track vehicles is the track on the right hand side, right? If you have, and there's three really heavy track vehicles had driven down that would all be churned up like nobody's business. It's just, I mean, I was just astonished that someone who's supposed to have been supposed to have been an analyst had even posted it without even looking at it properly. And the image we've got is much compressed and gone through JPEG processing and the rest of it, so you don't see a knot, but it's just really odd. And then you look at, so I think the top on the left, the vehicle on the left, you can see a reflection in it. Why have we got the reflection at this point? So many things, just odd, and more odd.
And this is the second tweet in the nest, everyone. The second tweet in the nest. Take a look at it.
And David, you know what I noticed? The alleged zigzagging pattern of a mine clearing tank. Who drives it? Who does that? What good does a zigzag cleared path through a minefield mean, except that you're literally going to have to travel twice the distance to get, to go 100 yards, you've got to go 150 zigzagging. That made absolutely no sense to me. David, I think you pulled a Chuck on your mic there.
David, we lost your audio. Try again.
I double tapped.
That's why I called it a Chuck.
Exactly. Yeah, no. So and guess what? The track on the right is straight, because that's what you do. Why would you, as Chuck says, do a zigzaggy route? But that route is exactly what if you had a whole load of wheeled vehicles who were going through and they knew sort of what was safe, and they would do, because people driving wheel vehicles tend to go, well, I'm going to avoid that bump over there. But people in tanks don't do it. They just drive over everything. Right? So, yeah, straight line, that would be the thing that you might be seeing cleared, not those vehicles. It's just, everything about it is just wrong.
David, Yehuda is here to save you from driving that zigzag track. Welcome, Yehuda.
Thanks so much. I wish I was here to save David, but I will just listen. I am currently indisposed, Alan, but I thank you.
But not disposable, but indisposed, folks.
Right. It means I'm at the store in Latin, I think.
Okay, brother. It's good to hear you, however briefly.
Thank you so much. No, definitely a lot of good, important news about updates about what's going on in our favorite part of Ukraine, and that's the most recently liberated part. That's what I think, Chuck.
Absolutely, major progress in the West and significant progress in Bakhmut. Just an amazing day. And, for me as a mapper, today was one of the busiest days I've had since the defeat of the Russian effort against Kyiv, when the Russian forces were in such headlong defeat that after, one whole 24-hour day trying to keep up with them, I had to sort of give up. And I'm looking forward to that kind of breakthrough coming up.
It's kind of like how the Russians fight. They just give up eventually. I mean, we're looking at major withdrawals all along that salient in Donetsk. And frankly, we haven't even seen the real main effort of the Ukrainian counteroffensive. We haven't seen those mass fires neutralize, fix, destroy, suppress enemy defensive battle positions that are more heavily fortified. We haven't seen that yet, but I suspect we will. And I think if the Russians on Telegram are quite cross, that's upset in British English. If they're quite upset about the Ukrainian advances, the night's still young. I think they give it a couple of days. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think this. Let's see what time it is. It's a little past 3 a.m. I think this is going to be a big night, and it's going to be just as big a morning.
Chuck, we don't have a criminal map. Is there anything happening? So this is north of Bakhmut, northwest of Bakhmut, up towards Kremena, Svatove. Another possible line of engagement up there?
I had such a torrent of reportage from the West today. I kind of took my eye off the ball in Svatove. There was some fighting south of Kremena around Biliohorvika, and there was also reporting from Ukraine itself saying that there was fighting to the west of Dibrova, which is a little town. It is just southwest of Kremena. We talk a lot about Russian lack of ingenuity, lack of creativity, and this sort of extremely fatal combat behavior, which is attacking the same position across the same ground on the same axis again and again and again. And that is what happened again today, south of Biliohorvika, an otherwise absolutely inconsequential place on the battlefield. It is south of Kremena and across the Severodonetsk River. And Russia does not give up trying to take this place. And I can only imagine what the ground looks like to the east of this place.
Chuck, I got to ask you something. Sorry, for the audience's sake. If the Ukrainians cut Donetsk in half, would you think they would sever Donetsk?
Oh my God!
Right.
This is our dad joke H-bomb, folks. One day we're just going to drop Yehuda on the
Did you
enemy,
get that?
and he will destroy them.
Did everyone get that? Do you get Severodonetsk? Cut it in half. It's a city to take. It's a city to liberate. It's perfect for this. Anyway, but and Chuck, you know what else? We have some of our Polish friends listening. You might know a couple of them. I want him to know that just rest assured, if he's not listening to Russian Telegram, we are. Apparently, half of the Polish army is in Ukraine fighting Russia. So thanks to our Polish friends in the military who are fighting, and actually they're, I'm sure they'd love to be, but they're not. But it is Russian propaganda. Literally, they believe the half the Polish army is beating them in Ukraine. You know what? I'm sure the Poles will take the wins where they can. I am pretty sure that that's untrue. It's the Ukrainian army doing it. But I did want to tip the hat to many of our Polish listeners up late at night and welcome. Thanks so much, Chuck. Sorry to interrupt you. I couldn't. Every time you say Severodonetsk, and then I think about a counteroffensive, it's like I have no filter. It's like geographical Tourette's. I gotta say it.
That's okay, my brother. That's why I love you. You have no filter.
Amen.
And that joke never gets old, Yehuda.
It doesn't. It's almost like it gets better with age. That's what I think. I think that Alan's invited me to use that joke as much as I can. Thank you, Alan.
Yes, we'll expect it 6 times tomorrow. We have Will with his hand up. And then I also want to be sure, Chuck, that you and I look at the coming schedule next week, because you and Mick Ryan are going to be here together on Tuesday. But first, to Will.
Yeah, wasn't Yehuda indisposed? Wasn't he busy? So Chuck, I'm just going to give you a little wind up on language here, because we're not going to allow you to work in the Staromilnivka area until you can learn how to say Svatova, not Savatova, Svatova, and Bilahorivka. Now I'm just winding
crushing it.
Svatove.
Hold my feet to the fire. Hold my feet to the fire, because it's terrible, and I know it bothers people. I'm sorry.
It doesn't. It actually adds to your authenticity, because you don't come in and get the language. We're trying to get it exactly perfect. But the best thing you do is, once you get stuck on a bad pronunciation, you stick with it, baby.
That's it, baby.
But now I have a serious question for you about Bilahorivka, because Bilahorivka has been a feature of the Russian attempt to cross that river, the Severodonetsk, so many times, right? The big armor, after they finally took Severodonetsk and Lyshansk, they moved and tried to cross that river, and they had a horrendous river crossing loss. It was the first big, it looked like Vuhledar, if you remember the videos, for folks listening. And at this point, I understood, strategically or tactically, why they might want to continue doing that if they were going to stay on the advance and hope to advance to Kramatorsk, and could also make the gains up in Kremina that they needed to from that axis. But at this point, what purpose could crossing and holding any territory across the Severodonetsk at Bilahorivka possibly give the Russians at this? I mean, is this like a robot? When this war ends, everybody else is going to surrender, and these guys are still going to be trying to take Bilahorivka? Or do you see any advantage at all for them trying to get a bridgehead there?
No, I don't. And you're right. This is the vicinity of that tremendous, crushing defeat of Russia trying to cross the Severodonetsk River. A defeat that was so epic that the United States Army studied it in detail to make sure, and went about the training and doctrine command of the United States Army, making sure that that their own river crossing doctrine would not permit that sort of debacle to happen to the United States Army. It's almost like these local units who are still there are being punished by Moscow for that defeat, and they are forced to repeat this over and over again. But to make it even more hard to understand, the attacks that are going on against Bilio-Harvika, Russians have to cross the Severodonetsk River in their rear to press this attack forward. And I would suggest to the Russians that carry out this attack basically every 24 to 36 hours, attacking from the same direction. If one morning Ukraine counterattacks, and they haven't done this yet, they've simply broken up these attacks again and again and again. And folks, I'm not exaggerating. There must be, and correct me if you don't think I'm, if you don't agree here, there must have been 100 attacks against Bilio-Harvika so far, maybe more than that. If they get punched back by the Ukrainians, they're going to have their back against the Severodonetsk River. It's almost like, I don't know, it's like jumping into the bull ring and waving your red cape, and there's a 20-foot tall brick wall all around the bull ring. There's no place to go. And again, Bilio-Harvika, it's a bit like Bakhmut. Let's say you captured it tomorrow morning. Where are you going to go? There are no major roads in the vicinity at all. Heavily forested to the north. Almost no roads to speak of around Bilio-Harvika, and only some railroad crossings around what is wet, marshy, low ground that is transected in every direction by creeks and watersheds. You can't pick a more idiotic, inconsequential place to sacrifice, your army one platoon at a time every morning. Would you disagree with that assessment?
No, I don't, because I have no explanation for it, and I just wondering if you saw any, because at this point, after Bakhmut is taken and held, but now they're seeing counter attack in Yahidny and north of Solidar. Clearly, they culminated everywhere. So taking that bridgehead in that even if you got it, a disadvantaged position, just makes no sense to me. And I was going to see if you saw anything, or is this just the continual craziness we're seeing in relation to it, and it appears that it probably is. But I'm just glad they're there so that you have to say Bilio-Harvika every day. But hey, the bad news? The bad news for you is if they're successful at taking it, maybe you'll get lucky and they'll move right past Staromilnivka. They'll move right past that tonight, but then they'll get to Novopetrikivka.
You know what? I need, and folks, I would be delighted to hear from any Ukrainian speakers who would, DM me with some pronunciation, so I don't have to crush you every day with these reports. But while you were,
I got a trick for you.
Yeah,
Chuck, I've got a trick for you. If you're speaking Russian or Ukrainian, and you want to figure out how to phonetically say the word, try emphasizing the second syllable instead of the first. In Western languages, you typically punch the first syllable. If you focus on saying a weak first syllable and a strong second syllable of Russian and Ukrainian, it usually helps you get through the word, and it's usually correct.
Anything has got to be better than what I'm doing. And Will, while you were speaking, I pulled up the satellite map coverage of Bilio-Harvika. It is just about 1.5 kilometers southwest of the exact place on the river where that Russian brigade got annihilated. And in fact, it's the only it's the only habitation in that area. So you know, it almost embarrasses me that almost every show I have to say at least 20 times, I don't know why the Russians are doing this. You know, after a lifetime of studying this stuff and trying to come to grips with it and to do things, and to have to continually say about an army that was supposed to be the army of a superpower, why do they do these stupid things, and you can't answer? And isn't that frustrating, Will, or is it, you know?
Hey, Chuck, I want to let you know I posted in the nest a video I just found that the ZSU posted for apparently today's attack on Bilohorivka. And I think it meets what you were just saying about it in terms of its meaninglessness, futility.
I'll definitely look that up. And you know, it's one of those places on the map that, you know, sometimes I'll say, you know, watch this place in the next 24 hours. This is a place where I don't even want to say that, because it just, it's pointless, and you can almost set your watch by it. It's going to happen every day. It is just like the Russian assaults that north of Kremenna, going toward the Zibets watershed and reservoir, with the Ukrainians absolutely playing rope-a-dope, frequently letting the Russians reach their objectives, which could be as far as 3 or 4, even 6 kilometers to the west of the zero line. They let the Russians reach these objectives, where they arrive on target. They turn around and discover there's no reinforcements, there's no resupply, and then Ukraine pushes them back and annihilates them while they retreat in these pointless squad and platoon sized attacks that only fritter away Russian forces. And why? Their order of battle was at least, and probably still is, at least 5-1. Perfect. But not if you're going to send 10 or 15 or 20 or even 100 guys forward at a time. It isn't sufficient. And you're going to lose everybody. And that's what they do. And they almost do it on a daily basis. Just very hard to understand.
Chuck, I know it's a Sunday night. This is extra time with you, which I really appreciate. We have another hand. It's Abdullah. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Alan. Hi, Chuck. It's been a long time.
Good to hear you, friend. How are
you? Real quick, Chuck, I'm just hearing right now, it's breaking that the U.S. is going to provide another 5 Patriot batteries to Ukraine by the end of next year, which is really good. I just wanted to ask you about the air assets in the area where the fighting is taking place when it comes to the Russians, and what do you when do you expect Kerch Bridge to go down, Chuck? Thank you so much.
Oh, I expect it to go down pretty. Here's an interesting development, folks, in the information war. I'm afraid I don't have the name of this weapon system at my fingertips, but Ukraine has come out in the last week. They've mentioned 3 or 4 times that they have developed an indigenous surface-to-surface missile, precision strike missile, with approximately a 1,000 kilometer range. And to our American listening guests, that's 600-mile range. The Ukrainians have developed some incredible missile systems, as we all know. I'm sure that they have indigenous surface-to-surface missiles. But when I read that, the first thing I thought is this is a cover operation for the application of ATACMS missiles. I know that I'm the ATACMS guy, but there was no missile system known to be in the possession of the Ukrainian armed forces that could have carried out the attack on the Kerch Bridge, yet it happened. Ditto with the Saki Air Base raid in Crimea. There was no weapon system known to be possessed by the Ukrainians that could have carried out that raid, but categorically it happened. And Abdullah, I think soon the Kerch Bridge is going to get it again. And that, we talk about, that is the only link by rail and road directly from the Russian mainland into Crimea. And from Crimea, there are only 2 road and rail links to the Ukrainian mainland. And Ukrainian war planners decide that it is time to Russian forces fighting in the west, which in my estimation is everything to the west of Melitopol. Look, we're going to see it. We are going to see Ukrainian troops reach the Sea of Azov. We are absolutely going to see them. And when that happens, every Russian troop standing to the west of Melitopol is going to be pretty much out of the war. And in my estimation, the reason that the Russians sabotaged the Kharkova Dam was to strengthen their western flank. By flooding that river, they were able to forestall whatever plans Ukraine might have had to cross the Dnipro. But it is a temporary solution because the river has already dropped a foot. But 65% of the reservoir has already drained. And when most of that has drained, the river is going to go back to much less, certainly half of what it used to be. So Ukrainian engineers are not going to be looking at crossing a 2 or even 3 kilometer wide river, but they're going to be looking at crossing something that is maybe in the vicinity of applied a temporary solution to what is a permanent problem. And with their western flank unsecured, and with them fighting as they're going to have to along the M18 highway axis, things are going to develop very quickly in the Western theater. And with that little string of victories we saw today, I think this is going to be a pretty exciting week. And at the same time, we've got great developments in Bakhmut. And I still don't think, folks, we can say that we're really in the thick of the Ukrainian offensive. I think we are still looking at preparatory and exploratory battles here, and the best is yet to come.
So, Chuck, I know you're going to have a busy night tonight with maps, but I just want to look forward to next week. As I mentioned on Tuesday, bullet points will be starting a little late, but General Mick Ryan retired. The Australian General Mick Ryan retired. Yehuda, notice how I'm a good student.
I'm just gonna stop. No, you did great.
But in any event, on Tuesday, Chuck and Mick Ryan will be here. This is starting 7 p.m., 1900 hours Eastern Time. Thomas Tyner will join us every single day from 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So 1400 Monday and Tuesday, 1500 on Wednesday. Chuck, Thursday is just a huge day because in one day, you, Thomas Tyner, and Nuno Felix will all be here in sequence. And there's going to be so much to talk about. Uh, I, I just can't wait for it, Chuck. And I want to thank you again for your extra time tonight. Really helpful, really informative. I know more now about what I will wake up to in the morning than I did just 1 hour ago.
Many thanks, Alan. David, it was great to be on with you. Yehuda, I'm usually in your backyard picking tomatoes and stealing your basil. But thanks everybody so much, and I'm really looking forward to listening to General Ryan, retired myself. So, but thanks everybody. Alan, my brother, thank you. My partner in crime, David. Good night, Yehuda. I'll
Take
see
care,
you
Chuck.
soon.
Take
What do
care.
you think?
The best. The one and only Chuck Fair.
Good night, Chuck. Get those maps out. Get that magnifying glass out. Thank you so much for staying with me. Without your military expertise and without Yehuda telling me just exactly and
Address.
say that again.
And address.
Yes, and how to address
a retired general.
I think it was a yellow dress, wasn't it, Alan?
No, it was a red dress. The devil wore a red dress, David. General Mick Ryan retired. I think that's sounding better and better all the time. I'd like to introduce him sometime. David, it's extraordinarily late for you.
I mean, it's a little bit late. It's not. I wouldn't call it extraordinarily late. It's not 8 a.m. in the morning, and I'm not coming out of a bar to find that it's light. Yeah, no, we're good, Alan. This was a really, really brilliant session. And I did little. Right, I spent most of my time. But now I've worked out that I can, in actual fact, be logged in on my computer without it screwing up with my co-hosting. So I know what to do from now on, Alan. Thank you very much. It was brilliant. Great session today.
Thank you, David. I haven't even figured that out. You're telling me I can talk on my phone and be logged into my laptop at the same time on MriyaReport?
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? That's technology, apparently. I was worried, very worried that it was going to.
Really good news, David. Thank you.
There's no charge for that, Al.
I'll still send you a gift, David. In any event, I do want to ask folks to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. If you have been with us over the last couple of hours, you have heard the kind of news and analysis we bring you every single day. In fact, every single day since Russia launched its genocidal invasion. Go there, tap on the donate button, and make a generous contribution to send humanitarian aid urgently needed right now, since the Russians blew the Novakhovka Dam and flooded tens and tens of thousands of acres south of without safe drinking water. because Russia decided to convert a dam into a weapon of mass destruction. So please do go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, make a generous contribution, or go to MriyaReport.org, listen now. You can either listen online, listen with your phone, but what's important is that you bring others here to Maria Report. You can also hear archived interviews on Spotify. Simply search for Maria Report. Take a look at all the interviews that have been saved there. Interviews with Thomas Tyner, retired, who will be back with us on Tuesday. Chuck Farrer, who just contributed 2 extra hours of his time to us here on Maria Report. Chuck is always here Tuesday and Thursday nights for bullet points. But let people know, as we need to know more and more accurate news, verified every single day, about how Ukraine is reclaiming its territory, throwing Russian troops out, and freeing village after village after village. This is the place where you need to be. I also want to welcome Robin, my co-host. It's so good to see you for the next few hours here. Robin.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. That was a wonderful interview. I'm glad I got to hear it. Chuck has such mastery of the subject. It's really wonderful. I've got a much clearer idea of what's going on now. So great job, everybody.
It is a real honor and pleasure to work with Chuck as much as I do. And you know, I have no trusted with talking to Chuck a couple of times every week, but I've learned so much from him. He is a remarkable individual, and it's just a joy to get to know him here on Maria Report, as it's a joy to get to know so many of you. But Chuck is one of those extraordinary individuals. Time soon, but some night we'll have a get to know Chuck Farrer session. So based on some of his bar, I highly recommend to everyone. I won't give the book away, and when Chuck and I talk about it, I won't even give it away then.
I'd forgotten about that. I'm going to put that on my list. Give yourself credit, Alan. You sound like someone who's had a military background at this point. You really know what you're talking about, and I know it's you. You're a quick study. Let's put it that way.
I've read a lot of military history. I have talked to veterans not only of the Second World War, but of the Korean War, the Vietnam War. My cousin fought in the Vietnam War. And I have also talked to veterans of Iraq. So I hear from them. And let me tell you, when I talk to a veteran, really all I do is listen. That's not a military guy in any way whatsoever. I just listen and learn, which is one of the great things about Maria Report. I've not only learned about military history and military maneuvers, I've learned about Ukrainian culture. Most important, I've learned about what's happening in Ukraine today. For example, by listening to the interview with the deputy mayor of Kherson, who was here just the very day after, I believe, the very day.
Yeah, that was quite a day, wasn't
it? You know, I've been shocked almost every single day, certainly every single week since Russia launched this war. But The morning I woke up and learned that Russia had blown this dam, I was shocked once again. Fights this war, and I have to stop that. There is nothing that they won't do. The savagery and brutality will always shock me, but it should no longer surprise me. It really shouldn't. I should simply expect it.
Yeah, that's very true. I must say, when this all started, I was absolutely shocked. I didn't know that much about the region. As I said, I could probably have found Ukraine on a map with has gone on, and I have, as you have been shocked again and again by the brutality, the inhumanity. And I've started looking back into history, and I've learned a lot of Ukrainian history in the last few months, and Ukrainian and Russian history where they intersect. And this is a pattern. Russia has done this many, many times. I was just reading earlier today about, the forced deportation of people in the occupied areas now, and the not allowing people did during the Holodomor when people were starved to death. They wouldn't allow international organizations in who wanted to come in and help feed people from a famine which was caused by the Soviets. It was unnecessary. They took the grain in order to sell it abroad for their industrialization purposes, and were happy to let Ukrainian peasants die in the millions. And they would be waiting there. They would shoot people who tried to leave their villages. If someone tried to leave the village where they didn't even have a cow left because that had been confiscated, the
Yeah,
seeds for the next
the seed corn.
seed corn, that's it, had been taken. They had really nothing to eat, and they would be shot if they tried to get on the road to go to a city and see if they could beg something from someone. So yeah, I Russians could behave this way, but I must say I'm getting less and less shocked and more horrified the more I learn. And with that, I think I'll pass it back to you. We have a couple of hands. I didn't see who was first, Alan. Did you?
Yes, it's Will and then Jay. Will first, then Jay.
So if on as a speaker, I'd like to talk a bit more about this this photograph of this mine clearing equipment and the supposed losses here, because I've now been looking at this thing myself too, and it seems very strange that the zigzagging, the big long one plow area where there's a a plowed area that ends. And the road ends, but if the road ends, you expect the road clearing equipment to turn around or at least back up, and they don't back up down the perfect same path that they created. So and then mine clearing equipment on the front of it, that plow connection, it looks very, very similar in all the markings that are on the tank as the one that's on the right-hand side, a little higher in the photograph. It does look like it's the exact same tank, because the damage to it and the markings on it are almost exactly the same as the one in the left-hand side of the photo that looks like it might have been lifted up and plopped in there. What did you think, David?
Yeah, so see, they do look very similar. I didn't look much further. Let me explain. So I looked at the other things that had me laugh. Initially, I did laugh out loud. I lolled, right? So if you look at the track on the left, the one that's taking a meander across the field. Well, no one plows a route like that when you're doing a mine clearance, because you just want to do a straight route. Why go further than you need to? But you can see how that looks really compacted, doesn't it, Will? That track.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Well, you get, if you look at the track on the right hand side, that's really dug up, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the thing that I don't think a lot of people remember, is that wheeled vehicles actually have a lot higher ground pressure than the track vehicles. That's why they have tracks, to spread out the weight much better.
Yep. But my point is, if you look at the track on the right hand side, look how smashed up that earth is. That's what happens when you get heavy track vehicles driving over it. You don't get this nice little bit that looks like it's it's being compacted, because they don't they just smash up earth, right? So I stopped looking at that point, because it was clear it was just a fake. And then when you look at it again, and you just go, as I said, I'm calling it an artist's impression, right? Everything about it is wrong. Gunny, who's gone through this loads of bit, he's go the fire. Well, they managed to get the fire bit in there. What's that doing? How isn't there any? Why? How did that get at that angle? Up, right? Why did it do all these things? But I'm just going, none of it makes sense. It is an artist's impression.
And that's the final point I wanted to make. That the folks that are reporting these images and talking to them, some of the folks that have retweeted and talked to these things, as assessments or whatever like that. This is the danger when not enough information is. Good OPSEC means that the field is clear for disinformation. And so it's a good time for everybody to be phenomenally careful about things that you're looking at, especially if you're a reputable reporter. I'm not going to name any names here, but I've seen this identical photo and analysis from multiple people, some of which I've even stopped checking the veracity of, because I was used to the fact that they provided very good information. But in the rush to be a person to try to report information, I think some people are getting caught up who would otherwise be reputable reporters, and getting duped and trying to be first to print something their reaction to. And I just wanted to say, encourage everybody, because or work with somebody else. I mean, I like or not, she's not up yet, but I like working with people like Heather, because if you see something and you're encouraged to report it, she usually says, yeah, no, not yet, not yet. When the dam broke the other day, when the dam was burst the other day, we knew about that an hour before we started reporting on it, and only when we started reporting on it when we had multiple sources. And that's the responsible thing to do, I guess, is all I was going to say. Oh, Gunny's here. Excellent. I would love to hear his take on this.
I was just going to say, Will, our first reaction has to be Gunny's first reaction. Is this fake? Is this disinfo? What am I looking at? Gunny?
It could be genuine, but there's a thing about OSINT. So the OSINT community, right? All these idiots, you go, yeah, man, I'm like the OSINT community, I know things. Right? You got to remember a couple of things. Half of these whoppers are clueless. The thing, they will remove stuff when they get it wrong. They will triumphantly retweet, I told you so, because they will manage to convince themselves, and a stop clock is right twice a day, and you'll never hear the fucking end of it. And it's a battle for likes and followers. Okay, so when you see OSINT, and especially when you see people who parade like their OSINT credentials, it's always worth doing a bit of a dive in to see what their past is. You know, if someone's an ex-combat medic or a fast jet pilot or with a marker pen up his ass studying warfare, you know, yeah, all right. And if actually they drive combine harvesters for a living, and the closest they've got to uniform is wearing one in school, but they still claim that they're OSINT, yeah, jog on, mate, not interested. So today was quite instructive. So what you had is these photos popped up, and immediately the usual suspects, Julian, yeah, whopper, kind of jumped on it and went, oh my God, you know, this is absolutely terrible. This is a company's worth of armored engineering vehicles that have been zapped. Now, when I see stuff like this, same as when I see footage of uncrewed surface vessels blowing up near Russian ships, or radar satellite reconnaissance photographs of holes in radomes in Crimea, all that kind of thing, I always like to kind of sit back, really not bothered at all, to be honest. I'm just here for shits and giggles and to occupy my brain when I'm at work, because it's a bit dull here at the moment. Have a look at the data, right? Have a look at the photos. So some of the things that first struck me. People refer to a video, and this video is touted. All right, it sounds very dramatic, doesn't it? So clearly that video straight away with this tag, The Road of Death, has an underlying narrative to it, i.e. the Ukrainians are dying in droves on this road. So I had a quick look at that. I'm going to have a look at the photos, and something struck me. The first thing that struck me was the wood to the left, the copse, has a trench line system in it. So they ran parallel to Russian field fortifications. It's a little bit odd. Now, all the leaves have gone from there, and if you run down that copse, actually the trees are in leaf. So it's been hit by artillery. But what you can also tell is from the tree stumps, if you don't stare at it, but if you quickly look at it, there's one lane. Now, swept lanes don't live forever, because obviously you get tracked vehicles, you get heavy wheeled vehicles, and eventually what happens is the ruts get too deep, it gets too boggy, too muddy, and you might have to clear another one. But it looks pretty dry, and in the video there's what looks like maybe one or two Bradleys, something like that. One of them's certainly burning, and they're transiting up one lane. Now, in these photographs, there's one lane that suddenly stops for no reason, which could have been the mine clearing vehicle stopped, something happened, maybe an ambush up ahead, and he backed up. But he backed up so perfectly, he really did follow in the tracks. Again, that's not beyond the realms of possibility, but just to stop and then suddenly back up when the video is from 24, 48, 72 hours before, when clearly the Ukrainians made their way up this feature, what happened that suddenly whatever was sweeping a lane stopped and then backed up? But, you know, you just mark that one down. The second one is the main lane. The vehicles were probably in echelon, but then for some reason, another mine clearing vehicle pulled out and ran alongside the first one. Now, the leading one might have struck a mine, which would say to me, maybe it was artillery delivered minefield. That could happen. They thought that lane was clear, and then the Russians did some artillery delivered munitions on it, and they decided it needed sweeping again. But as far as I know, if a lead vehicle that's ploughing mines runs onto a mine anyway, and then the follow-up vehicle pulled up directly alongside and ran onto a mine, you could put it down to bad drills, I think. Or would you stop, probably, and think about abandoning in the lead vehicle for the moment, and then maybe pulling back a little bit and reconsidering your options. But I'm not an armor guy, so I type of canyon, and there are two vehicles there, and they look like civic cars. Now, people have rightfully pointed out, well, the Ukrainians use technicals, which they do, but you don't use technicals if you're in the middle of a mine clearing operation. And those vehicles, if other mine clearing vehicles or armored vehicles had passed, partially blocking this canyon. So looking at it, and one looks like it might have been slightly crushed, but I would have expected them to be kind of shoved out the way. Then you got the third lane, which is off to the right, which is very odd because if you look at the other two lanes, yeah, they look like they've got the triple prong mine clearing attachment that's been used to, you know, dig into the earth and overturn it and kind of push and expose mines away. But this one's got, as David said, it's got a strip of green. Now, that's not a very good way of clearing mines because mines don't just work on pressure. You know, they can be magnetic as well. So essentially, you're leaving a long strip of uncleared ground. An armored engineer's vehicle, it's an armored engineer's vehicle, but it's a recovery vehicle based on a Leopard 1. The running gear looks right, but it's got the crane, so happy with that. But if he's run onto a mine and he's slewed off to the left because the right side running gear looks intact, why is the engine on fire? Because that's not where the mine would have gone off. The mine would have gone off on the track. So the vehicle looks superficially intact apart from a small fire. Now, just remember, there was a picture of a Leopard 24 hours ago with a square fire on it. So, yeah. Okay. We know that because there's footage of the Ukrainians running up there. And for some reason, the Ukrainians decided to run 2, maybe 3 mine swept lanes. So using the original one, but then running one left and right as well. The one to the left didn't get finished at all. The vehicle backed up. And the one to the right was done with an armored recovery vehicle. Why would an armored recovery vehicle be leading? It's not the best bit of kit in the world to be doing it. Looked at the 2 Leopards. Don't know. Again, 2 Leopards there, 2 Leopard 2s there, but mine clearing vehicles running up in front. I suppose, yeah, doing Overwatch, something like that. But if you look right in the distance, there's what appears to be another civilian car just in the dip, in a terrain dip. I mean, of course, you've got the soil. So I did a little bit of archaeology. Got a pass in it somehow. You can get different color types of soil. So underlying water courses, archaeological features, which might retain water and give you a slightly different kind of soil color because they retain moisture more. Have a look at the difference. Types of soil. And the ruts on the right-hand side are really deep, really deep. Now, that might be because of the way the camera is angled. So as the earth is being turned over, you know, lots of earth is being pushed outwards and it's kind of creating a breastwork either side of the main track. But then an armored recovery vehicle wouldn't do that because at best they only carry a dozer blade at the front. So it wasn't a mine clearing vehicle. So if it ran onto a mine, it ran onto a mine after that swept lane had been created by a proper dedicated vehicle. So that's the way to kind of do it. And I think that's something that the OSINT community is missing. You've got the usual suspects, often with no military background at all, who will see it, doom tweet, and then, you know, they'll stick a hand up their own asses and get all upset when you point out, well, maybe you should be asking this kind of question and that kind of question. You'll get a lot of people saying, well, it's copium. Well, not really, because I still personally think those first photographs of those Bradleys and Leopards where they all end up in line and they I'm happy to say it. I think they fucked up. And they lost vehicles. Doesn't sound like they lost too many people or very few. That's great news. Not something that we want to see repeated. So it's not copium. And as has been said here, the Ukrainian upset is going to be drum tight, and that leaves a social media window of opportunity open for the Russians, because there's going to be very little coming out to contradict it. Apart from reported gains here and there, which will instantly be dismissed as you know, Ukrainian propaganda anyway. So, look, just if you see stuff, just pause, wait, do this kind of thing. You don't have to be naval warfare to have a look at a drone strike on a ship, or you know, maybe we'll see a picture of a frigate burning. Just ask yourself some questions and go, you know, Russians lie. They're photoshopping, and their sort of CGI isn't particularly subtle and good. What here doesn't look right to me? And then you'll start to be able to look at stuff a little bit more objectively. And you certainly won't be one of them ones to jump on the bandwagon straight away at every bad looking photograph and start pulling your hair out. Because personally, I think there are some hosting accounts at the moment that are doing themselves no favors at all. One, because they're not pausing 5 marching paces to look at it, and two, they're getting a massive sad on when anyone questions them. So yeah, you just tell and have a look, and just think carefully about who you follow on this kind of thing, and certainly come up on the space. We really need an armored engineer or a tanker, something like that, maybe bearded, knocking around if he's not gardening or something. But yeah, to me, it just looked, yeah, not really not sure about it.
Well, I don't think it's about not sure, Gunny. It's bit, as I said. So the left-hand channel. Firstly, no one clears a windy lane, right? It'll be a straight line. That ground's been compacted. Tracked vehicles don't do that. The thing to remember is when a tracked vehicle turns, it's like stubbing a cigarette out with your foot, right? That digs up the track. There is no evidence of that, and yet apparently 3 really heavy tracked vehicles went over it. No, it's just all nonsense. You get a, and the two mine clearing vehicles, for which firstly they're mine clearing and they have their blades down and the rest. They've got 3 of these things, and there's no sign of that ground being dug up. Why was that there? And let's look at the straight one as well. These things have got plows on them. Why didn't they just plow the middle channel if they were stopping using the middle channel, right? Because there's no evidence to show that anything's been hit there. You would just put the plow in it and change that the middle section with a bit of grass on it, right? If vehicles were getting stuck, just everything about it is odd, right? And whilst there's a reasonable amount of explosives in a anti-tank mine, why suddenly both of these mine clearing vehicles, I'll say it again, mine clearing vehicles, right? And they're stunningly heavy, right? So even if you lost a track, it's not going to be sloping like that. There's just everything about it is just wrong. It's just, as I said, artist's impression. That's what I got out of that.
I think it's composite. I think they've taken images from other engagements.
And that's what I meant. Right? It's so as an artist, he's gone, this is what it looks like, right?
Yeah. I think it's setting a narrative for the Zaporizhzhia road of death kind of thing. We've seen them do the same with the with that bunch of vehicles that were killed a couple of days ago. And what they're doing is they're just reproducing at different angles. I think they're isolating images from any source that they can get. And it's clearly not they clearly haven't been engaged by armor or infantry. The turrets on the two Leopards, they're trained off to left and right. I think the Bradley's got his back end sticking towards where the just struck me as a little bit odd as well. Why was he going the other way to everyone else? I can get the Leopards doing kind of Overwatch kind of thing, but as we know, that road's been taken. We know that because we've seen video from a couple of days before. So yeah, the only option I can think of is air delivered mines were dropped on that road, and then they had to go, well, we'll just re-clear it. But then why would you, I don't know, would you re-clear a previous lane, or would you just go, nah, I tell you what, let's just do a fresh one and run about 30-40 meters off to the east and then just create a new one which will provide better going for vehicles anyway?
And it would still be a straight line, not a windy road through anything. I mean, I'm looking at this and thinking, if I'm side of the tree line, you might take that, clear that bit, because guess what? You can see there's loads of vehicles have gone over it, right? I mean, I'm just going, you just don't clear you want straight paths for a mine thing, because that way, right, driving a straight line is really easy, but if you have windy paths, there's all sorts of routes for mistake. Just don't do it, right? So yes, you might do. I mean, here's the thing, right? So why would you even ignore the track they've got? So okay, if you suggested, they went, okay, you think that someone's done air-dropped mines in there, but you've got mine layers, sorry, mine clearance vehicles in there that eminently, they're designed to clear these things. So the idea that they just blow up, so their mine clearing ability was ignored and they just blew themselves up, is all a bit weird. And you just wouldn't do a windy path. It would be a straight line, which is why all the others we see are straight lines. Route, shortest route. Don't do anything that's going to cause a problem. Don't put big angles. Sometimes field or something like that, but it's all really simple. But in a straight line, and they had a choice of doing a straight line, but they just did this meandering path, which that bit isn't mined anyway.
So just to everyone listening, this is why we have military experts like David and Gunny with experience in the field. But one thing I want to say, Gunny, just about OSINT accounts, open source intelligence. There are thousands of these accounts on Twitter. Very few are reliable, but they all compete with one another to scoop one another, to be the first out with the news. You always have to be suspicious about the first report. And
Yeah, it's likes and followers, mate. That's what it's all about. And unfortunately, this is a living. That's why they say, "Buy me a coffee."
Buy me a coffee. It's exactly how I was thinking exactly that thing, Gunny.
Yeah, exactly. The community would work a lot better if you just had SMEs in it, subject matter experts, and everyone kind of looked at things objectively, like we're doing. We might be proved wrong, I've got a kind of fucking problem with that. But one of the reasons that you don't post lots of stuff on Twitter is because you invariably get proven wrong, because there's so much rubbish out there. That's why I'm not doing sort of hourly 6-hourly updates on what's happening on the ground, because it's very hard to kind of get sources, because battles are fluid. You know, it's nice to keep track of things, but OSA are just practically falling over each other, naked, greased up, trying to outdo each other on this, and it's just very sad, and it kind of turns people off and it gets people. I mean, I've got people the past hour telling me that I've got a copium problem, and that I'm trying to crush my own grief.
How much you paying for your copium, Golly? per ounce?
Yeah, you know, and these are people who support Ukraine. And then, of course, you go through their accounts and they contribute absolutely nothing to the discussion. They just kind of float around, and, you know, when they're not filling up trays of strawberries in a local supermarket, then they're of their knowledge about armor or air defense or stuff like that. So, yeah, it's a little bit exhausting, but as I say, you know, you've got an idea now. Just if you ever get time and you see stuff like this, don't lose hope over it. Kit will be destroyed. People will die. Things will go awry. People will screw up. People will excel, and that's all part of the plan. And there are contingencies within. Things do go wrong, which they will. There will be contingency plans, and they will say, okay, well, plan A hasn't worked, we'll go to plan B, and if that doesn't work, we'll go to plan C, and it's highly unlikely we'll need to run down to plan N, but we'll do plan N anyway, because that's how it works, isn't it, David? So yeah, just look at stuff, wait. And probably better to come up on the space, maybe contact one of the hosts and say, look, I've got a question about armor or maritime stuff or air defense. You know, and then you'll get it from the horse's mouth, as opposed to some absolute chomper who knows nothing about the military at all, but has a lot of followers. And unfortunately, having a lot of followers does make people think that you know what you're talking about, and that's utter nonsense.
Why not buy me a pint? That is a real honest request. Buy me a pint. Dev null, and then
Coffee's more expensive, Alan. Coffee's more expensive.
Well, it depends on what kind of pint you're going to buy me, David.
Oh, yeah. Well, there is that to it. Yes.
Dev null, and then Hara. Dev null.
Yeah, thank you. Composite thing and the video. I'm no OSINT, to be honest. I don't really care, but I'm curious. Can you take a look at that and the angle of that video and the way they're going? It might not be the same thing, but maybe it can benefit us all.
Can you resend it, mate? Because I've just clicked through. I can't see you on message requests or anything.
Okay, I'll do it.
Hi guys. Yeah, I got a quick question about the losses. With you guys, that photo looks doctored, but I also agree with at least one of you who said that you do believe that there were losses, such as Bradley losses. So let's assume that is the case. So do any of you have a sense of what known losses we know at this point? Because I was pretty sad when I saw those fake photos at night, and I was assuming that they were correct, and so like how many Leos were destroyed that we know of? How many Bradleys that were destroyed that we know of? Does anyone have like a legitimate count?
Yeah, no, I don't think there is any legitimate count. I don't even know if a Leopard 2 or a Leopard 2s were destroyed. I think it's possible a Leopard, had an encounter, but I also know that Leopards have been recovered and taken back for repair. So there is no precise count, Devnal, to the best of my knowledge. You know better than I.
No, I don't know. I don't want to know. And I think anyone who's doing this, keeping counts of friendlies losses, is actually doing us a bit of a disservice. One, it serves no purpose at all. Why do we need to know? And two, probably in one way or another, it will be indirectly of use to the OPFOR. I've never been comfortable with this idea that the Twitterati need to know how many vehicles the friendly forces are losing. Divisional and corps HQs and Army HQ need to know it, but some bloke sat behind his phone doesn't need to know how many Leopards and Gepards and T-80s the Ukrainians have lost. It strikes me as a bit ghoulish, and another kind of, oh, look at me, follow me, aren't I amazing kind of thing. And probably the data is not 100% accurate. Anyway, it's always worth remembering. One of the hot takes from the Vietnam War was the US fascinated with kill-death ratio. The number of kills every single day was of primary importance, and it became like a bit of an idol for everyone to pray at in the morning. No, I think that's carried on over into Twitter. So, that's a long answer. Short answer, no. Do I think we need to know? No. By what do I measure progress? Places liberated. That's the ultimate progress. Because they'll be combat ineffective, they'll be exhausted, they'll have lost too much kit, and they will be below the nominal kind of strength in order for them to be effective at given missions. But do we need to know that? No. No, it's none of our business, is it? So I wouldn't worry about it.
I do not agree. I think, the concept of, sunlight is the best disinfectant. If there is some degree of incompetence or negligence, I think it's good for there to be relieve command from the irresponsible parties. And one second. Let me finish. 1 second. I'm not saying my own. It's not my own opinion. I'm just repeating Thomas's. He made a tweet about, and he gave itemized criticisms of.
In this case, what are you disinfecting with sunlight? I guarantee you that the command chain in the Ukrainian military will take care of any incompetence. They've already demonstrated that they have done that and can do that. And this is true of any competent military. It's not up to you or me a spotlight on what we think is incompetence. And there's a lot that happens on the battlefield that's not incompetence at all. It is simply what happens in battle. I've never been in battle. I've talked to people who've been in battle, and for that. So anyway, that's my take on it. I just asked, what are we really disinfecting here with the spotlight that the military? please.
So here's the thing, right? So Gunny and I, we talk about these things quite regularly, right? People make mistakes, right? When your life is on the line, people make mistakes. And thing, are we, right? Because let's face it, they're in Ukraine. Do we think that whatever unit of the third national, no, they know people, when you screw up, you screw up, and especially if what you've done is killed people that you are friends with, right? Shining what are we doing, right? Let's shine a spotlight on them. I can't tell you, fucking nonsense.
Well,
right?
I disagree. I'll give you one example.
Well, I know you can disagree. First, half of them don't even speak English, right? Go on.
I'll give you a possible answer. Let's say there was insufficient resources in one of those regiments or one of those contingents. It's possible that Western awareness of that deficiency could lead to delivering more Gepards, more.
But they'll know that. But you're saying this won't happen, right? So here's the thing: the reason why we know it is because there's photographic evidence, right? There's photographic evidence. Therefore, the command structure will know it, and they'll be leading up. But they're missing in items. Don't believe for one moment.
We can lobby our government to give more.
But that's okay. But that it doesn't. That's not what you're saying, though. You're saying shine a light on it.
That is literally what I just said. I just said that we could lobby our government for more Gepards.
Yeah. For a moment, you're walking down a dead end alley. We all know what needs to be supplied to Ukraine. We don't need video to tell us. We don't need any spotlight shown anywhere on the battlefield to tell us. We need President Zelensky and General Zaluzhny and General Syrskyi and Defense Minister Reznikov to tell us, and they do tell us. But what's more important is they tell our governments. We know that Ukraine needs 10,000 more drones, just to start at the bottom of the list. We know they need 500,000 Kevlar helmets. We know they need ammunition. We know they need all kinds of supplies that the West can deliver. Nothing we say here, nothing we do here, no video that's posted on Twitter actually helps that process, I don't think. But Harem.
Yeah, I mean, Harem, I suspect you've never worn uniform, and this may come as an absolute shock to you, but when you're on operations, what you or anyone else on social media think of how we do our day-to-day stuff is of supreme unimportance. I tended to be more interested in where they're going to be fresh pasties in the NAFI in Plymouth alongside, and whether we were really going to run out of cigarettes on patrol because we had to stay out. What people think, you think after a 2-hour contact in a vehicle, they're going to climb out and go, right, team, let's get together, fellas. Hot wash up. Anyone? Do you think Harambe will be all right with what we did there? No. We're not going to give a flying fuck, mate. No, this shining a light thing, you're on a dead ender there, buddy. All right? Nobody cares. What they care about, mission objectives, still breathing at the end of the day, and if you can, as a leader, having the same number of breathing people in the evening you started with in the morning. These are the important things, followed by ammunition, food, checking your boys and girls, making sure everyone's tip top or as much as they can be, and starting thinking about the next fight in a few hours. Corps, divisional, brigade, battalion views on what's happening, that's important. That filters up to Army HQ. That filters to the people in suits, and the people in suits meet people in suits from other countries, and they say, we are encountering X, Y, and Z problems, and we need X, Y, and Z in order for us to be able to do this quicker and faster. Interesting, especially if you've been in the military, to look at some of this stuff. I think a lot of it is unhelpful. I think a lot of it actually benefits the OPFOR, and they will actively look at it, and they will look at people's opinions. They will do everything from gauge Western kind of reaction to Ukrainian losses and try and work out if we're all getting a bit tired of it, through to looking at the comments of subject matter experts who are trained in NATO tactics, and maybe trying to learn stuff off that. So, you know, ghoulish, unhelpful, nobody cares. When they hit the Russian border, after then, that's the time for us to start looking at losses, and there will be lessons learned, and militaries globally will be looking at what's happened and taking stuff away. But the Twitterati, you don't need to know. We just need to get Bakshi information on where's being liberated, how it's going. And I'll tell you, even the kills of Russians, I don't, you know, losses on the day don't necessarily mean that the enemy is beaten. If you go by that rationale, well, Omaha was pretty much lost in the first 30 minutes, wasn't it? Yet they still carried it off. They still got ashore and they worked their way up the beachhead. So yeah, I just wouldn't concentrate on that kind of thing. And I think the OSINT community really need to have a hard look at what they're banging out, and maybe err on the side of prudence, caution, and good taste. Rather than chasing that extra 10 followers.
Thanks, Gunny.
Thank you, Alan. Well, a couple things, and give me a second to kind of unwind this on here, because I think you'll end up agreeing with me at the end, Gunny. So 20 years ago, I actually was a open source intelligence analyst, that was my literal job, and I got paid for it. Okay. And basically whether they should go there or not. But it was basically news aggregation, you know, and weather forecasting. And that's all it really is. And that's what most open source intelligence accounts are here, is news aggregation, you know, and, you know, they'll fall down the same rabbit hole. And, you know, there was, you know, some guy at Trap Order or whatever who was like super insistent the Russians blew up, didn't blow up the dam, the Ukrainians did, because he thought Budanov was behind it or some crazy shit like that. You know, I mean, you know, it is basically news aggregation, and if you hear, you know, if there's enough of it, you know, enough people concurring on it, then yeah. And you know, there's been times during this war that, you know, some of these accounts, real open source intelligence is something like Bellingcat or the Institute for the Study of War, where they put, you know, thousands of hours into figuring out, you know, individual things, you know, very, very specific, like a intelligence analyst would actually do, you know, not what I did, not what, you know, OSINT Molly or whatever is doing, you know, on there necessarily, but it still has some value. I mean, some of the, you know, best OSINT accounts here that, you know, I follow honestly is Prince Heather and Mockers, you know, because they're following the news all the time. I mean, they've broken things before some of these big OSINT accounts, because they're hip deep into what's going on in Telegram, and their co-hosts here, you know. So Now, another good one is probably Oryx, which I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with because they pretty much only post things that are photographic verifications of losses. They have a pretty extensive database, and it's fairly well respected by a lot of people in like the real intelligence community and so on, because it probably represents the low end of what some of these losses are, right? But when you start getting into, since it's photographic verification, now you start getting into things where some of those photos may have been manipulated. You could say there's been, up to a dozen Leopard 2A6s lost, depending on what account you're following. Oryx has it down as like 3, as one it looks like it brewed up, but that's about it, which relatively speaking isn't that bad. Photos that are manipulated. So really the only photos you can trust are ones that maybe the Ukrainians put out there, because they've seem to be pretty straightforward during all of this. So just know what to take with a grain of salt. It's not understand it for what it is on there and who's doing it, and then find a few that you might actually trust. Want to, but that kind of thing. So it has value, but it's definitely not the end all be all. And there's a lot of stuff going on we're just not going to know about. We shouldn't know about it. But I guarantee you, all the people that matter, Ukrainian army, and their partners, they know exactly what's going on. They know exactly what these losses are. Which there are going to be losses. None of this is easy. This is like literally the hardest thing you could possibly do, breaching a defensive line. Going head to head with it. So we just need to gird our loins and just let it go. It's going to take time. It's going to be tough. They will prevail. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thanks, Primus. And news aggregation is basic OSINT. The CIA does it every day, all day long. That's where lots of intelligence begins. The other thing I'll say is that any video, and including videos from trusted sources, if you go back to the Vietnam War, which I will say is the first war that was telecast on nightly television here in the United States, every nightly news program had a report from Vietnam, whether it was Morley Safer or John Chancellor. But these videos, or film at that time, from the battlefield are no more than snapshots in time. The reporter tries to give you information that he or she has gathered that's reliable, but what you see on film is just a snapshot in time, and a very, very short one. It's not as informative, perhaps, as you want it to be. I think we have Alex Fella. Bloke. Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, with regards to that question, I only see a picture of one Leopard abandoned. Russian Minister of Defense reported 40, then 9, then 3. Could have Russian destroyed 3? Again, I only saw a picture of one, but even if it was 3, Ukrainians were given way more than 3, and more is on the way. Is not that you cannot destroy them. You probably can, especially if it goes on landmine. But most important thing is what happened to personnel inside. If a Russian tank is hit, typically all 4 are dead bodies, or 3. They have 3 people crew. Here, personnel was evacuated safely. Russians weren't able to show any footage of any prisoners. And in all fairness, on day one, you would typically expect some reconnaissance attack. It definitely, it's not Ukrainian strategic reserves that go on attack. They are waiting. They are waiting for an opportunity. Here, the main goal is to reveal targets, which Ukrainians did. Those places from where Russians were able to hit Leopard exist today or not. Most likely, they got the like counter battery or whatever whatever weapon Ukraine was given, they can skillfully use it. And again, the point of the attack is to reveal targets, and we do not know way more and way faster than the Russians were able to show day after day after day. It's been now more than a year. It's the counteroffensive is going pretty well. Again, main thing is what happens to personnel when a tank got hit, and we can see again no footage of prisoners, no nothing, and 3 tanks, believe me, will not change the course of this war. Ukrainians can learn lessons, even if there was a mistake, and they can, answer with all their might to whenever. Air dominance. But we cannot really blame them for not asking for F-16s. This is what they've been asking for last year. And probably within 2-3 months, they will get those F-16s. In the West, nobody will believe a counteroffensive without air dominance. So again, 3 tanks will not change the course of the war. One ridiculous claim that Ministry of Defense of Russia made is, they declared this whole counteroffensive a debacle on day one. Like, this is ridiculous. I mean, anybody can understand that. I'm not a military expert, but I can understand that you cannot expect results on day one. On day one, you can expect more targets being revealed, which were revealed. We'll see on day 30 what mood Russians will be in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. It is frustrating. OPSEC is so good on the Ukrainian side. We don't really know what's going on, but at the same time, that's what it has to be. We'll read about all of this in the history books afterwards. Okay, we have now we have fellow who bunks and knows things.
Touch on the photo and the topic that Devnell had brought up with it. 3 things. There's no list of any of this equipment, that's reliable that has been destroyed because, like Gunny said, it really doesn't matter. But what I haven't seen too many people talk about and reshare a whole lot is that at least one of the Leopards that we saw in that column was detracked, and I tracked, leaving under its own power. So, for any of these that have been knocked out, there's only really a few of them that look like they might not have been fixable. So you would need to kind of have 2 lists, right? The vehicles repaired and put back in action, and then, vehicles that were disabled, but it doesn't matter, and they have better shit to do than to keep that list for us. And kind of the last thing with the whole OSINT accounts, and I saw that interaction and it just kind of blew my mind. The number one rule with it with images is if you look at it and something just kind of feels off about it, there's probably something that's been messed with. If it doesn't look right and you can't put your finger on it, that's your sign to look a little harder. But so many of these OSINT accounts, all true OSINT is news aggregation. Not all news aggregation is OSINT. And there's a ton of these guys that put OSINT in their handle that are nothing but the freaking Drudge Report for Russian Telegram. One of them who has OSINT in his name, and I think I can do this verbatim, I repost unconfirmed information from various Telegram sources. It's like, why does anybody even bother with this? If I want to kill brain cells, I can spend more time in Telegram. But you really kind of have to bear in mind what you're looking at. And then there's some OSINT accounts like ISW and Oryx that, they put the squeeze in to get the juice. They're the real deal. But the vast majority of these cats, they are not. They're not. They're just in it for they've almost gamified it and turned it into a popularity contest. I don't really understand it. And, they should go get real jobs. Nobody needs to buy them a fucking coffee. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, fella. If you want to kill brain cells, you can spend more time in a bar. You will meet more interesting people, and some of them will actually be OSINT.
Yeah, especially when you've been at the bar for a while, you can learn a lot of things. Some of it even true.
I need a drink.
Yes, a wee dram would be nice right about now. Okay, we have Bloke and then Karen. Oh, and then
Yeah,
Gunny
thank
and
you.
Alan again.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to address this comment to the person who was, allegedly shining a light on things, and I idea of the need to know, and it's sort of difficult to explain, but I think I sort of understand where the previous speaker was coming from. There people, I think, and they feel that they need to know everything in order to understand what's going on or to know what to do, or they feel like somehow they're in control, right? And the thing about the military that's really interesting is there is a need to know, and it involves a lot of trust. So, like, I would think that, if I was in charge, everything would be perfect. And, you get disabused of that notion fairly quickly. And then you understand that you have to focus on doing your own job, and you don't have the competence or the knowledge to do anyone else's job. And so this is why I'm looping it back to, criticizing this attack without even the basic information. There are people who know exactly what happened and exactly what went wrong, and those are the people who were involved in the battle. The rest of us have no friggin' clue what happened. And we don't need to know. We sort of have to trust the people who are fighting the battle. Those people, out of love of their country and to defend their homes and to, we have to give them the trust, because they are the people that are actually doing the work, and they are the only people that really know what's going on. And we don't need to know all the details, and we have to accept the fact that we're powerless. over this, right? But there is something we're powerful about, and to support Ukraine, to donate, and to, you know, when we see disinformation, to call it out. And I think we just have to focus on doing our jobs, right? And that will alleviate some of this feeling of powerlessness that people feel, and why they get so obsessed with having to know every little. Hope that made sense, and I will crack a beer and see what everyone else says.
I think that was really well said, Bloke. Thank you.
Yeah, I just was going to give our we have 5 speakers that we need to go to. Let's try to get through this concisely, because we have a lot to get through. I think Karen is next, and then Gunny, Alex, Will, and Cleo. Over to you, Karen.
Okay, I will just say this real quick. I hope no one interrupts me. But I want to say that they're saying and essentially indicated to me that I was asking a question that was not something that could be answered, you know, for security reasons, which I didn't mind at all, and that was fine. But I heard Gunny earlier saying, why do people need to know about equipment? Well, if the taxpayers that live in America, that live in Canada, that live in a place that is giving support to Ukraine, we are paying for this equipment, and we don't mind. But we need to know what to ask our Congress. We need to, and because there is a few pennies of our tax money in it, we'd just like to know how that equipment is being used. Now, another thing, as far as people shouldn't ask questions, I would like you to remember that it is authoritarian governments and institutions that simply isn't right. If there isn't a security reason and somebody is legitimately curious for whatever reason, I don't have a ton of followers, that's okay. But if I ask questions that are okay as far as security goes, you know, I think I have a right to do that. And I think anybody has a right to do that. And even if you think somebody else's question is stupid, I think you need to show a little, as long as they're not being disingenuous or outright obnoxious, I think you need to show a little bit of respect for them. And I'll stop right there.
May I address that, please? May I? Correct. Like there is nothing wrong with asking these questions, and it's easy on social media to get frustrated, you know, because especially if you have knowledge about a certain thing, that people come up and ask questions that seem, you know, inappropriate. But let me explain what I mean by this, okay? There is not enough information to give an answer, and so it would be disingenuous for people. Like that's the part that is really hard to accept. It's just that we are not going to know. We will know the places are liberated. Trying to get information beyond that is just not possible, and I think we have to accept that. You know, what information is confirmed, you know, people feel confident enough to give you a proper answer, they will. But pushing for answers based on speculation or even photos that we're not even sure of, you know, that's the problem, right? Because that's when you can get into trouble. That's when you can make bad assumptions. And don't forget, there is a concerted effort by people to try to say that, oh, look, you know, there's an entire squadron of leopards disappeared. Like, there are people who are genuinely trying to manipulate the information space. So, people here, I know it's frustrating, but they are going to answer back, we don't know, and we can't confirm that, and we can't give you an answer. And it's based out of honesty because they do not know, right? Um, it becomes more of a question of, regardless of what armchair generals think of the tactics, the moral question is that this country, Ukraine, has been invaded by illegally by you know, a country that is literally committing a genocide. And so, if I could bring it back to what I feel our job is, defeat the aggressor. Now, um, there's going to be criticism, but you have to understand the military works that way. They work based on success and failure, and you know, this is an existential crisis for Ukraine, but they're the ones that are following it. You know, they're the ones that are fighting it. Sorry. If I could bring it back to the taxpayers' money, first of all, there's very little out of your pocket, mine included. The only way to be absolutely sure is to go to war yourself, and that's not what is being asked. All we're being asked to do is supply weapons to Ukrainians so they can liberate their own country. And so far, the general staff has been amazing. Zaluzhny and the general staff of Ukraine have fought brilliantly, and they have taken back territory before they even got the Western weapons. So we're just going to have to let go, trust the process, and watch the gains, the territorial gains. How they achieve that is literally their business. It's their job. Our job is to support them. I hope that made sense.
Made a lot of sense to me. Okay, we're gonna go over next to Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to be a bit more brutal than bloke here on this. All right, so you're a taxpayer. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Do you want to know where all your aircraft carriers are at the moment? You got lots of them. You're the taxpayer. You bought them. Would you like to know what the 82nd and 101st are doing at the moment? Would you like to know the intentions of Supreme Commander NATO for US forces should the Russians have a sudden attack of competence and make it to the Romanian border? Would you like to know what your nuclear posture currently is? Well, what do you want from the Ukrainians? So they get 100 Abrams. Well, they're tanks. Tanks are used to break through, to create breaches, to kill the enemy, to create opportunities for forces following on behind, to exploit as they widen the breach. Do you want the 47th mechanized plans for the Abrams, maybe? Would you like to know where they're going to go in the next 24, 48 hours? No, you don't. And you'll never get that because you've not worn a uniform, and because you don't understand that that kind of information is withheld from you for a reason. And the reason is if it gets into the wrong hands, it gets people who serve like me dead. We get killed. Look at 1982, British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, announced to the world that Argentine fighter bombers were scoring hits on Royal Navy warships, but the bombs weren't fused properly, so they were duds. It was, you put information out there, people die, mate. So no, you don't need to know. What you have to do is trust that the equipment that the US and other countries best of their abilities to liberate the parts of their country that remain under occupation, that they will get some of it wrong, that they will get most of it right, and just be happy with that. Just be happy with the part you've played as a taxpayer in the role of helping to maintain democracy and freedom globally, which America use, unless you want 100% transparency from your own military. And that ain't going to happen this side of Christmas. I sort of promise you. And that takes us back onto the subject of, well, I need to know. No, you don't need to know. You didn't need to know 30 years ago when there was no Twitter. Right? But probably in 1991, you'd have been demanding to know what we were doing 6 miles off the coast of Kuwait.
You know, what I need to know is, have I set my alarm for 5 a.m. in the morning? It's a few hours from now. I need some sleep. So I'm going to say good night, drop down, and thank all of our speakers, all of our listeners to the conversation. And please take a moment. Here we are, just a little after the top of the hour, to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. Please take a moment to go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and give as generously as you can to Ukraine tonight, because there is still a crisis throughout Kherson Oblast. Ukraine will be grateful. You will feel better about yourself. With that, Robin, thank you so much for being here with me tonight. Thank all of you. Please do retweet this space. I get to say, Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Okay, we'll go over to Will next.
So I kind of started this whole reaction in relation to good practice of trying to find multiple verified sources for any information you get, and if you do that and you're willing to be a little bit patient, going to be more satisfactory. But I'm going to take objection to the manner in which Gunny treats people, and that is very arrogantly. Sure, maybe Gunny, I spent 6 years in the Army, 2 in the regular and 4 in the reserve in the military police, and I don't claim to know jack shit about armored stuff. But I'll tell you what, your manner of treating people like they don't have a right to ask a question, and that you're very arrogant about anybody who's never to learn to treat people who have questions that are honest questions, even if they're inappropriate at the time, by just telling them it is inappropriate to ask that because it would break OPSEC, and it gives people a more learn stuff, like Alan has said he's done. And I think that's what we need to focus on, because the gentleman that was on earlier asking about what we can do and all this sort of stuff, that and what Karen was saying, all this sort of stuff, that and what Karen was saying is there is something you can take away from plastic during the Ukrainian side. And the key to that is, in relation to what Thomas Tyner's valuation of that first photo that came out about the M2 Bradleys, the key with this is, if you want to talk to your representatives, you can talk to them about the fact that, do you realize that there are armor losses going on right now in this breaching operation that wouldn't be happening had we provided F-16s and appropriate fighter cover at the appropriate time, because no NATO army would go to war without appropriate air cover. And that is an okay message to take to your legislators, and talk to them about the fact that unacceptable losses now, which we would find unacceptable, and that's the motivation for us wanting to do something. But at the same time, information that is coming out to the advantage of Ukraine, that is, just keep banging the drum on the stuff that we appropriate and additional equipment, $300, $400, $500 million of ammunition every month. Ammunition for everything every month. Let's not ever talk about it again. And making sure that we hold Russia accountable at the end to a satisfactory answer. You can still talk about the exact same things you always have, is what I'm saying. And I do think that there is some room to treat people who with no experience with a bit more respect.
No, you're going to let me come back on that. So first of all, your opinion is immaterial to me, all right? Doubtless you'll be shocked to know that. I don't really give a toss. Secondly, if I had a problem with you, I wouldn't come up on the public space. I'd DM you. So, you know, you say what you want, mate, but I think it's... Thirdly, look, Princess, if you've got a real drama, speak to the host and get me banned from the site, from the space.
No, Johnny, I'm not saying that.
Hold on, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt.
Let's drop this. Take this over to private space. We don't really need to have.
Well, no, I'd like to reply if possible.
No,
I'd like to reply if possible.
I would rather you didn't. I just.
Yeah, thank you. I think I myself was interested because Russians created so much drama about this picture of, you know, one, and then you cannot, you know, claim on day 140, next day 9, next day 3, like you lose all your credibility. That's one thing. The second thing, they weren't able to provide any footages, which means they are lying. They weren't able to provide any prisoners, which means whatever happened, they weren't able to exploit it. And again, because again, nobody starts a counteroffensive with one tank. And, you know, even if you hit one tank, it doesn't goal, especially in the shaping operation, is to reveal targets. Those targets were successfully revealed, and we have 4 villages liberated just today. And if you look at how far in kilometers Ukrainians moved, that's what it took Russian like 6 months to move that same distance, honestly. So, and again, there was very good point raised, you know, on day 1. It's not about tank being, well, you can probably hit a tank with munition and do a damage to a tank, no matter who made the tank. Some are better, because you can hit a tank and destroy all the crew, and you cannot make a crew, you know, out of thin air. People need years to become, you know, capable to operate a tank. But anyway, personnel was safe. That's most important. And we're seeing progress, like on the second day. You can look at Russian public. They are again in their typical panic mode. Now, is it okay to ask questions? I think it is okay. forego war for sure. And but I also know Russians. They will lie. That's one thing. They will always lie. And second, it's ridiculous, to claim that the whole counteroffensive is debacle and to declare it on one based on a picture of one damaged tank. This is utmost ridiculous. So what the Russians are trying to do here, I think it's evident. They want to weaken the support of Ukraine because a fair battle in Russians' mind is where they have everything purchased from the West, by the way. So for the battle to become fair again, supporting Ukraine, and go back to the Ukrainians, that's their concept of fair world. And that's where they want everybody to move to. So do we want to help them there? No, I don't think so. I don't think this whole concept, the Russian concept of fair battle is fair at all. And that's it. Yeah. Do we want to help Ukrainians? Let's give them F-16s sooner. It will help them a lot. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Here, here. Okay. We've got 4 hands now. Cleo.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Let me just give me 2 seconds. I want to welcome Prince Heather up as my co-host.
Okay.
And welcome, Prince.
Good evening,
And
Robin. How are you?
nice to see you. Thank God. Good.
Good to see you.
We've got a lively panel tonight, so I think we're going to keep on going. Okay.
Yeah, that's all good.
Okay. Cleo.
Hi. 2 things really. One, I'll go back to the original question later. But when it comes to what Karen was talking about, but it doesn't bother me at all that Gunny doesn't. And probably what we just needed to say to her a lot more was it was on a need to know basis, because need to know if she, has any sense of what the military is like, you understand that there are hierarchies and that there's things that you don't need to know at this time, etc. But it's really very strange when people are wanting to know how many out there or whatever, and then talk about it in terms of being a taxpayer, because so often you'll have someone decide that you have too many of one thing and not enough of another, or what are they doing, wasting our equipment or silly stuff like that, because it's very difficult to know all of the angles. And if you don't just take the word of, if you're listening to a lot of voices on Twitter, you're not likely to stay focused on exactly what I think Will was talking about, which was to focus on what we're, the importance of supporting Ukraine and that's our goal, etc. But I also disagree, because if you look at Thomas Tyner's description on the real losses, not these particular fake ones associated with the picture, he talks about it, and he isn't referring to air cover, because if the maneuvers had been proper, there wasn't necessary, they had not set it up so that they were dependent on air cover. So let's not just give that as as a blanket answer for things. And I say that because when I hear it, I often just turn off, because I really want to know the nitty-gritty details about what's going on. The other thing is that when it came to the original question and the whole issue of sunlight disinfecting, that sort of metaphor is used with politics a lot, because you're working with potential corruption and with donations. But on something like military strategy and military acquisitions of equipment, etc., you already have a supreme goal that your commanders are interested in, which is winning the war, and they're really the best judge or whatever, they think a lot in terms of transparency. It's not that it's opaque necessarily. It's just that it's about the information being appropriate to the level of deployment. So that's all I wanted to say, just address those two things.
Yeah, thank you. I think this horse may have been beaten to death at this point. So
well, I know that's the problem of being last in line, because I was.
Oh no, I know for sure. No, and you've made good points. I'm not criticizing what you said. I just think it would be. Oh, I'd like to go to Radu because.
And I think the two people have already left. So.
Yes, well, we're trying to change co-hosts at this point. Let's go to Radu because if he's calling from Romania, it's an insanely late
Thank you
time
very
for him
much.
to be calling.
Thank
So
you.
Radu, over to you.
Hello, good morning, good evening, good night, and everybody to around the world who's listening. So I just came up after I finished my summary, my nightly summary. So it's 5:21 in Romania and in Ukraine. So regarding what it's the topic right now, and it's kind of the fierce topic right now. I just have some points, if you allow me for 2 minutes. Regarding the taxpayers question, this is one of the Russians' narrative. Yeah, I know that everybody here, so most of the people, and Karen, who was speaking about the taxpayers' money, she's 100% on the Ukrainian side, I'm sure. And 99% of the people who are listening here are on the Ukrainian side. The other ones are ethnics and stuff like that. But the idea is like this. I'm a political consultant. I'm doing this as a job. This was my job before the war started, and I started to make this whole campaigns of donations for Ukraine and stuff like that. So I know how this kind of stuff works. Russians always say, the Americans don't give a damn about their taxpayers' money. Look, they are losing their stuff over there. We are destroying their facilities, their equipment. That means that we are destroying their taxpayers' money and stuff like that. Everybody has a right to know, but remember that this is a war. People die. Not everything in a war has to be known by everybody. So it is correct to ask about taxpayers' money, but once the equipment is sent and the equipment was sent, that means the taxpayers' money were already spent. Does it make you feel better or worse regarding the discovery of the destroyed tanks on the battlefield? Of course, it makes you feel worse, but can you change it? No. Who can? On the governmental level, this can be changed. And when you think about it, those Macron, Biden, and everybody around them don't know about this. Can we imagine that? No. Before the images were online already. Back to the war. This war is about freedom. Most of us have the comfort to talk about taxes, but the Ukrainians are dying over there, not thinking about any taxes. That they don't have the luxury to stay in a couch, on a couch, in a chair, or somewhere else, just to talk about taxpayers' money. I've been in Ukraine for so long, having contact with Russians a few times, and I know a thing or two about how stressful it is in those kind of situations. And yes, people do mistakes. We don't know exactly what happened over there. What was the mission? Of course, it should be no Leopards destroyed. But do we know how many were sent? We don't. Maybe they were sent 30 of them, and they that. But we don't know exactly that. Maybe they only 6 were sent and 3 were destroyed. Well, that's a 50-50. That's not quite good, but anyway. But we don't know this. Okay. Regarding the question, again, about the questions, this only feeds, as a political consultant, I can tell you, this only feeds the Russian narrative. They're rubbing their hands, those that are pro-Russians that and are listening to us right now. They're rubbing their hands when we are speaking what they want us to speak about. To speak about taxpayers, to speak about transparency, to speak about when we're talking about military, I want to know the nuclear codes of the United States of America, because maybe I want them to use them against Russians because they killed friends of. Why don't we ask that question? Is it enough transparency? No, it's not. I want to know the nuclear codes of the United States. I will pay it. I will pay for this language. I will pay it. I want to fuck those Russians that killed my friends in Ukraine. Is it sufficient just to ask this? Should it be accepted that if I mature guy, I saw dead people in Ukraine, I saw a lot of damage and stuff like that, but I cried like a baby for 3 days when my friends died over there. Okay, so I am emotionally invested, but should I ask about transparency regarding this? No, because that's common sense. And talking about Ghani's side, I'm sorry. He had a disclaimer before he started to speak. He said like this: I will be more brutal regarding the answer. So he had a disclaimer. Who wants to listen to him, it has to listen to that disclaimer. I will be more brutal. He was not arrogant. How to put it? He said it as he understands it and how he feels it, and he disclaimed it before, more brutal. Regarding talking how to do that, right? In each and every country, at least those that are here in this space, we know how to speak with them. It doesn't need for us to see the leopards destroyed to speak with the legislators and say, look, they need F-16s, just because we see 3 leopards destroyed or 6 leopards destroyed or 12 or whatever. No, we already spoke with them, we will speak with them, and we will speak more with them. And just think about it. The Ukrainians didn't even get to the main defense lines where we will see Western equipment destroyed. Western equipment destroyed. But that doesn't mean, oh, my taxpayer money. See, it got destroyed because Ukrainians are stupid or something like that. They don't know how to use our modern vehicles. No, that's bullshit. That's only Russian narrative. Okay, so it doesn't really make a difference if you saw the pictures or not on the governmental level. They will know how to do it. And transparency in military tactics or strategy means dead bodies. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Radu. That's one of the things that I think we're getting away from in this discussion. We're talking about and then Alex. And in the meantime, I'm going to say goodnight. We have Prince Heather is here, and Nafo Dave will be up to continue this. And thank you for a wonderful discussion, guys. And Slava Ukraini.
Here,
Heroin
Slava,
Slava.
Robin, and thank you so
Heroin
much.
Slava.
Good. Could be very wrong about this, but I feel like has the space in the ability and the opportunity and the right to speak almost as a Ukrainian, but for Ukraine when it comes to this, it would be you, and that would be the amount of time that you have spent there and the amount of effort that you put into it. You have made good friends and you have lost good friends on the front line, and so I want to thank you for your input. And we have been saying, I will be honest, I took a nap and I sort of woke up now that we are going to see Western equipment lost. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen more than once. It's going to happen repeatedly. Equipment is going to get lost. People are going to get killed. This is war. It is going to happen. And, one of the things that I've learned from watching the last 6 months is patience. The other thing that I've learned is that there are some things I just don't need. There are a lot of things that happen that I don't need to know. And as I've gotten more involved, especially with co-hosting, I am so careful with what I post and what I share. And there are people information, but I still double check their information, even though I know that they're fairly reliable. But I also know that those people, if they get it wrong, they also admit it. Anyway, welcome, Nafo Davo. We have some hands to get through, and we're gonna charge on through. How are you this evening, Nafo Davo?
Go ahead with the hands.
All right. Sorry for making you guys wait. Just needed to get that little bit off my chest, letting people know that I'm coming in the middle of this and I don't know everything that's going on, but we'll do our best to get through. Go ahead, Gina. It is good to see you as always.
And good to hear and see you too, folks. So Rob, but I do think it is an important one that when people talk about transparency and accountability and such, I have noticed, and Rob, Prince, you talked me off the ledge last night. You allowed me to vent after a pretty upsetting event I had at a friend's barbecue on, basically being suffocated almost. Any other nation held to this standard of accountability that Ukraine is being held to with every single dollar of humanitarian aid. Most of the people who are quick to speak about it in my life in that sort of kind of negative way could really care less about it in almost every other area. It seems to be striking a chord here, and it's just so puzzling. And all would call this kind of residual, mystique we have about Russia, this kind of inevitability of Russia. It really speaks to some deep things that I think bear examination in us. And as a person who's a lay person, I have never really covered military. Don't know. Even as a journalist, you have to respect that. That's for our public safety. So I have certainly no problem with not knowing every last little move of a piece of equipment, and certainly not posting positions or information that's going to compromise people's safety. It doesn't need to be, in my case, it doesn't need. You know what I mean? So I'm comfortable with people saying you just don't need to know. That's fine. This is the with please and thank you, but the intention, and which is my last point, we're all here to support Ukraine, and I know that there are times when we're all going to disagree. I just hope and pray that we can stay unified, because I know that that's exactly what Russia wants to do to us. Russia and its supporters want to divide us, want to get us set against. I've come to treasure this space, and I love hearing differences of opinion, but I just am so thankful that we're all here, and I hope that that we can all stay here even if we disagree. So, and with our common vision for supporting Ukraine. So thanks as always. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Thank you.
Героям слава.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that those are some great points, and the reality is, yeah, I don't know where my brain was going with that. This is what happens when I take a nap before. Go ahead, Jens.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to say that, well, Gunny is a sailor after all, so we have to expect a certain amount of salt water. But I think that when the Russian narrative propaganda and Ukraine, on the other hand, while they are asking for F-16s and tanks, they are also asking for some operational privacy. And that means that to some extent, the Russian narrative sometimes stands a little bit alone. And I think that is something we have to. I mean, when the Russians don't know what Ukrainians are doing, they lose Kherson. So I'm very comfortable with not knowing everything. That was just my point.
Thank you, Jens. Something just occurred to me is, I know some people on here are married, some people have had long-term partners, some people are single, whatever. If you buy an expensive gift for your fiance or your husband or your wife or your partner, one of the first times out, how are you going to react? You may be frustrated, it may be sad, but it was a gift, and it was something that you gave to somebody else. And I realize it's not the perfect analogy. These are things that were much needed. An expensive gift like a drone or something like that isn't even it doesn't even really compare in a lot of ways when it comes to the military aid that we are giving to Ukraine. But at the same time, we have to, I say it all the time, trust the armed forces of Ukraine. I read that multiple times a day, and I trust the armed forces of Ukraine. Stuff like this is going to happen, and we need to, for it as we should have been, but we need to keep on going to happen, and it's going to continue to happen. It's war. It's what happens. And Gina, you're right. You know, this I've never seen a situation where where people want so much accountability for aid that has been given. And you know, people still say there's not enough accountability when you can show them the when it comes to you know, how are they using it, all these things, you can show them these things, and for some reason it's still not enough, even though that's just exactly what they were asking for. So in the long run, you know, trust the process, trust Ukraine. And you know, it's hard because we've seen things that we wanted to get over there faster, but we are where we are, and so let's take where we are and move forward. And yeah.
What it's like to watch something get, that you just labored over and spent a lot of time on get destroyed in a few minutes. um, yeah, kids will do that, and
I thought about using that example, but I didn't want people to think I was but it's I don't see Ukraine as a little kid. That was my reasoning. So
okay, yeah, that's good reasoning, and as far as the the people really going to great lengths, I would also point you to trying to get disability from the United States government. They would rather not pay jump through hoops and prove over and over and over again that they are disabled and they do require this help, and then go through that whole thing again next month, because who knows, they might have had a miracle or something. The same people are requiring Ukraine to jump through all the hoops to prove and prove and prove that they are not misusing even 1 cent of this.
yeah, let's go to hands. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. I wanted to change the topic, but before suggesting a new one, I wanted to make a couple of points about being taxpayer. I am often presenting myself as being Georgian, which I am, but I'm also paying taxes in Canada, and my brother and sister living in the United States, they pay taxes there. I mean, I think I can speak as a taxpayer. So now, as a taxpayer, couple of comments. First, when we are talking about leopards produced some 20 years ago, we are not now how taxes are this year. Now, how taxes are this year are going to be used? Well, we're going to probably produce a new tank, because a 20 our help to Ukraine should stop, because those tanks, 20-year-old tanks that we're sending to Ukraine, they only have book value today. Yes, on paper they cost 3 gazillion, but it doesn't mean that you have to spend this 3 gazillion. What it means that when you are producing new tank, which will cost 3 times more, well, you also provide jobs to people here in the United States, or there in Canada, or whoever the taxpayer countries. And yeah, it provides jobs, it provides, technology. And by the way, I'm supporting all those military budgets, because you never know when you need. It's like life insurance, do you absolutely need it? When if you don't die, you don't need it. But if somebody, for some crazy reason, you go ahead and die, and there are people who depend on you, on your income, well, you'd better have it. So consider it life insurance. If you leave, it's a waste in a way. But you have people who you want to be taken care of, even if you are not there anymore. And all those defense. Now, as a taxpayer, and I mean all military equipment manufacturers, their main contractor is who? Ministry of Defense, right? So in a way, this is all taxpayer money. Now, will you make it happier when you know that American military manufacturer or German military manufacturer or French military manufacturer sends equipment, military equipment, wants it to use for? And I am absolutely against it. But do we even talk about it? No, we found out it, by chance, because some Russian equipment of new tank got into Ukrainian hands, and guess what they found? They found that components were made in the West with Western taxpayer money, which Russian happily exchanged for their oil and started this war. No, it absolutely doesn't make me happy. But yeah, those are those are items that we put very little thought about when it's easy to say, oh, as a taxpayer, I do not want this, I do not want that. Unfortunately, we honestly don't even put enough thought about, well, how it is possible that we are talking about stuff that was produced 20 years ago, as if we can save. You cannot save anything by not providing this weapon to Ukraine this year, because guess what? This tank does not help kill more people, it helps kill less people, because if Ukrainians are only have sticks and stones, there will be millions of Ukrainians dead. Millions. And if you think that it makes less people die if you do not help Ukraine protect themselves, well, how many Ukrainians died in torture camps? How many were deported? How many die now after this, dam explosion? People like your age, 75-year-old people, all she cares about, all that grandpa cares about is to save his small, grandchild, because his children still need to live. And they are missing proteins and this and that. And we are now talking, let's look how we spend money as taxpayers. There are plenty of ways to improve. And Ukraine is, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of that cost. So, yeah, those were. I'm pretty sure we cannot exhaust it in this conversation, so maybe we should just leave it to that. I wanted to bring another one, if you allow, but looks like there are some hands. Maybe people want to kind of finish this round, and then I'll ask for microphone again. Thank you.
I asked my brother at the beginning of this, because my brother would be one of those who would want to know details, and why are we spending our money someplace else, and that kind of things. Don't we have money to, don't we have things here at home to take care of? And I asked him how, and possibly rude, so I'm not hoping not to offend anyone, I asked him how much money he would pay to have his 9-year-old daughter stopped from being raped. sort of opened his eyes and made him think. You know, how much would it be worth to you, and why don't we have the right to be able to do that, to help somebody else in that same situation? And then, of course, I explained how it all goes back into our economy. But anyway, I was a little blunt with him. JD Knight, go ahead.
Hi. This really, really fascinating conversation tonight. But one thing that strikes me is it must be really, really frustrating to be a Ukrainian armed forces public affairs officer, because you know what's going on. You have up to date information. Thing. And I want to make a comment that the hyper accountability that Ukraine aid is being held to, ironically, may have actually have been a good thing, because they found that the DoD had not credited Ukraine enough, and so they found more money for Ukraine. And I think that the VA disability analogy was right on target. So whoever said that, I thought that was great, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And I apologize. I think I missed the VA disability comment. That may have happened while I was still napping or getting the birds ready for bed so I could co-host. So I think, yeah, Radu, laugh. I'm not kidding, man. It's just before 8 o'clock here, and it is their bedtime. And so I sit here, and while other people are talking, I go and make sure the lights turned off automatically, and that they are all in their cages where they should be by video camera. It's quite entertaining. But yes, the big birds. Anyway, go ahead, Whiskey.
Yeah, you still haven't shared with me, because I grew up with parrots as well. You still haven't shared with me what parrots you actually have, and what the procedure is. But the one that you're explaining currently, I can pretty much relate to. Short was I was actually in a space the other night. Yeah, folks were carrying on, talking, chatting, and then the topic of drones actually got brought up, and and I won't name any names, but some near and dear friends to the space and to Ukraine actually came up in the space and were asking questions, started answering them, and the rest of the folks in that space started to. It was not appropriate. This backs up what Radu and Gunny was saying. You don't need to know. I will not share that information, and it goes on to protect lives. So I kind of shut it down immediately when it happened, and it went over as expected. Just to say to folks, sometimes it may come across rude or whatever that you don't need to know, but trust in the individuals that are, um, you know, with the tech and what's going on in the background that you don't need to know. You just don't. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Whiskey. All right, I'm going to ask Radu a really quick yes or no question, and I think it may prove a point. Hey, Radu, where is the hospital bus right now?
It's in Kiev in separate locations, secret locations, because we have the only vehicle that was damaged by the bombing of the Russians when they sent 3 Shaheds over it, and that's being repaired right now. And the evacuation vehicle, it's basically 98%, 99% ready. That means it will be inaugurated officially, as I know, in a few days, maybe a week or so, something like that. We have to make all the, official procedures. So it must be donated to the Ukrainian forces, armed forces, and all the paperwork, because it's war, but again, you cannot escape the paperwork. So yeah, when it is almost finished. That campaign was finished about, I don't know, 1 month ago. That donation campaign. I started a new one for Kherson, and one thing that I want to say about this, that if you raise the topic, I was speaking with my girlfriend, which is the vice mayor of the city I live in, and you have to come to Romania. Just look on the map. Brasov is in the middle of Romania, is the most beautiful city in Brasov, in Romania, and you have to come here. And we were talking about start a new donation campaign on my Facebook page for the Kherson human-made terrorist catastrophe. Is here Ukrainian knows what I'm talking about. I'm not going to translate it because it sounds homophobic, but it's not. It's just a word. So I started this campaign, and it's absolutely amazing. The people are donating exactly like they donated at the first when I started. People are donating basically in 5 days, even more than I was expecting, way more than I was expecting. That means that the world still cares. Russians thought that the people of Europe and North America will lose their interest. Well, dear Russians that are listening to me right now, guess what? It's not working for you. It's working for us. It's working for Ukraine. People, normal people, pensioners. I again say this: pensioners that have $200 per month pension in Romania donated to me $25 of their monthly pension to be useful again at their age and to save lives, because they know that you Russians are sponsors of a terrorist state, that you rape women, and maybe because those pensioners that are elderly, they remember what the Russians did in the Eastern Europe in the Second World War, when for people that don't know, Romania was an ally of the Nazi Germany before we turned around our weapons, and we were allies with the Russians at the end of the war for about 1.5 years or something like that. And our allies, the dear Russians, were raping our women and children. So basically, they remember this. If they didn't live it, they know it from their parents, and maybe that's why the pensioners are donating, and a lot donating to my to my accounts through my Facebook. This week, is it already a new week? Yeah, in Romania, yeah, it's Monday. So I'm going to Kherson, and I will be a volunteer myself for a few days over there to try to save lives. I know that getting bombed by the Russians from the eastern flank of the Dnieper River. But yeah, I've been to Bakhmut 3 times. I'm not going to be scared about that, those motherfuckers over there. I'm going to go and try to save as many lives as I can. So again, and I will finish with this: the support for Ukraine didn't go down as they the war tiredness. No, it's still there. It's still there. Keep in mind, Russians, it's still there. And with each and every kilometer that Ukraine liberates their land, evil between freedom, democracy, and imprisonment and autocracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Radu. I so appreciate you, and actually I asked you that in the beginning to make a point, and the point was no.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, it's this is a 5, 6, 7, 8 vehicle complex already, and they are in 8 secret locations in Ukraine right now because of the bombings, because we don't want to put it in a jeopardy again. And yes, I won't tell anybody. Story that is very nice for journalists, and people are very interested in it, and the capacity of it, it's to save about 30 to 60 lives a day. In 3 months, that means 2,700 a minimum, if it will media, but we won't tell where it is, even though yes, it could get us fame, and everybody will know who Radu is or who Misha is, my friend that is from Zisu, that is helping me with this, because I don't know Ukrainian, and he helps me translate it because he's Ukrainian, Romanian ethnic, from Ukraine. But no, we won't tell it because we don't give a fuck about fame. We want to save lives over there. So yes, I won't tell anybody.
Isn't that the best part though? Like, you really just don't know what you're doing because you can do it.
Yeah, it is fulfilling. But maybe people that are younger don't get this because all of this. The co-host. But I'm saying that the younger people, maybe because of the social media trends and stuff like that, tend to go to, fame is the ultimate success. If you have a lot of followers, a lot. When you get a bit older, you realize that in reality, success is having a healthy life and being happy in your relationship and in your workplace. If you're doing what you love and you love success. That's success in life. Because in the end, we're all going to die. It doesn't matter when we're going to die. It matters how we live.
Thank you, Radu. So yeah, some things we don't need to know, and you know what, Radu's hospital complex that he raised the money and is getting made is going to save lives. And you know what, if that saves lives, I'm more than happy to not know where it is. So just wanted to use that as an example, because I started to cry when I saw that the area where the bus was being worked on had been hit a few weeks ago. So I'm glad that it's safe, and I'm glad that it's hidden, and I'm glad that nobody knows where it is. Thank you, Duke and Chris, for your patience. Duke, you're up next. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this lively conversation. But yeah, we gotta have it and we gotta say it. But first of all, if I may, I was gonna happen to Europe. It really scared out of me, and I immediately start tweeting all questions they have weekend, so they don't respond. Yeah, and about what the tax issue, what came along a little bit, I see a lot of tweets about people saying, I don't care that our country pays tax. I think we sent in too late and too little, and I'm proud of it that we sent. And I see a lot of them. So, yeah, I don't think we should worry about if we lose material. I saw also today a little video, and I thought of it also. It had 4 pictures of D-Day on the beaches of Normandy, Orme Beach, where some times it went terribly wrong. We afterwards find out. And the tweet said, well, we have some losses at Orme Beach. Shall we now stop fighting and make peace with Hitler? You know, you don't do that. You go on, you push through. And that's the brutal of war, that people gonna get hurt. And one more thing about the photo ops and the video editing. I'm quite an expert in I don't know if you guys seen the first Superman movie. There is a guy with Superman has a blue light in his hand and he fights with it. Well, guess so incredible that it even fitted in the frame. But yeah, another thing, I've been an actor for a while, and I once sat in a car. There's a camera in front of me, and I had to do a little thing, and that was it. Later on, they made a edit, and there was another scene with the same car with engine that drove in Amsterdam, but the front driving. And my brother saw it on television. Oh, you're driving to Amsterdam? No, I'm not driving. Yeah, I see it. I see it myself. You sit in a car and sat in the garage. I went nowhere, you know. and still he wouldn't believe. So yeah, seeing and understanding is a different thing. And yeah, about losing arms, I still hear very often on the street that Russia is the greatest supplier of arms for Ukraine. So yeah, we're still good. And yeah, where I'm proud of is my neighbor. He is 86. He is a tiny guy, lightweighted, can't move difficult. And today, beautiful weather, he was outside in town. He met a Russian. But he made a conversation with him. He said, "Where are you from?" "I'm from Moscow." "From Moscow? What are you doing here?" "I'm on a holiday with his wife." "On a holiday?" He says to him, "I think Putin is a dictator. What do you think?" And he started complaining about Russia to that man, that Russia was doing this terrible war. And I thought it was utterly cool, you know. He's absolutely no political engaged man. He's religious and quiet, and but yeah, people know, and yeah, perhaps his generation knows more about the war, but still, I thought it was a great one. And yeah, I don't know, you know, we're gonna see all kinds of efforts to drive a wick in the alliance we all have. And listen, thank you.
Thank you, Duke.
Mm.
Go ahead, Nafo. Go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to have an update that I'm seeing lots of tweets that Novomyorsk has been liberated. I think this makes three different towns now that have been liberated today.
Yeah, there have been three. But let's get through the hands first.
And
Go
as
ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
well, that was in line with what the Duke said about the. I've seen the same post, and frankly, I think that people today, if they were following D-Day, actually, as they're following this, that as soon as they saw hands, oh, we need to surrender. You know, this is just too much. It's a failure. We should just all go back to the ocean. Yeah, I think we need to continually preach patience here. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon, and they're doing lots of probing. There's going to be lots of boy who cried wolf strategies here, where you know if you cry wolf long enough, then your adversary is going to get complacent, and that's exactly what we want.
Everybody else, how are we? I've been listening for a while, and I just got to that stage where I thought, oh God, it's one of them nights where I'm gonna have to get up and have a cup of tea in the middle of the night. So I'm up and I'm just about to go down and get a cup of tea, but and I've been stressing because the fluffy cat did a runner a couple of days ago, and yeah, we got some. I put a tweet up actually. We've got some scaffolding up, and for some reason she decided that she would go down the scaffolding, and go for an exploration. And anyway, so I just got up to go down and get my cup of tea, and there she is. So the fluffy cat is back. That's the big news for today, folks. Right, and the next big news will be greeted me with her usual biting me and clawing me. So yeah, all's good on the fluffy cat front. I was going to. I'm just going to make some brief comments about the discussion with Gunny and Will and all the rest of it. And I was just going to say, guys, don't fall out over Russian crap, right? Because I think the one thing that we know about that stuff is that it's 99.999% unlikely to be true because it's Russian crap, right? Because it's definitely not Ukrainian. Is it? Because the Ukrainians aren't releasing anything, right? So don't be falling out over Russian crap, guys, because it's just not worth it. It's a waste of time, So, I would also say that he doesn't need to say it, but I think so I'll just make that point. But Will and Gunny, I love you both, mate, and love everybody on this space. Keep focused. Listen to the Radus, right? Radu, good luck, mate, with your journey, and thank you for everything you do. Always best, I think, to listen to those that have been under Russian domination. Right, so Ukrainians and Romanians and everybody else that's been under Russian domination, I thank God have not been, right? And so I don't know what it's like, but yeah, always best to listen to those folks because they know best and that. So listen. I was in a bit of a grumpy mood, but because the fluffy cat is back now, I'm in a good mood, and I'm gonna go and get my cup of tea. Don't listen to Russian crap, and don't base your decisions on Russian crap. That's what I'd like to say.
Very well put. It's one of the things that is going to happen in the coming weeks, coming days, coming weeks. And I'm up as speaker at times, and it's increasing, and it's going to continue to increase, and we are going to continue to see Russian disinformation. We're going to see propaganda. We're going to see all kinds of things that can divide us. And what's most important is 16 months. And when people thought that we couldn't be, that NATO and the that NATO wasn't united and the West wasn't united, and that this would just divide us even farther. But what he didn't count on was Finland and Sweden joining NATO and uniting and joining together to work as one and support Ukraine because it's the right thing to do. It's the necessary thing to do. Go ahead, Whiskey.
Yeah, thank you, Heather, and well said, well said. I'd just like to think that when we're in a situation like we are right now, I'd like to think that every able body that has a talent or some whether that's coding, whether that's fabrication, welding, whether that's designing something to help the civilian infrastructure, such as water purification, what have you. I would like to think that um, any of us who actually care, who have actually stuck around and been saying forward and donate their experience, their talent to provide in this time that resource that is so much needed in Ukraine. Other like you step forward and you said, you know what, I'm gonna design these hospital buses. And I love that because like coming from me, like uh like I was a mechanical engineer, I was a welder, I was a fabricator, I was the guy on the ground. You actually did it. You actually made it happen. You are amazing, brother. Like, I love you for that. You stepped forward and you actually made it happen. I just want to recognize you for that because that's not easy. Like getting sparks thrown at you, getting like trying to figure out how to actually um, convert. And now you're moving that thing around to keep it out of contact. But just know, brother, like you're not alone. Um, you're respected. You're reinforced, and you have much love from around the world from other folks that can appreciate and I support you going forward. Thank you.
If I may respond,
Go ahead,
just one
yes, go
second.
ahead, Radu.
Whiskey, thank you so much. I have to give credit where it's due. So the complex was initially designed in the mind of a paramedic, a Ukrainian paramedic. After my friend died, I just it was from the same squad where I was, and I said, "Look, we have to transform this tragedy into something good." He knew this paramedic, and he had that idea, and we just set up this. And we said, I asked Angel, that's the guy, the call sign for the paramedic, and I said, "Look, I will fund everything from the Romanian donation. I have only one condition. It has to be called mobile hospital in the honor of the fallen, of my fallen friend." So videos necessary for gathering more donations so we can finish it. It costs about 150,000 euros this hospital, but it was supervised by my friend from the ZSU, from our forces, by this paramedic, and it was built by Pimp My Ride company. The biggest Pimp My Ride company in Europe was in Kiev, if you can imagine that. They were transforming buses from normal buses to party buses for adults and for kids. and a lot of other things like buggies and stuff like that. And they said, we will do it. We know how to work with armor and stuff like that. And because the owner of the company is very ill, it's on a terminal disease, he said, I cannot go and to fight, but I can put my company at your service. The only thing that I need from you is, if it's possible, to pay the salaries for the people that are working there, because of course they have families that they have to be fed too. And I said, of course, absolutely. So the credit goes to the Romanians that donated, to the guys that worked over there, and great who envisioned the idea, and to Misha, who was the supervisor from the armed forces. So I am just a carrier of, let's say, goodwill, Romanian goodwill to over there. So I'm not a special guy. I'm just a guy that I saw the opportunity. It sounds paradoxically, I saw the opportunity to transform a tragedy into something good, and that's about it. I will step down right now, if especially to Russians. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava Radu. Whiskey, did you have a follow up for Radu?
Your efforts, you actually made that happen. You actually pushed through, and you are actually organized that. It's called being a doer. You did it. You made it happen. Don't discount yourself, please.
Your son goes well, and keep in touch if you can. If you can't, we understand. We'll hear from you when you have time, and appreciate all you do. And I'm not surprised that you're heading right back to her son. So anyway, thank you. It was good to see you tonight. I've been thinking about you. So alrighty, Nafo Davo. Is there anything you want to add before we go on to Daniel?
No, I'm good.
All right. Good morning, Daniel. How are things in Romania?
Good morning. It's a bit chill. It rained a bit, and we will rain in South Ukraine soon enough because it's coming from the west. The rain. I raise my hand for two things. First, to say, when I hear on the stage first time, I mean last year, Radu Hosu, I was totally untrusted of him. I remember very well, was with Doman. And I have no confidence on him. Yeah, after that, he got to Ukraine and he earned all my confidence because what he done is very, very respectful. And people trust their money. It means something, it means a lot. And what he's done, make us to learn from our mistakes because we can jump to wrong conclusion. Second, I will never try to win a popularity contest. And I know at this hour and previous, usually most of the people in the States are Americans. And I want to tell you something which I need you to understand, you Americans. You had some social issues and you developed something that is called political correct discourse. And I understand why, and I understand how it's applied. But believe me, it was weird to see in my DM to call them Afro-American because for you it's very sensitive subject about that. I don't think Daryl will talk to me. I'm a fucking racist. I'm not. But you know, this idea to be very careful, extremely careful, how you round the word. But for me, I think maybe it's the time to take a break about this shit. It's weird to go on a sailor and say, "Oh, Ghani is harsh word." Come on, guys. If one drone is so at Sebastopol, what you want to hear Ghani explain to you what's happening there? When was explained to us? When it's about shit, radars, spy planes, who, what expertise is careful? And why I say, and I disagree with you, just because I'm very stubborn man. But let's learn this. We can be polite, we can be civilized, but also to understand if you are extremely sensitive for some issues because you live in a very nice place, very comfortable, and you need to be protected. I don't know why, because you have a lot of weirdos who have Confederate flags and culture infect us in Europe. Please stop asking the sailor to talk like Lord in House of Commons. Please stop that shit. We have people, but remember, Ghani made it to two just to get money from Ukraine. Come on. I understand. Harsh words are sometimes painful. I feel this sometimes. But we don't try to make others be hurt. Let's be fair and act a bit more mature. I don't know. Let's have a bit more freedom of expressing ourselves, even if we are wrong. Never jump to the conclusion is maybe to hurt someone's feelings. We are not babies. Come on, it's about
Yeah, it's interesting. When you first started, you were talking about someone messaging you about not to use the word black when referring to people. But what I think is sometimes people don't get is that the way in the phrases people use around the world are different and than the words that you were used to using. The example that I'm going to use is one that if I was called while walking down the street, I would be very angry and very offended and very hurt. And that is the word fag. F-A-G. Yes, I said it. Fag. Tim's British. That means a cigarette. I know that. Tim is not using that in a derogatory way. So different words mean different things in different areas of the world. And we have to step out of the words that we are used to hearing as offensive and realize that sometimes that is just how other people speak and how other people use language, and we need to step outside of I'm going to say it. For me, it would be stepping outside of my Americanness, out of my living in an environment where we do watch the words that we say, as to not offend other people. And I do that, I do that on a regular basis. But we have to have some understanding and some flexibility in that in that. And Daniel, I loved what you said about Radu. I appreciate that. There was another question I was going to ask, but I always appreciate your input, Daniel. Thank you. Napo Davo, do you have anything before we go to the Duke?
Well, I would just add that I think the we need to realize that there is a difference between not saying something because we choose not to versus not saying something because we'll get killed for it or something. Like when I was thinking back to the video that there's been a few videos of interviews of Russians in Russia about what they think of the war, and you can tell that they would like to say something else, but they don't, because they know what would happen to them, and they're very controlled in not only what they say but their facial expressions. They're very good at hiding the true meaning of or what they would like to say. And I think that we need to realize that in Western societies, we have the option to say whatever we want, even if it does offend people. In Russia, about giving Ukrainians the ability to speak Ukrainian.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Duke.
Go ahead, Duke.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just want to say I agree. But it came to mind that there are a lot of people here from a lot of countries, and we're all, quote unquote, forced. And every country has its own sayings. And in Holland, you have two. You have the word for a young child, and if it's a male, we call it a boy, and if it's a girl, we call it a girl. And now with the LGBTQ, I don't know all the letters all by heart, but the word boy is in Holland is a young kid, and we don't understand what's the heartfelt of that word for and especially the indigenous people, the so-called Indians. And that's the same thing, we have to acknowledge each other in who we are, but we have to understand that I think we're all like-minded here, but we also have to understand that not everybody is great in translating his feelings in the right words. And instead of making a fight, then I agree with Daniel. We should try to get an agreement and help each other to find the right word and just get along to the next topic. Something.
Well, everything's really good now because I've got a cup of tea in my hand and I'm in a quiet place in the house, hopefully. So I won't disturb anybody. And the Malamutes didn't wake up. Well, not much anyway. So it's just an absolute wrong thing to do and waste of time to allow the Russians to divide us and to get us arguing. You know, it's just a total waste of time that could be spent focusing on helping Ukraine. That's my and as I said before, you know, most of this stuff is just Russian disinformation. I think the one thing that probably everybody would agree on is that those images and that came from Russian sources, and therefore they're bound to be fake in some way, shape or form. Maybe they're getting better. I don't know, are they? Maybe they're getting better at faking stuff. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I was going to tell you my story as well, Prince, about two nations separated by a common language, which I think is the statement that they use about the British and the Americans. Maybe it also applies to other countries as well. But my little girl was young. I was in America, and I thought, I will buy her this Winnie the Pooh book, and I'll take it back for her, and I'll read it to her. So I don't know how old she was then, you know, but quite young. I can't remember. And so I was reading through the Winnie the Pooh book, right? And it went something like, and probably some Winnie the Pooh fans will know exactly where this bit is, right? It said, tree right onto his fanny. And I went, my wife looked at me and she went, what are you saying, Chris? Well, of course, that is another word that means a totally different thing in the UK to what it means in the US. So, yeah, one of the great much over the last year or so. Some really great people. We should not waste time arguing with one another, but we can have our opinions.
I wasn't the author of Winnie the Pooh British, though.
American edition, Nafade.
Yes. Yeah, I understand. I have. So if any of you are Douglas Adams fans, I have an original printing of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and when I go back and it's kind of weird.
I love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Nafade. Absolutely love it.
Oh yeah, don't get me started. I could take over this whole space and talk for hours, but instead of doing that, we'll go to Alex because he's probably got some good info for us.
Alex?
Yeah,
There we
sorry.
go. It's okay.
Good. Yeah, I wanted to bring another topic. So to give you some context, you know, in the so-called prisons, are not place where human can kind of correct their behavior. I don't think there are lots of successful cases where people's behavior was corrected in any way. So once people get there, they just can't get out. It's basically why I'm bringing it is because at some point Wagner and I was listening to the footage that Prigozhin was making early on to these inmates. He was talking about second chance in life and to fight for the right cause and all that jazz. And he did recruit some. Now, what's happening? As you know, there is a Russian volunteer corps, right? These are Russians that are fighting alongside with Ukrainians. They are fighting in mostly making inroads to Russian territory and fighting there. Now, there was a footage where and former Wagner fighter who got enrolled into fighting now alongside with this Russian corps alongside with Ukrainians, and I think it's kind of important because the what this head of RDK, Russian Добровольческий Corpus, so Russian voluntary corps. What the head was saying that you guys have three options. One is being exchanged so that Ukrainians return and you go back to Russia. Now, the second option would be you can choose not to return to Russia, but to contact, these numbers, and these people will help you kind of stay and find something in Ukraine. And the third option, to join our corps and fight Putin's regime along with us. Wagner fighter joined, and Prigozhin already replied to that, saying that he is a traitor and we hope to meet him and even though these are the words of Prigozhin, it almost sounded like blessing, And the reason is, I remember Putin Russians who defected. All those stories about Skripal and others. It was by, I think nobody doubts that it was by Putin's direct orders. And he was actually taking pride of this. He was announcing this name. There was the Mercadero, I think, or something. He was a killer whom Stalin hired to kill Trotsky. It was in 1937, I think. To the traitors. And that's like Putin announced as state policy to, and while probably a lot of special services, use that, but take very arrogant, I will say. But anyway, So, but Prigozhin did not say we'll send a serial killer to kill you. He said we'll hopefully kill you in an honest battle. Wagner's policy before was that Wagner fighter should rather kill himself than surrender. And they didn't take, ex prisoners back. They were actually killing them. There was a very scandal footage where a former prisoner and a former Wagner fighter, he was exchanged, and then Wagner troop caught him and killed him by a hammer. And they placed a video of his execution. So I think this is marking a change. Now, when people, an inmate is being and being promised that this is his second chance in life, and joining Wagner forces, I don't think that was a true second chance. They were probably used as these former inmates, well, basically to reveal Ukrainian firing positions. They were spared, really. And now this Wagner guy joined, and there was a footage. I think this gives them an opportunity of former Wagner fighters and other Russians too. This gives them an opportunity basically to, yes, go back and exchange, but we do not really know how Russians going to use them. They may send them back to frontline. They may decide to prosecute them. And many of those Russians who are in Ukrainian prison, they probably had the chance to kind of rethink some things. Them defect, we should. So I think it's a good initiative. So basically, he was talking to a bus full of prisoners and telling them, you can be exchanged, you can stay in Ukraine, just contact this number, or you can join us and fight for the right cause and get a second chance in life. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. I think it was the right move. Now, these guys, I know that a lot of people do not really like them. Some of them have controversial past and controversial motivation or beliefs, should we say. But again, they are fighting with Putin, and I think we should help them do that. They do need supervision, though, but yeah. Yeah, just wanted to share this.
Thank you, Alex. It seems I have lost a co-host. Yes, I've heard about that that Wagner prisoner who decided to not go back, and I remember many months ago when I don't know if Putin made it an actual law, but there was talk that anybody, it was basically illegal to surrender to be a POW, and that there would be harsh punishment. So at that time, I remember pondering to myself, if a prisoner has to be exchanged, if the prisoner has the option to not be exchanged. And my recollection of that is that they chose to not be exchanged, and that will be dealt with, I suppose, in the long run. So this is an interesting one to hear of, and response to it is rather predictable in my mind. So yeah, it's all very interesting. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, I will try to add some flavor, but Alex. And this topic is extremely interesting. Maybe I remember I write a tweet a bit trollish, and I said 20, 30 years from now, children in school in Russia, somewhere in Ekaterinburg, I don't remember very well what I read, but I said something. People read about far-right fascist Russians who were the patriots who saved the motherland. And I put it that just because when this unit called Voluntary Corps of Russia, very strong vibe with steel helmet of Germany, World War One, in the terms. They act more patriotically than all the bullshit opposition political in Russia. And I call it this, and I believe I have a point there, because, you know, friends, past few days was a huge, huge pushback against them. Not on the other unit, Free Russia Legion, but on RBK, the volunteer corps. And they call it like this. One of them is a former snitcher to cops. Other one is former bodyguard of FSB. Other one was some neo-fascist political figure. Other one was some hardcore hooligan of football. You know, yeah, they have shaded past. Yeah, probably they are not so funny persons. Yeah, they are not so democratic, probably, or at least what we know public about their political views. The difference is opposition attack them constantly and attack them about credibility, about their conviction. And usually this means they get too much influence and they don't like it. In the other level, was in Brussels a conference for 2 days of opposition figures which are outside Russia. And I saw some people I know or I start to know after this war. And okay, some they are shady, some they are discussing, some they are but again, they call out Ilya Ponomarev of Free Russian Legion and RBK are just distasteful for them. But this opposition conference they dismiss everyone. They are the only opposition in Russia. And of course, this is bullshit. Because these guys who risk their life if they are captured, what you saw about Russian crimes, torture, mistreatment probably will be at another level with this guy. They know this. And still they risk their life entering in a Russian occupied position and fight with Putin troops. People forget also these guys fight in Bakhmut. Some of same area between Severodonetsk and Bakhmut, and they fight. They lost men. They are very courageous. I don't know what motivates them, and I don't care. Really, I don't care. I expect them to be the alternative of Russia. Probably they will be at least the main contester for all the system of oligarchy and political power in Moscow. Also, we need to address another thing which is extremely interesting. You hear first people who are extremely happy to see their fathers, their husbands, their brothers coming back. Everybody is outraged how mistreated these people are. We see tortures, wounds, you see mistreatment for people who are wounded. We see people emaciated because they are sick without food. We have witness recorded accounts about how horrible is not just Oleshki, but any prisoner war camp or penitentiary, because they are kept also in Russian how they were sent there from DNR and LNR. And on the other side, the Russian prisoners are not cherished. And I put this on tweet of Nuno Felix, and I think it's very, very interesting why they don't cherish their prisoners go to war. I remember some propagandists tried to interview them after the release, and they asked how bad they were mistreated by Ukrainian forces, how they were tortured, how was their experience as prisoners of war. And when people were totally sincere after months being treated relatively well, they never go on that road. They said, "Oh, we are treated well. We have free meals, no forceful labor. It was okay. We have some humanitarian inspection from international organizations." And this is the Russian propagandists, and they stopped it. But there were very few follow-ups on this, very few interviews with the families. You are happy your father is home or your husband? Nothing like that. And I think it's another level there. I think the projection of Russian superpower, their soldiers are, I don't know, Igor the Masterful, Ivan the Steel, is not working on this idea. These inferior human beings, Ukrainians, can take big, powerful, and courageous Russian prisoners. And the is not very popular. There was a lot of criticizing. They hide one fact, which they cannot help very high place. They know the most important prisoners, like Azov defenders, for example. They were mediated by countries like Saudi Arabia, Turkey, sometimes even Greece or Emirates. and there were money payments involved, you know, usual corruption. Point fingers about high level corruption. So we keep quiet. Another thing what Alex said about this idea, one guy from 90 chose to fight for volunteer cause and inspire others. You know, I have this alternative. People who will go back in Russia will go just because they have family. No, they need their home, they need their food, they need their daughters, wives, mothers. I don't know. But in Russia, there's a law. There's a law which says you don't have the right to become prisoner if you can suicide yourself or fight back. There's a law. And they pushed a lot of laws about don't surrender. And is a propaganda narrative saying better to die for Mother Russia, why to live? To become an old man is the most courageous thing to die in war. Kirill come with his bullshit orthodoxy topic saying pacifism is heresy. You must be very blind to not see the connection with Daesh, ISIS ideology. You know, I pushed a bit 1 year ago about this idea. Russia is going from their something weirdo, a millenary apocalyptic religious server. You know, you have in United States the cults, you know, the small sects where people become totally weirdos. Yeah, MAGA cult is also. But this millenaristic cults, if you try to make them at a state level, I think everybody must be concerned. Now, ISIS was a small movement, few thousand, few tens of thousands in Syria and Iraq and few other places and affiliated like Al-Sahab. But if Russia going on this to die for the motherland will become, I don't know, forgiveness of the sins in the paradise, or if you are surrendering, you are a traitor of the motherland and will punish you. And pull. They'll recruit prisoners, traitors, violators. They will change the law. Nobody is accepted for become soldier. If you are technician, if you are university professor, if you are a child in high school and you have 18, you'll go to die for the motherland, fatherland, when in fact you go to die for Putin. You don't die for Russia. You don't defend Russia. There is no Russia there. There is Ukraine. You don't defend about a NATO invasion. You just go to loot. And last, the motivation to get people from Tuva or other horrible places in Russia where people are extremely poor, motivation was money. You know, get in Ukraine, you'll get $4,000. If you die, you get $200,000 for a family. And it's similar to what Prigozhin uses for recruitment. And this is important because a lot of people are in debt there. They're extremely poor, and things like this get money going to work after you lose, some toilets, some washing machines, you raise some young, beautiful woman, you can do what you want. Also hiding the revenge of Russian women because domestic violence, which was decriminalized in Russia, where people usually beat their wives, their children, their mothers. It's a very brutal society. It's a revenge of the woman. They will go to her husband and say, "Go, look, we will pay our loan to the bank. We will buy a new home, a new car." And if he dies there, and you take this moron, you get the money. Sorry, I go to many places, but I think it's interesting, extremely interesting.
Thank you, Daniel. We always appreciate your insight and contribution. Been waiting patiently. How are things in Minnesota, Curry? Hello.
I can hear you. Curry, are you?
You can hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Good.
Good.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, since Curry doesn't seem to be able to hear us at the moment, or his button isn't working. That's the wrong one. Well, let's go to the first thing that I had in mind, actually. And that was just a little snippet from this morning's general staff reports. I prefer the Stratcom one, which is a very, very pared down and small report compared to the others. So just out of, and this is in the general staff report also. So during the last week in the Bakhmut direction, the Russian invaders have suffered significant losses. Well, that's not new. They've been doing that for months. Anyway, commentary over. For example, more than 50 occupiers arrive daily with serious injuries to the military hospital in the area of Rostov region. The hospital is overcrowded, and due to lack of sufficient medical personnel, has a high death rate among the seriously injured. So, it's just to say and point out nothing new. And in it to share right now, it may at the 1800 one, but this was the 0600 one. And so we'll see what happens. Let's try again. Curry, are you there now?
I heard that that it was discussed that there was an issue about POWs that did not want to be repatriated to their back to Russia, and a similar situation occurred during the Korean War or after the Korean War when they were repatriating POWs, and a lot of the Chinese POWs wanted to stay in the South. And they resolved it by having the individual POW go into a room with a member of each delegation and a member of the International Committee for the Red Cross. And they stated, you know, if they wanted to go back or they wanted to stay in the South, and they had like a separate exit for each one. So they did that. Now, this is from a book that I read probably 20 years ago, but I DM'd
Thanks, JD. It's hard for me to read detailed stuff while I'm co-hosting, so I'll take a peek at that later.
Oh, that's
yeah,
that's what I meant.
yeah. But thanks, I appreciate it. It's an interesting issue to think of, and you know, we've seen problems with the Red Cross throughout this conflict and continue to. So I don't know how much help they will be at this point. I think they've changed a bit since the Korean War. Time will tell. We'll get there. But thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
You're bye.
Go ahead there, Alex.
Yeah, speaking of many shows that there is some intensity in fighting near Bakhmut, and Ukrainians are making steady progress there. So, yeah, this is another indicator. We probably know because Ukrainians are reporting. I think last they reported that Ukrainians took almost 2 kilometers of high hills near or surrounding the city. There is some progress there in the advance, so we'll see if they can complete. I think the Russians will face either being encircled there or basically withdraw and leave Bakhmut altogether. Because they just announced control of Bakhmut, leaving it as soon it will definitely be bad for them, but on the other hand, being encircled is probably so there won't be a good option for them to choose from. But yeah, it's showing the intensity of and also, but this is not fighters. Just let me remind that when they made this explosion to the dam, they didn't even bother to warn their own soldiers. So a lot of them they were sleeping, in these trenches at 6 a.m. and their dead bodies now being brought by the flood. This is. I wonder what kind of Russians should be thinking about their own commanders that do not bother to even give them a warning that, to leave the position. They just blew the dam, and let their own soldiers die while sleeping by the flood. It's just mind-boggling. But this all translates into how many Russian POWs would want to go back to Russia. I don't think before they had this option, like Ukrainians were willing to get back their prisoners. They probably didn't have that many of Russian prisoners, but as now Ukrainians have more of prisoners, now they're showing that these prisoners have an option. Oh, by the way, there was new statistics like the fertility rate in Russia is dropping, like it's through the floor. And why I'm not surprised. I mean, the young people are either fighting, like the other day there was a girl, a wife from a prisoner, talking that, with all this propaganda, they're telling us to give birth, but like from whom? They are only elderly and people who have been like how you call those people, the veterans who got disability, like lost the invalid. That's a Russian word, probably coming from French, but I'm not sure how you call it in English. Anyway, like that young girl was kind of complaining that the propaganda is telling them to give birth, but they are only elderly here, Chinese elderly, and those people with disabilities. Anyway, those were my 2 cents.
Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, I don't have anything really to
Okay.
add. Thank you.
Okay, I just saw you unmute, but that's so anyway. Next up, but thank you, Alex. I always appreciate your input, and I think the word invalid is probably the correct one. Probably not the politically correct one in the United States. They would probably just say a disabled veteran. I don't know. So anyway,
Oh, we
go ahead.
Yeah, we'd call them Crips or Gimps, huh?
Yeah, no. I could get away with that with a friend, but I would never call somebody that I didn't know.
Right.
We can get into that whole dynamic too, because anyway. Oh my Dave, you crack me up. All right, Will, you were up next. Go for it, young man.
Yeah, same in Australia. We'd call them disabled veterans. Invalids is typically reserved for older people who are almost totally incapacitated. But yeah, disabled veterans, and the issue you're talking about is very harsh. And the issue with demographics, as you've even talked about before, Alex, goes back a long way. But when I first got to Russia in 2002, the demographics were bad, and now they're way worse. I mean, the leading cause of death for men between 18 and 25 in Russia last year, published by their own statistics, they probably won't publish these next year. The leading cause of death for that group, 18 to 25, was being mobilized to or spending time in Ukraine. So there's that. There is the long-term a sense of we're not getting anywhere, and if we have larger families or that we're not going to get ahead economically. There's all the societal pressures. There's the alcoholism rate, which is very high across all of Russia. and makes people uncomfortable. And what they're encouraging that woman to do is divorce her disabled veteran husband so that he's eligible for more benefit, right? It's no wonder you don't have a high birth rate. But the issue I wanted to mark on was J.D. King. But by golly, I might have forgotten about it talking about the demographic thing. But I was so it's piling on. The person that you saw on a bus of Russian prisoners on there that ended up giving a recruitment statement. What he was doing is under the Geneva Convention, as JD mentioned, like since the Korean War, under the Geneva Convention, when you take prisoners of war, they have a right to refuse return. And he was just notifying them of that with a bit of extra on it, because when you're a prisoner of war, that you get collected, you capture all your details on your next of kin. They will, if you raise, they will tell you your rights as a prisoner of war, and one of your rights as a prisoner of war is to object to being returned to your home country when the war is over. And he was informing them of that. And what you witnessed was one person on that bus take up the call to refuse right of return and join him. He named himself as the Russian Volunteer Corps and said, your options are you can go back to Russia, good luck to you, and hopefully we never meet again. Or two, you can refuse the right to return and stay in Ukraine. Or three, you can, which isn't covered under the Geneva Convention, and but it's just extra information, is that you could agree to join the Russian volunteers. Who he goes, I'm Russian. We'll be going back to Russia. They're honestly portraying themselves as a patriotic movement that would seek to overthrow Moscow and replace the government for whatever that's worth. That's their position. And so I just wanted to add a bit of color to that. As a former military policeman that specialized in prisoner of war processing, that he was just doing that with some embellishment. And like we talked about yesterday, people get concerned about showing photographs and treatment of prisoners of war. There's nothing wrong with taking a photograph of prisoners of war, especially for proof of life to their family if they want it, or identifying them to their family if they've been disabled and can't communicate well. The problem is when you use them for propaganda purposes, and like we noted yesterday, in relation to the same sort of situation, what is proposed to do in Hungary is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. If the Orthodox Church in Hungary is allowed to take those folks and use them as a parading demonstration for propaganda purposes as prisoners of war, if you're in America, you would remember what they did to John McCain in North Korea. That is a war criminal. That is a war crime doing that. So it's there's nothing wrong with even photographing prisoners of war. The rule is you cannot paint them. Just added color I wanted to give you there.
One moment, Will. There is no Orthodox Church in Hungary. They are mostly Catholic and some Protestant.
Sorry, I misspoke, but you understand the Catholic Church in Hungary was going to get them and agree to allow their use in an appropriate manner.
No, mate, no. Kirill, Patriarch of Russian Orthodox Church, negotiates with Orban government, and this is the public statement because these prisoners come from Wagner. If Orban talk with Wagner, he will talk with a criminal organization. So that's why he used Kirill, Patriarch of Russian Church, like mediator about this prisoner exchange. This is a very important line. These were Wagner prisoners.
Right, my point is that you're absolutely correct. folks are in custody of a Hungarian organization or Hungarian citizens, that will be essentially a war crime, a violation of the Geneva Conventions under treatment of prisoners of war. But the government will be held responsible, and any individuals that participate.
First, GRU of Ukraine said they had no info. We have nothing public except of Vice Prime Minister of Hungary, who said they mediate this exchange. They didn't put anything else publicly, interview, anything. Because if they get 11 prisoners from Russia, mediated by Kirill, and they are ethnic Hungarian. And the other was the outrage. It was just a rumor. We need to be silent. But we'll see what will happen after. And when we see the facts, we can tell all the shit we need to Budapest.
Yeah, we, as with all things in this war, you just have to wait. Patience, young Padawan. Do we have any? Yes, we do. Simo.
Thanks, Nafo Dave. I'm great. How are you? Yeah, thanks for giving me the mic. Good morning from sunny Helsinki. Drinking coffee here and listening and watching the historical days that are upon us. So yeah, I think the emotions are running quite high. And one thing, I don't want to be kind of like I have to kind of choose my words carefully here. Well, anyway, it's let me just say that what was asked by Ukrainians, and we should listen to them in every aspect. And I see that many friends of Ukraine who are very knowledgeable and distinguished, starting from ex-generals and people who know in this space who are ex-military, know a ton of a lot more than me and many others. There's just one kind of incident of these videos of some tanks getting destroyed gets everybody into this kind of, it's like the thing is, like one Finnish politician once said that if you throw a bone to the journalist, the journalists are like dogs, they run everybody into the bone. So unfortunately we have fallen into this kind of, I was just watching The Crown from Netflix, and something stuck with me, which is definitely also, which I should keep more in mind, is like what the Queen is supposed to behave. Is like, does it need saying? Does it need saying right now? And does it need saying by me right now? So this is the thing, that if they ask, the Ukrainians ask for silence, let us in the comfortable West, let's give them the benefit of doubt, and let's not comment too much. I'm quite disappointed actually on these comments about Ukrainian losses. We should refrain from it. There is a time and place for this kind of conversation, but it's not now. It's not. We cannot just let's give them. I mean, maybe of course mistakes are made. Come on. Go tits up. So it is like that. And then Daniel, yeah, it's like Russian opposition. I followed also. They met in Berlin. Now they met in Brussels. But this kind of air of unusefulness is strong among them. And what you said about Navalny crowd also it rings true. That, I mean, these people are vying for position already in the so-called new Russia. Nobody knows. Even they don't know what's going to be. But turned out to be very useless. And I come back to my original comment of this kind of nomenclatura, spoiled kids. what they are, this kind of Moscow elite hipsters. That they want somebody else, they want the serfs to do the revolution for them. This kind of Belgorod guys who are, some of them at least, very questionable character. Right-wing guys. They want this kind of serfs to do it for them, and then they can come and somebody rolls them red carpet. And this is the kind of fundamental psychological problem collectively in Russia. But yeah, thanks, and everybody had a nice day, and Ukraine will prevail.
Thank you, Simo. Let's just go right back to Daniel.
Okay, Helsinki Stella. Two things very interesting you raised. The entitlement to deserving, to be crowned like the king of fun. Alexei Navalny is a proud man, is very courageous. He's done extremely nice corruption investigation about Russian oligarchs and politicians, and especially Putin, which give him a nice poisoning, and after that, trials after trials with a lot of condemnation, labor camp, solitary confinement. Yeah, it's very, very Russian of him to be patriot, how he understands. Only because he's not a free man, he cannot express himself. But also, I will not jump to tell you how much I respect him, how much I don't care. He's just a one man. Usually, countries which are undemocratic build a cult of personality. They usually raise a statue of a living man, building some, wonderful stories, wonderful trait of character, which is not normal in democracy. In democracy, institutions, groups are more relevant because we have criticism, we have change of politics, if something proved wrong or unpopular, and you can vote down someone which was proved unable to do it. For example, what stunned me with Navalny movement was in 4th of June was his birthday. And his foundation, which is the most closest to a real opposition political party in Russia until it was totally destroyed because Putin, called the Russians to going on the street on Navalny's birthday to protest. Very few, probably more, I can say, courageous or more close and loyal to his organization try it, go on the street, were arrested, usual Russian stuff, but very few. I mean, tens of them in all Russia, not hundreds, tens. And some write something on social media, also arrested, fined, all usual Russian oppression stuff. Are close to Navalny organization or are part of this organization. And they tell them, guys, this is so undemocratic to build a cult around Alexei Navalny. It's so wrong at so many levels. For example, I live in a country which is very young democracy. Yeah, we experiment 10 years. After that, 20 years, we need to build institutions, and we still have work to do. And we had our share of saviors, messiahs in politics. We build in our history figures, old princes, you know, and it's wrong. You cannot build on the shoulders of one guy an image because that is Putin. That will build the cult around him. There is no political movement in Russia. United Russia is not a party, it's just a core of ass-eaters because they get a position if they are loyal, not professional, competent. And what Navalny is the same bullshit. But you know, Navalny instead of Putin, extremely different, extremely, how can I say, persons with different traits, with most of them, they are based on their popularity. Some Russians know them, but you cannot stop something changing in Russia because you are Schulman, a sociologist very well known in Russia, or Khodorkovsky, or Kasparov. You cannot work with this. Russia needs too much different approach, changing society at so many different levels. People are not learned to have agency. There were some institutions which helped them. If you, for example, if you have a problem in Russia, you ask quality control agency, environment agency, or work phone, they will answer and investigate at most all levels. But that is the only agency Russia ever had, you know. And politics there are something like we don't care, we don't go there because what happened there? Oligarchs, former security forces, and if you made some mistake in your declaration, you can be killed and they are not prosecuted and they will escape. So it's normal. Everybody will be very careful and they say we are apolitical. You know, there is no political bone in Russia. On the other hand, it's building at this moment. If you are a veteran who lost his leg on the war, maybe you are very fanatic, maybe you are not, just a volunteer truly believing Russia is a threat, or just, you know, bad times, bad choices. But these guys will change. These, maybe they will have something to say, like, you know, I saw people raped, killed. I saw partisans kill my friends. I received, I was the receiving end of 155 millimeter shell. And this will change a bit. In this situation, you can make a bit of parallel with German Empire after World War One. Germany at that moment was an authoritarian state, extremely authoritarian. Military take all the lead. There was no freedom of expression. The communists, the most extreme communist movement in Germany at that time, heavily punished by the regime, was built on the horrors of the front, on the horrors of veterans, and the lack of agency and lack of, you know, food and all the comforts of civilians. And I recommend you look at what happened in Germany in 1916, 1912, 2022. It's very, very interesting. the necessary change they tried, how democracy after that failed, and we get another authoritarian regime that is the Third Reich. But it's interesting. And you can project that on Russia. No? Russia is not a democracy. In fact, weird is most of the Russians they believe they live in something that's still close to democracy. And their wrongdoing is this. They have elections. If they are falsified, they are not fair, doesn't matter. They have elections. They saw a democracy we go to elect our representatives, and they believe this is democracy, somehow democracy. Like people said, oh, Erdogan win election, like it's something like a democracy. Democracy doesn't mean just election, fair and square. And this is case the Russians. They don't understand very well. Also, identify democracy like anarchy.
Well, that is certainly one of the things that Putin likes to point out is that Western democracies are just it's his system that is very organized and structured and ordered and all full of these family values and things like that. That Western democracies are in decay and they're chaos. Yes, standard Russian strategy there. Well, it looks like we have a famine of hands in the air here.
We know how to deal with that.
So we do. We throw up our hands in the air like we just don't care.
Something like that.
So, do you have some things to talk about?
Well, actually, I just saw something that interested me very, very much, and I'm going to pull it directly from the official website instead of the regurgitated website. So give me just a second here. It's a statement from Alexei Reznikov. Are you kidding me? No. And it is being a complete bugger. Computers sometimes don't agree with me, but that's okay.
I bet you don't agree with them either.
Yeah, I mean, can't it just, know what I'm thinking and do what I need it to? So this is from Alexei Reznikov. Military for the next meeting at Ramstein. And that meeting is I don't think it is. I think it's probably an in-person meeting because the last meeting was a remote meeting. And he was asked about his expectations to mention, and I thought his answers were they expect similar level of support. And then a lot of talk about the airline coalition. Not just the training of the pilots who will be engaged in maintaining the aircraft. Those subject matters will be discussed in other countries that have joined the coalition, which we know more keep joining. I believe Canada just joined the other day. He has handpicked in consultation with the commander of the Air Force, specific people who will be responsible officers to issues. So these kinds of things are coming together. The people who will to the planes so that they can be sent for training. To air defense and ammunition, shells, artillery, not changed. This is a war of resources. Resources means not only weapons, but also our ability to and everything related to this. Before the opening of various of types of hubs for repairing and equipping equipment, it is an important issue for us. Both on the territory of Ukraine is one of my favorite parts of that, because we know that countries like Romania and Poland and countries very close by use the F-16s, or have used the F-16s, I believe, and repair depot for tanks, because they use some of the tanks that have been sent to Ukraine. So on the way to getting the F-16s up and going, and maintaining what they need to maintain as far as the tanks and some other equipment that they've been given. So I just thought it was an interesting statement to read this morning from Reznikov, and I mean, came in like 10 minutes ago, so you were getting it as soon as I know it, basically, because and it's things that will continue to move Ukraine forward in its fight for the freedom of its country. How about you, NAFO Dave? Have you come up with anything?
Yes, I have. There's some, but so if I say Dirk research, DURC. Does anybody know what DURC research is?
Not a freaking clue. Never heard of
So,
it.
no, Dirk. Well, it's research of concern, and the reason I know about that is because I happen to be the chair of our university's institutional, the IBC is what it's called. So there's been a lot of regulation, dual use research of concern in biological research. You can imagine pathogens that can be, weaponized, basically. That's dual use research of concern, and you have to jump through all sorts of hoops and prove that your research not actually doing it to create weapons grade, the regulations make it so difficult to do this kind of research that most people don't do. That's for biological. Imperial College of London the University of Glasgow, Cranfield, and Northumbria universities were all involved in research with Iran to improve light two-stroke engine efficiency. Now, what do you think a light two-stroke engine is being used for right now?
We're talking about the Shahed drones.
UAVs.
Yeah.
Shahed drones. Yes. So it's come to light that they did a lot of research in collaboration with Iran, and by using different fuel injection system. Now, the story defines the exception to that and say that this is more engineering than science. So less regulations than biological sciences. And so this kind of research went on, and of course now we have, because of the work that was done on improving the engine. So I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that there is going to now be a lot more oversight and regulation of doing research with known states promote. Just my guess. I have forced Chris to raise his hand rather than listen.
Well, Nafo, Davo, I wasn't going to comment on that, but that's interesting. Unfortunately, are driven by pound notes. My humble opinion. So if there's money in it, then they'll do it. Typically, right? So it's an interesting one, that is, Nafo, Dave. If you wouldn't mind just send me the universities that you mentioned there. I would say, on a more positive note, that I work with a lot of universities that do cybersecurity stuff. Tell you in a quiet moment a few things that are going on with Ukraine in the UK. Would that be okay?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I haven't got my notes in front of me, so I'm sort of just doing this from memory. But so to let you know that today is the start of London Tech Week, which is basically all week. Although I think the main events are Monday, Tuesday. Count a little bit, but there are some delegations over here for London Tech Week, so that's good. And of volunteers, base and that to who are going to be going there. So we might get to hear about what's going on there in more detail. A report from London Tech Week, and good to hear, isn't it, that we've got the Ukrainian tech people coming over, and then just what else on my list as well is his film in London, the premiere of his film in London. day or something, or was yesterday in Kiev, was the launch of his film. So that will be interesting, I think, as well. Security speakers at a conference which is on the 15th, I think. By the way, I've got all of this on a Substack if anybody is interested in it. Yeah, but I think it's the 15th. Is a conference called The Future of Cybersecurity. So I managed to get 3 Ukrainian cybersecurity companies on a panel, a virtual panel, because they can't get out of Ukraine. Virtual panel to talk about cybersecurity. The final thing that I was going to mention is, I think, again off the top of my head, it's the 21st and 22nd in London, is Ukrainian reconstruction. Universities involved in that, but one of them, Oxford University. So when I brought this up during the day, Doman seemed to know quite a bit about that, actually. So that seems to be a conference that's been moving around countries for a while, but this particular year there's going to be a lot of Ukrainian people at that as well. So there you go. That was it. Just a quick update on some UK in
that cybersecurity is a huge issue going forward, especially in Ukraine, because it's only going to get more developed and elaborate's not the word I'm thinking of, but efficient. And I think that Russia is going to, if I feel they think that they can get away with it easier without so many ramifications to say, well, we're not shooting people, we're just destroying them. Have mockers came up here and she
So I'm all good.
so hopefully you've had a few cups of coffee and
Yeah, when you are.
okay. Yes. Okay. So this kicks the crap out of his own chair just so she can take over. Depending on which part of the world you're in. But good, whatever time of day it is for you, and a very
Gerom Slava. Mockers, good morning. And I think Chris might have had something to follow up before going to Karen. Go ahead, Chris.
indeed revert to cyber. I think that will be their main thing. And is and has been for some time that line at the coalface of cyber security and misinformation and disinformation, and we can learn from them. Interviewing Ukrainian cybersecurity experts and getting to know Ukrainian cybersecurity companies.
Absolutely. And I'm guessing you never went back to bed, Chris. I appreciate you keeping us company up here, but man, you get up in the middle and works overtime. But
I'll sleep when I'm dead, as they say, Prince.
and good morning, officially mockers.
Yes, I'm still sort of, waking up a bit. Go ahead, Karen.
Question for NAPO Dave, but NAPO Dave is gone. Name of the universities. Alaska. So when he said that, my hair kind of stood on end. Between Juneau, Fairbanks, and Anchorage. I went to Anchorage. Fairbanks is more engineering, and if they're working with, if they've worked with Iran, they're going to hear about it. But essentially, I would like to know more about that connection with university. I also want to say it's kind of disturbing that many of the drones from Iran in them. And so the parts too, and it's kind of disturbing. And now
Well, it looks like NAPO Dave came back up, and possibly he can answer your question there, Karen. Go ahead.
I actually didn't get to hear most. Getting moved from. So what was the question again, Karen?
double checking the university. Did you mention university?
It was Cambridge Imperial College.
It's just a bad connection. Okay, because but since you weren't referring to that, yeah, my hair kind of stood on end there for a minute because I went to University of Alaska in Anchorage, and I thought, not my alma mater.
So you can calm down. You're don't need to get too excited. But yeah, I imagine that I'll with this news coming out that this kind of research and
Yeah. Bit of news this morning that stated that the counteroffensive
I think there's a possibility. Did you hear that Chuck came on last night?
However, I have seen some counteroffensive. Let me see if I can find it again. No, not that one. That one. So, this is, and he's just asking the question: do you think Ukraine's counteroffensive started? Counteroffensive brigades. So he's noting that we do see fighting across channels are alive with footage of tanks and explosions. And there are statements everywhere that the unexpected, and people are obviously excited because of how incredibly important it is, of course. But seeing what's actually happening, it's useful to understand key starting an offensive and the main effort of the operation. The offensive has clearly started, but not the main attack. Witnessed any concentration of several hundreds of Ukrainian tank battalion normally has 31 tanks. Same number. Add in armoured vehicles, would likely have 3 tanks and 1 or 2 mechanised infantry battalions. In total, then, an armoured brigade is going to have 250 plus armoured vehicles. That the Ukrainians have put together anywhere from 7 to 12 armoured brigades. And some will have a mix of Western provided kit. To 700 vehicles focused on one place. It will then be possible to say, here is the main attack. Even then, the Ukrainian staff want to keep Russians guessing about the location of their main front. They're allowing the narrative basically to go along because it works for them. So, advocating for more long-range weapons. Hoping that the Biden administration will give up ATACMS, attack them. He says some have dated the start of the campaign to June the 4th, 2 days before the sabotage of the Kharkov decided that their preconditions had been met and they could start making offensive actions. So mainly due to a certain point and dry enough ground. The 3 stipulations for the beginning of the counter indeed happened. Insightful, but he's also saying these initial probing attacks, these are well, they're beyond the shaping operation now, put it that way. They're into these pointed attacks at various places, and were their strongest soldiers. In a number of those places, have you some of those guys weren't really sticking around to fight. It would seem that they took one village almost completely unopposed because it had been left by some, some people running very fast. I think that.
I think what you're what at as a probing attack, and as you were talking about it, I actually wrote down probing to remind myself of the word that I wanted to use. And this is something we've heard necessarily try to punch through, is I guess is what I'm trying to say. Is they're going to probe, they're going to say, if they collapse, like we've seen that they have in a couple of places, in a few places, it's mainly 4. Well, they're not going to say, okay, well, that's weak. But I agree. I still don't think we know where the true main focus. Going to be interesting to see how it plays out, but some good areas, and
Oh yeah. There is also a bit of interesting information coming out here about what happens to the Russians 30 minutes before Ukrainian assaults begin. Of responsibility. The energy. Hello. The on our radio stations. Managed to open the radio stations with a 64-bit encryption. The ability to remotely eliminate radio station DMR participating in radio traffic. Basically, all our communications are blocked, and so that would seem to be the only warning that they're giving. Basically, you've got 30 minutes as soon as your communications go down, and I quite like. I like that.
Seems like if they can interfere like that, maybe they could transmit a message saying that we're coming, and if you don't want to get killed, then you can always join our side. I just wanted to Ukrainian military itself does not know exactly where they're in these are they're probing, trying to find areas have less or no defenses, and then customize their main assault based on what the data they're collecting now. I don't think they would go ahead and commit being and studying out the enemy and how they respond before they do that.
Now, I need to make an announcement here. Base. We have have technical issues because it's been running for so long, and it's got to the point of the problem. So sorry, folks. Everybody who is listening, please. Well, I'll give you some numbers as. So I am just waiting for the person to end space. Thank you very much now, host. And we will be as quickly as we can. Okay. So,
To put up in our Spotify, because of something that Elmo has done just recently to make it difficult to get audio without paying him, and so we have to restart.
yeah, sorry about that, guys. It gets to a certain point. So I'm being told 1 minute, and we will restart. Okay. So I'll blither on for a little bit longer, shall I? I do believe, you know, no real announcement of what's. And if that's like your 30-minute warning, that is pretty nice. Now we are expecting to.
Well, yeah,
Oh, I was looking forward to singing.
I just saw a nice post here too, and I guess it looks like another city or village has been taken, and I'm not going to tell you about it until we come back. So
Liberated, my dear, liberated.
yes, that's out where this is on the map. So that out because
At least you can be looking while we're waiting, eh?
exact is all good, and that came from Anna Mailer, the deputy defense minister. So can't get the only place you can get, you know, Alexei Reznikov, President Zelensky,